Chapter 1650. Lin Feng stood in the distance and looked at fairy clear snow. He could also feel how breathtaking she was. Lin Feng had never seen such an otherworldly aura before. She really didn't seem like a woman from the mortal world. She was born from an immortal lotus and was as peerless as an immortal. Such a woman was indeed not someone a man from the mortal world could match. Many young men in the surroundings looked at fairy clear snow with infatuation. Fairy clear snow had rejected many people in the past, but even after so many years, those who had been rejected by fairy clear snow still couldn't forget about her. After fairy clear snow left, my life seemed to have lost its splendor. Even if I can only look at her from afar, I'm already satisfied. Some of the young men in the surroundings were talking to themselves. Lin Feng looked at Meng Zishu and couldn't help but mutter to himself, I wonder if Brother Meng has ever pursued fairy clear snow? Meng Zishu seemed to know what Lin Feng was thinking. He smiled bitterly and said, I know the difference between me and fairy clear snow, so I've never had such thoughts. Lin Feng said, Brother Meng, you're also a man of striking appearance. There's no need to be so humble. Meng Zishu said, this is called knowing one's own limits. Ha ha, he laughed. Judging from Meng Zishu's expression, he really hadn't had any thoughts about fairy clear snow. Perhaps it was just as Meng Zishu had said, he knew his own limits. Of course, it was also possible that Meng Zishu didn't have any special feelings for fairy clear snow. Everyone had their own preferences. Everyone had different thoughts. Some liked fairy clear snow, and some hated her. Of course, there were also many who didn't have any feelings for her. The people around them were also discussing fairy clear snow. Someone said, fairy clear snow is leaving the ancient path of stars. Why didn't her master come to see her off? Another cultivator said, according to rumors, he died more than 700 years ago. I heard that he was killed by someone, but no one knows who killed him or why. Another cultivator said, I heard that it was because of a supreme treasure, but there were also rumors that it was because of a secret treasure. Later on, there were also rumors that Fairy Qing Shui took revenge for her master and razed that organization to the ground. It was said that there were hundreds of thousands of people, but not a single one came out alive. Lin Feng also heard the discussions of those people and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Fairy Qing Shui looked so otherworldly, but her means were also quite ruthless. However, after thinking about it, he could understand the hatred in Fairy Clear Snow's heart. She was born from an immortal lotus and had no parents or relatives. She only had a master. And his master had died a tragic death. Her heart must be filled with hatred. It would not be strange for her to slaughter an entire family. A powerful figure like Fairy Clear Snow naturally wouldn't have an indecisive character. She looked like an otherworldly immortal, and even a little weak, but she was actually very decisive. As long as they didn't provoke her, they would be fine. He was simply digging his own grave. Many experts had arrived, including the king of the Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom. The king of the Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom had lived for more than 50 million years and was very old. Now, he was about to reach the end of his life. The old king was tall and burly with a head full of white hair. He gave off the feeling of a hero past his prime. There were more than a dozen experts beside the old king. Some were old, some were middle-aged, and all of them were the upper echelons of the Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom's royal family. A few of them were the old king's grandsons. The old king's lifespan was too long, and his son had died because of him. He had died before he could inherit the throne. The Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom is not peaceful now. The old king probably still has tens of thousands of years left to live. For cultivators like us, tens of thousands of years pass in the blink of an eye. Therefore, the old king's grandsons and great-grandsons are fighting openly and secretly to become his successor. Meng Zishu whispered. Lin Feng nodded. There were too many such things. Whether it was in the cultivation world or the secular world, the struggle for imperial power was extremely cruel. This was because it was a life-and-death struggle between blood relatives. A new king ascended the throne. He might be stepping on the bones of his own brother. Back then, this little girl was only this tall. Now, she has already reached this height. I have lived for more than 50 million years, but I have not reached her height. The old king gestured with his right hand. She was only about half a meter tall. Obviously, he had seen Fairy Qing Shui in the past when she was only a few years old. Now that Fairy Qing Shui was going to the Undying Realm, the old king's heart was filled with emotions, envy, and even jealousy. Your Majesty will definitely reach this height soon, the cultivators beside the old king hurriedly said. The old king sighed and said, "My bloodline has already declined. I have already foreseen the future and have already accepted it. You don't have to say nice things to me. This subject is terrified." The group of people hurriedly knelt before the old king. "Rise. I have no intention of blaming you. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are part of the cycle of the heavenly Tao. Even the great emperor cannot live forever, let alone us gods." The old king waved his hand. Apart from the old king of the Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom, the lords of the other 3 islands also came. They stood in the distance and looked at Fairy Qing Shui. Fairy Qing Shui is considered a top expert in the 9 continents, right? Lin Feng asked. She is at least one of the top 10 experts in the 9 continents, Meng Zishu said. After a short pause, he continued, moreover, she is too young. Apart from the number 1 expert in the 9 continents, the Red World Fairy, the top 10 experts in the 9 continents have cultivated for at least 1,000,000 years. The Red World Fairy? Who is that? Lin Feng asked curiously. The Red World Fairy has only cultivated for a little over 2,000 years. She is the founder of the Red Dust Immortal Pavilion and the number 1 beauty in the 9 continents. After the ancient era, she was the most heaven-defying existence in the 9 continents. Back then, she was a female disciple of the number 1 celestial sect in the 9 continents, the Taishang Immortal Sect. During a fortuitous encounter, she obtained a treasure. A supreme elder of the Taishang Immortal Sect found out, and he demanded that the Red World Fairy hand over the treasure. At that time, the Red World Fairy was only 18 years old, and she had only joined the sect for a few years. The Supreme Elder probably thought that the Red World Fairy was young and easy to bully, but the Red World Fairy did not hand over the treasure. This angered the Supreme Elder, and he summoned the Red World Fairy to his residence. He actually wanted to pluck the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy used the treasure to escape, and from then on, she cut off all ties with the Taishang Immortal Sect. However, this matter was a huge scandal, and the Taishang Immortal Sect sent people to kill the Red World Fairy. They wanted to silence her and cover up this matter, but the Red World Fairy was too strong. No matter how strong the Taishang Immortal Sect sent people, they were all killed. In the battle with the experts of the Taishang Immortal Sect, the Red World Fairy became more and more powerful. At this time, the Taishang Immortal Sect could no longer sit still. If they allowed the Red Dust Immortal Sect to grow, they would probably cause a huge disaster in the future. Therefore, the 3,000 Divine Realm experts of the Taishang Immortal Sect all set out and set up the Zhu Immortal Great Array to kill the Red World Fairy. However, no one expected that the 3,000 experts, who were at least true God and above, would activate the Zhu Immortal Great Array to deal with the Red World Fairy. They were actually killed by the Red World Fairy in one move. This battle shocked the 9 continents. In the year of the battle, the Red World Fairy was only 300 years old. After this battle, the Red World Fairy established her reputation as the number 1 expert of the 9 continents. Chapter 1651. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He had thought that Fairy Qing Shui was terrifying enough. Now that he heard of the Red World Fairy's deeds, he was even more shocked. This immortal Reverend Hong Chen was too terrifying. Meng Zishu gloated. The Taishang Immortal Sect used to be a superpower in the 9 provinces' great world. No one would dare to refute the Taishang Immortal Sect's accusations. No power could withstand a single blow from the Taishang Immortal Sect. However, after that battle, the Taishang Immortal Sect suffered a great loss, and they were no longer as strong as before. They started to weaken from their peak, but a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Now, the Taishang Immortal Sect is still the number 1 power in the 9 provinces' great world. They're still the leader of the Immortal Tao. Lin Feng asked, if the Red World Fairy is so powerful, why didn't she destroy the Taishang Immortal Sect? Meng Zishu shook his head. How could the Taishang immortal sect be destroyed so easily? That power has a legendary immortal artifact. After that battle, a few old fogies of the Taishang immortal sect used that immortal artifact to hunt down the Red World Fairy. However, the Red World Fairy left early and did not fight to the death with those old fogies. After that, the Red World Fairy founded the Red Dust Immortal Pavilion. Now, the Red Dust Immortal Pavilion is a famous immortal Dao sect that countless people yearn for. Lin Feng said, the Taishang immortal sect is trying to kill themselves. They actually forced their own disciples into such a state. It's no wonder that the Red World Fairy broke off relations with the Taishang immortal sect. Meng Zishu smiled. Isn't that so? Now that the Taishang immortal sect is restrained by the Red Dust Immortal Pavilion, they're not as arrogant as before. No matter how powerful a power is, there will be a day when it declines. Many times, a seemingly insignificant matter can cause a power at its peak to decline. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Buzz. At that moment, a series of violent fluctuations came from the 9 heavens, startling everyone. Everyone looked over. The sky instantly darkened. In an instant, the sky turned from day to night. Above the 9 heavens, huge stars appeared one after another. The stars began to spin rapidly. Rays of dazzling starlight intertwined, and an ancient starry sky road appeared. However, the ancient path of the stars had been severed by the distorted divine runes in the 9 heavens. That's an emperor rune, sealing the 9 heaven world. Cultivators from outside the realm could not descend. However, the emperor runes won't stop the cultivators of the 9 continents world from leaving, Meng Zishu said. The 9 prefectures world included the 9 prefectures continent, the boundless sea region, and the sky marshal continent. Therefore, the netherworld sea also belonged to the 9 states world. The only place that was not covered by the emperor runes was the sky marshal continent. However, there was no need for the cultivators of the 9 continents great world to head to the Tianwu continent. In any case, the emperor runes wouldn't attack cultivators who left. The ancient starry sky path has appeared. Fairy Qing Shui is leaving. Many people cried out in alarm. Fairy Clear Snow stepped towards the ancient path of the starry sky. Fairy Qing Shui, can you please stay? A cultivator pleaded. Lin Feng guessed that he had pursued Fairy Qing Shui in the past. When he saw that Fairy Qing Shui was leaving, he was heartbroken. Fairy Qing Shui, have a safe journey. I hope you can become the empress soon. Some people waved at Fairy Qing Shui. Fairy Qing Shui took one last look at the cultivators below and then at the boundless netherworld sea. Finally, she retracted her gaze and resolutely walked towards the ancient path of the starry sky. As expected, the emperor runes didn't attack Fairy Qing Shui. She entered the ancient path of the starry sky. Then, the ancient path of the starry sky disappeared. Darkness turned into day. Fairy Qing Shui followed the ancient path of the starry sky to the undying realm. I hope Fairy Qing Shui can find the undying realm, Meng Zishu muttered to himself. Fairy Qing Shui is gone. What's the point of me living? A young master said sadly. Then, he walked to the edge of the cliff and jumped. Someone jumped off the cliff, someone died for Fairy Qing Shui. Many people shouted and ran towards the edge of the cliff. Lin Feng and Meng Zishu also came to the edge of the cliff and looked down. The cultivator who jumped off the cliff was a divine realm cultivator. He fell to the bottom of the cliff, but he didn't die. He cursed and swore. Then, he got up. Little brat, do you have to jump off the cliff for a woman? I'll beat you to death. A middle-aged woman flew over from afar. Damn. Mother, leave me some face. The cultivator who jumped off the cliff wailed. The middle-aged woman was a shrew. She didn't leave him any face. Instead, she shouted angrily, "You little brat, you can even jump off the cliff. You don't even care about your face anymore, and you still want me to leave you some face? Are you daydreaming?" There was a flurry of punches and kicks. The cultivator was beaten half to death. Many people watched the commotion from the side. Lin Feng and Meng Zishu gloated at the cultivator's misfortune, along with many others. When the cultivator who jumped off the cliff was taken away by his mother like a chicken, Lin Feng and Meng Zishu saw that there was no more drama to watch, so they left together and returned to the ancient capital of the Netherworld Sea. Brother Lin, we hit it off at first sight. Today, I'd like to invite Brother Lin for a drink as a host. Brother Lin, will you do me the honor? Meng Zishu invited. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Meng. Lin Feng cupped his fists. The two of them arrived at a restaurant called Wangjun Restaurant. This restaurant had a long history. It was said that a pitilessly beautiful woman had built this ancient restaurant to wait for her husband, who had gone out to travel. The woman would often look into the distance from the restaurant, but in the end, what she waited for was grievous news. It was a sad story. Later, Wangjun Restaurant was built into a restaurant. Wangjun Restaurant was very lively. It was one of the most famous restaurants in the ancient capital of the Netherworld Sea. Lin Feng and Meng Zishu arrived at Wangjun Restaurant. Just as they were about to enter, a group of young masters came from afar. They surrounded Lin Feng and Meng Zishu. What's the meaning of this? Lin Feng asked indifferently. Bastard. Can't you recognize us? Lan Jiyu looked at Lin Feng condescendingly. Lin Feng frowned. He naturally recognized these people. They were the group of young masters who had followed Nangong Miaoke back then. Everyone, this is the ancient capital of the Netherworld Sea. What are you trying to do by surrounding us? If you dare cause trouble in the ancient capital of the Netherworld Sea, no matter how strong your background is, you'll be thrown into prison, said Meng Zishu coldly. Ha 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 ha. Who said we were causing trouble? It's clearly you two pieces of trash who offended us. Not only did you not apologize, but you're also being rude and unreasonable. Do you think the imperial guards of the ancient capital of the Netherworld Sea will believe you two independent cultivators? Or will they believe us, the disciples of big clans? Said Mu Liuqing. Meng Zishu's expression kept changing. Lan Jiyu and Meng Zishu couldn't help but smile mockingly. He said indifferently, kneel down and kowtow to us. Then, lick our shoes clean. Then, we'll let you two go. Chapter 1652. These disciples were all arrogant and domineering. There was no one in the Nether Sea world that they did not dare to provoke. After all, the forces behind them were the top forces in the Nether Sea world. However, it was obvious that these people had provoked the wrong person today. Lin Feng did not fall for their tricks. A bunch of trash, how dare you shout in front of me? You are simply courting death. Now, I'll give you a chance. Kneel on the ground and lick my shoes clean. Then, I'll spare you. Lin Feng said indifferently. After hearing Lin Feng's arrogant words, everyone was stunned. Meng Zishu smiled bitterly. He did not expect Lin Feng to be more arrogant than Lan Jiyu and the others. Many of the surrounding cultivators were also very surprised. Many of them muttered in their hearts. That kid actually dared to ask Lan Jiyu and the other young masters to kneel on the ground and lick his shoes clean. Wasn't he courting death? With Lan Jiyu and the others' personalities, how could they let him go so easily? Thinking of this, many people looked at Lin Feng with pity. In the eyes of the surrounding cultivators, Lin Feng would definitely not have a good ending. Killing was prohibited in the Nether Sea ancient capital. These young masters might restrain themselves. However, with their temperament, they would inevitably humiliate Lin Feng ruthlessly. Their limbs might even be broken. Kid, you're courting death. After the group of young masters reacted, they looked at Lin Feng angrily with cold eyes. Someone actually dared to ask them to kneel down and lick his shoes clean. This kind of thing. Usually, these young masters humiliated others and asked others to do such things. Now, someone actually dared to ask them to do such a thing. Was he looking down on them? These young masters all gnashed their teeth in hatred of Lin Feng. Just cripple this kid. Lan Jiyu and Mu Liuqing waved their hands and ordered at the same time. These two people's identities were obviously different. The rest of the young masters also looked up to the two of them as their leaders. Leave it to us. Watch how we deal with this kid. The group of young masters laughed sinisterly as they pounced towards Lin Feng. They're attacking. That brat is doomed. Many of the surrounding cultivators exclaimed in shock. These young masters were not some rich second generations. although they were arrogant and despotic. However, each of them possessed extraordinary strength. After all, he was from a top force and had been able to obtain an endless amount of precious resources to cultivate since he was young. Moreover, the talents of this group of young masters were also quite astonishing. Therefore, their cultivations rose very quickly, and now they had all reached the deity realm. "Brother Lin, let me help you." Meng Zishu stepped forward and said aloud. Lin Feng chuckled and said, "Dealing with a bunch of trash. There is no need for Brother Meng to do anything. I alone am enough." "Brat, you're asking for a beating." When the group of young masters heard Lin Feng calling them trash, they were all furious and couldn't wait to torture and humiliate Lin Feng. Only in this way could they vent their anger. This group of more than a dozen people rushed over quickly, each with a fierce look in their eyes. They waved their right fists and blasted towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and said, "A bunch of trash. Originally, slapping you guys would dirty my hands, but since you're asking for a beating, I don't mind fulfilling your wishes." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng leaped out and rushed into the crowd. Slap, slap, slap. Everyone heard the resounding slap. Soon after, shrill screams could be heard. One by one, the young masters were directly sent flying. Plop, plop. Then, they fell to the ground. These young masters' faces were directly slapped by Lin Feng. Even their bones were exposed. How miserable! How miserable! Now, more than a dozen young masters were all screaming miserably. They looked at Lin Feng with resentment and fear in their eyes. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one expected Lin Feng to be so powerful. He sent one person flying with a slap. These young masters were all direct descendants of the various large families in the Dark Ocean world. They were the top young masters. They were all deities. They didn't even have the strength to resist. Too powerful. No wonder that brat is so arrogant. He has the right to be arrogant. This is going to be a good show. I wonder how this will end. Lan Jiyu and Mu Liuqing are both in the divine flame realm. If they attack, that brat might not be able to resist. I don't think that's the case. There's a 70 to 80% chance that the little brother is hiding his cultivation level. Judging from how he beat a group of young masters half to death, that little brother should also be in the divine flame realm. That's why it's still not certain who will win. Many people were discussing this excitedly. They were just here to watch a good show, so they weren't afraid of making a big deal out of it. The bigger the commotion, the more intense the fight, the more exciting it would be for them. Brother Lin is actually so powerful. Meng Zishu was extremely shocked to see Lin Feng's strength. He couldn't help but think to himself, everyone says that the Tianwu continent doesn't have any strong experts. It seems that the rumors aren't true. What Meng Zishu didn't know was that in the Tianwu continent, Lin Feng was already one of the strongest experts. Furthermore, there were only a handful of experts like him. There really weren't that many experts in the Tianwu continent. "Let's join hands and deal with this brat," said Mu Liuqing. Since things had developed to this point, they naturally wouldn't back down. If they did, they would lose all their face. These young masters cared about their face a lot. Furthermore, in Mu Liuqing's opinion, joining hands with Lan Jiyu to deal with Lin Feng shouldn't be too difficult. "All right." Lan Jiyu nodded. Swoosh, swoosh. The two of them attacked at the same time, quickly rushing towards Lin Feng. Their bodies emitted powerful magic energy fluctuations as they started condensing powerful divine abilities. "Kneel down," shouted Lin Feng coldly. He took a step forward, releasing a soul-stirring aura. Mu Liuqing and Lan Jiyu, who were condensing their divine abilities, were enveloped by Lin Feng's aura. The divine ability they condensed was instantly interrupted. Wah! The two of them coughed up a mouthful of blood, and their legs went soft. Thump! Thump! The two of them immediately knelt down in front of Lin Feng. Heavens, isn't this too terrifying? Many people gasped and looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. Many people had thought that Lin Feng would be able to fight against Mu Liuqing and Lan Jiyu. But nobody would have thought that Lin Feng would be able to oppress Mu Liuqing and Lan Jiyu, two young cultivators who were at the top of their generation, without even attacking. What kind of cultivation base did he have to be able to do that? Lick my shoe clean? Then I'll let you two go. Lin Feng looked at Mu Liuqing and Lan Jiyu indifferently, then raised his right foot and extended his shoe in front of them. Chapter 1653. Brat, do you know what you're doing? How dare you ask us to lick your shoes clean? Do you want to become our family's enemy? Mu Liuqing and Lan Jueyu's faces twisted in anger. They had never felt so humiliated before. It was impossible for them to lick Lin Feng's shoes clean. If they really did that, they would lose all their dignity. It might even form a lingering heart demon. From then on, it would be difficult for them to improve their cultivation. Therefore, the two of them brought up their families to threaten Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not fall for it. He sneered and said, I gave you two a chance, but you two don't know how to cherish it. Since that's the case, I don't mind letting you taste the feeling of being cut into pieces. I'll teach you that there are many people in this world that you can't afford to offend. Whoosh, whoosh. Lin Feng raised his right hand and gently waved it. Blade lights flew out and circled in front of the two cultivators, moving towards them with the intention of killing them. Pu, pu. Tearing sounds could be heard one after another. Mu Liuqing and Lan Jueyu's bodies were cut by the saber light. The two of them screamed in pain. After a short while, their bodies were drenched in blood. Spare us. Spare us. We're willing to lick your shoes clean. Please spare us. Mu Liuqing and Lan Jueyu begged in fear. They had never thought that Lin Feng would dare to torture them like this. The two of them were really scared now. In their eyes, Lin Feng was like a demon. The surrounding people were also stunned. Many of them were guessing Lin Feng's identity. Who would dare to torture Mu Liuqing and Lan Jueyu in such a cruel way? However, Lin Feng dared to do so. Many people were very curious about Lin Feng's identity. Could it be that this young man was also from a top force? Was he from the Jojo continent? However, a strong dragon could not suppress a snake in its old haunts. He was too bold to torture Mu Liuqing and Lan Jueyu like this. Although they were grumbling in their hearts, many of the onlooking cultivators felt incomparably excited. Many people even cheered at the side. Now you know how to beg for mercy. Trash like you don't even have the qualifications to lick my shoes clean. If it weren't for the Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom's restriction on fighting to the death, the two of you would already be corpses. All right, scram. Lin Feng waved his sleeve. Bang bang. Two consecutive dull sounds of collision were heard. Mu Liuqing and Lan Jueyu were swept away. The two of them couldn't help but vomit mouthfuls of blood as their auras withered. Although they hated Lin Feng to the core, they now knew that they were no match for Lin Feng. Being able to escape was already a blessing in disguise. How could they dare to stay any longer? They got up and ran off into the distance, afraid that Lin Feng would go back on his word and not let them go. The rest of the young masters who were lying on the ground also quickly got up and ran away. Meng Zishu smiled bitterly and said, I didn't expect Brother Lin to be such an expert. However, after beating up Mu Liuqing, Lan Jueyu, and the others so miserably today, I'm afraid this matter won't be settled so easily. Lin Feng smiled calmly and said, that's fine too. I also need some opponents to sharpen my cultivation. When he saw Lin Feng's nonchalant expression, Meng Zishu was very impressed. Lin Feng continued, don't let these people ruin our drinking mood. Haha, we won't go home until we're drunk today. Meng Zishu said. The two of them entered Wangjun Pavilion. The surrounding cultivators were still excitedly discussing the conflict just now. Everyone was pointing at Lin Feng, and many people even sent their subordinates to investigate Lin Feng's identity. Lin Feng and Meng Zishu asked for a private room, and the two of them drank and chatted. Lin Feng mainly asked Meng Zishu about the various factions of the 9 provinces and some of the top experts. After all, he was about to head to the 9 provinces. He needed to have some understanding of the 9 provinces in advance. It was better to be safe than sorry. Meng Zishu did not hold back and told Lin Feng everything he knew. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Meng Zishu asked. Young masters, I'm from the Northern Fairy Garden. I'm here to propose a toast to the two of you, A pleasant voice came from outside. The voice was soft and gentle. After hearing it, everyone felt as if their bones were about to go soft. Who's this? Lin Feng looked at Meng Zishu. This is the owner of Wangjun Pavilion. Her identity is very mysterious. Meng Zishu said. Obviously, Meng Zishu knew this woman. Lin Feng nodded. Meng Zishu said, so it's the fairy from the Northern Fairy Garden. Please come in. A woman pushed the door open and entered, followed by a pretty maidservant. The woman was dressed in white. She was tall and had an otherworldly aura. She was also extremely beautiful. Her face was the size of a palm, and it was exquisite and beautiful. Her rosy cherry lips were especially alluring, and it gave people the urge to suck them and taste them carefully. Young Master Meng, Northern Fairy Garden bowed to Meng Zishu. Meng Zishu bowed in return. Then, Northern Fairy Garden bowed to Lin Feng. She smiled and said, I haven't asked for this young master's name yet. Lin Feng. So it's Lin Gongzi. I took the liberty to come here, so I'll drink 3 cups of wine first. I hope the 2 young masters won't blame me for coming uninvited. Northern Fairy Garden raised her cup and drank 3 cups of wine in a row. Fairy Garden is too polite. Lin Feng didn't let Northern Fairy Garden drink alone. He also drank 3 cups of wine with her. Northern Fairy Garden had clearly seen how Lin Feng had dealt with Mu Liuqing, Lan Jueyu, and the others. Thus, she took advantage of Lin Feng's visit to Lord Gazing Restaurant to befriend him. Lin Feng and Meng Zishu invited Northern Fairy Garden to sit down and chat. Northern Fairy Garden happily agreed. This was exactly what she wanted. Northern Fairy Garden was a smooth and slick woman. She was very good at finding topics to chat about, so the atmosphere was very harmonious. Lin Feng received a shocking piece of news from Northern Fairy Garden. The 9 States Alliance's fleet had set off more than a month ago, and their destination was the Netherseer world. When he heard this news, Lin Feng was very happy. He was still hoping to follow the 9 States Alliance's fleet to the 9 States continent. The merfolk are relying on their strength to act lawlessly. They even dared to rob the 9 States Alliance's fleet and destroyed 10 of their ships. They've thoroughly angered the 9 States Alliance. Now that the 9 States Alliance's fleet is heading to the Netherseer world, there'll be a good show to watch. Meng Zishu said. It's said that the 9 States Alliance has sent more than 200 warships this time. Such a huge fleet. It's obvious that they want to annihilate the merfolk. Northern Fairy Garden said. When Lin Feng and Meng Zishu heard about the 9 States Alliance's fleet, they were incomparably shocked. So many warships. It was indeed a huge threat to the merfolk. However, it wouldn't be easy to annihilate the merfolk. After all, the merfolk's strength was also very terrifying. However, the 9 States Alliance had to at least show this attitude to restore the 9 States Alliance's reputation. The powers behind the 9 States Alliance are very terrifying. It's said that the 9 States Alliance has some relations with a few immortal sects. Their background is incomparably deep. Meng Zishu said. Northern Fairy Garden said, that's right. The 9 States Alliance does have relations with a few immortal sects. The 9 States Alliance will pay tribute to those immortal sects every year. Without the support of those immortal sects, the 9 States Alliance wouldn't be able to become the 9 States world's #1 merchant alliance. Lin Feng's heart moved. He felt that this Northern Fairy Garden wasn't simple. She knew so much about the 9 States Alliance, but he didn't know who this woman was. Chapter 1654. After the banquet ended, Lin Feng and Meng Zishu left Lord Gazing Pavilion. Meng Zishu invited Lin Feng to stay at the academy, but Lin Feng had already booked an inn, so he tactfully declined. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng took a bath before lying down to rest. Now, he had to wait for the 9 States Alliance's fleet to arrive in the Netherosian Divine Kingdom. Most people probably didn't know about this yet. The fact that the Northern Immortal Garden knew about this showed how extraordinary she was. Brat! Get the hell out here. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Feng heard someone shouting outside. He walked out and found that it was Nangong Miaoke who was riding her 9-headed devil lion. With Nangong Miaoke's abilities, Lin Feng wasn't surprised that she had found his residence. "Why are you looking for me?" He looked at Nangong Miaoke and asked. "I heard that you were very impressive yesterday, beating Mu Liuqing, Lan Jueyu, and the others half to death." Nangong Miaoke looked coldly at Lin Feng. "That's true. Why? Are you here to avenge them?" Lin Feng asked indifferently. "What does their life or death have to do with me?" Nangong Miaoke coldly harumphed and said, "I was blind back then and couldn't tell that you were an expert. Today, I'll have a taste of your ultimate techniques." Nangong Miaoke wasn't afraid of anything, and she always caused trouble. She knew that Lin Feng's cultivation was extraordinary, so she wanted to challenge Lin Feng. "I don't fight with women," Lin Feng said indifferently. Nangong Miaoke immediately said angrily, "Are you looking down on women?" Lin Feng flicked his sleeves and said, "Women are meant to be loved. That's why I don't choose to fight with women." Some of the onlookers started whispering among themselves. Was this brat trying to flirt with Nangong Miaoke? What a flowery speech. "I can tell at a glance that you're not a good person." Nangong Miaoke sneered at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I'm just stating my own point of view. Besides, I'm not interested in you. You don't have a face, you don't have a figure, and you don't have a chest. A woman like you doesn't even have the qualifications to warm my bed. At most, you can only be a servant. Serve tea and water." The corners of many people's mouths twitched violently. This kid really dared to say that. That woman was the famous little demoness Nangong Miaoke. Saying such words to Nangong Miaoke, could it be that he did not want to live anymore? Nangong Miaoku was so angry that her face turned ashen. Women hated it the most when others said that they weren't pretty or that their figure wasn't good. Nangong Miaoke naturally cared about her appearance and figure. She said coldly, "Are you blind? The number of people chasing after me can encircle the ancient capital of the Netherworld Sea. How dare you say that I don't have a figure, a face, or a chest? Beat this guy to death." Roar. After receiving the order, the nine-headed devil lion immediately roared. Following that, it jumped up and arrived in front of Lin Feng. It waved its huge claws and slapped towards Lin Feng. "That's a divine fire realm beast. I'm afraid that brat is going to suffer." Seeing the nine-headed devil lion attack Lin Feng, many people immediately cried out in alarm. "Little lion, get down." Lin Feng coldly glanced at the nine-headed devil lion, the domineering aura in his body faintly discernible. Cultivators might not be able to sense the domineering aura in Lin Feng's body. However, the perception of a vicious beast had always far surpassed that of a cultivator. Although Lin Feng did not release his domineering aura, after seeing Lin Feng's eyes, the nine-headed devil lion was already so scared that its entire body was trembling. With a plop, it laid down in front of Lin Feng, lowered its head, and let out a fawning cry. "This!" Many people looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what had happened. The nine-headed devil lion was such a powerful vicious beast, how could it be tamed so easily? Could it be that this brat was a beast tamer? Rumor had it that beast tamers were able to tame vicious beasts in an extremely short period of time through various mysterious methods. "Big Black, bite him. Bite him to death," Nangong Miaoke shouted. However, the nine-headed devil lion remained unmoved. This caused Nangong Miaoke to be furious. Her own mount. It actually didn't listen to her, its master. Nangong Miaoke angrily looked at Lin Feng and said, "What did you do to Big Black?" Lin Feng laughed lightly and said, "This lion is more sensible than its master, knowing that it can't afford to provoke me, so it laid on the ground and took the initiative to submit. All right, let's leave today's matter at that. I don't have the mood to lower myself to the level of a little girl like you. Hurry up and leave, don't disturb my cultivation. Brat, don't be complacent, we haven't even exchanged blows yet, take a punch from me first." Nangong Miaoke arrogantly snorted, and leaped up from the nine-headed devil lion's body. She punched towards Lin Feng. Above her right hand, there was an endless amount of divine power. It was as if a great amount of power had erupted. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he sent a palm strike towards Nangong Miaoke. Bang! The two of them collided. Nangong Miaoka immediately felt that all the power she had accumulated in her attack was instantly dispersed by Lin Feng. Nangong Miaoka was shocked in her heart. Obviously, she did not expect Lin Feng's cultivation to be so terrifying. Lin Feng withdrew his palm and did not attack Nangong Miaoka. Just as he had said. With his breadth of mind. Naturally, he would not bother with a pestering Nangong Miaoka. Nangong Miaoka also quickly retreated a few steps, her expression uncertain. "Brat! I've finally found you." At this moment, a sneer came from the distance, and 3 mermen walked over. "Hurry up and retreat, it's mermen." When the surrounding cultivators saw the 3 mermen coming over, their expressions suddenly changed, and they quickly made way for the mermen. The merman race was a race that no one dared to offend. Even the Dark Ocean Divine Nation, the overlord of the Dark Ocean, would not provoke the merman race. This was because this race was too powerful, and no one was willing to offend such a powerful race. Among the 3 mermen, one was from the black-scaled race, one was from the dual-winged race, and the last was from the silver-scaled race. These 3 mermen were all terrifyingly strong. Lin Feng indifferently glanced at the 3 mermen and said, "What's wrong? Do you need something from me?" The 3 mermen looked at Lin Feng with indifferent expressions, and their gaze was sinister and terrifying. "You killed He Muya. You deserve to die. Do you know?" The merman from the black-scaled race was called He Mushuan. His cold eyes swept towards Lin Feng, filled with killing intent. Many people were shocked. That young cultivator killed a merman? Wasn't this too terrifying? Even Nangong Miaoka was incomparably shocked. She had been guessing Lin Feng's cultivation level just now. She had not expected him to be able to break her attack so easily. Now it seemed like, this despicable guy seemed to be far more terrifying than she had imagined. That guy who died was called He Muya. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. Then, he raised his eyebrows and said, "That's right, he was killed by me." "Why? Do you want to die as well?" Many people laughed bitterly. Facing the 3 powerful mermen, he actually dared to say, "You're here to die too." Wasn't this too arrogant? Chapter 1655. The anger in the 3 mermen's hearts was almost uncontrollable. There was actually someone who dared to be so arrogant in front of them. This made the 3 mermen's killing intent surge. The mermen were a high and mighty race. Their race had ruled the sea world for countless eras. This had also nurtured their arrogant character. "Brat! You're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly here. Today, I'll kill you," He Mushuan said coldly. He stepped forward, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Many people were shocked. Were they going to fight? Moreover, it was with mermen. Although these mermen had been trapped for more than 8 million years, their cultivation levels had plummeted. However, they were still incomparably terrifying. Most importantly, although these mermen's cultivation levels had fallen, their comprehension of the Tao had not. After more than 8 million years of life and death battles in the forbidden divine realm, the surviving mermen had a deeper understanding of various Taos. Time and time again, the life and death battles had allowed them to constantly temper themselves, reducing complexity to simplicity. Now, they had grasped every move and style. They were different from the ultimate techniques and divine abilities that ordinary cultivators had grasped. Every move they had grasped. Every style. They were all simplified killing moves. This made the surviving mermen even more terrifying. They were simply killing machines. Moreover, although these mermen's cultivation levels had fallen, they were still quasi-true gods. They were abnormally powerful, and their cultivation levels were much higher than Lin Feng's. Therefore, if they really fought, almost no one thought that Lin Feng would be able to contend against these mermen. Perhaps there was no need for the 3 mermen to attack together. A single mermaid was enough to fight. Just you alone? It's not enough. The 3 of you can come together. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. "Brat, who do you think you are? Are you qualified to make us attack together?" Endless killing intent burst out from the eyes of the other 2 mermen. Lin Feng looked down on them. This made the proud and arrogant merman very angry. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show were dumbfounded. Originally, Seeing Lin Feng provoking the mermen was already arrogant enough. Now they knew. What was that? Look at how angry the 3 mermen were. Don't worry. I will kill him. Let this brat pay for his stupidity with blood. He Muxuan's voice was indifferent as he spoke to the other 2 mermen. His attack was ready, and he slashed towards Lin Feng. Please stop, said Lin Feng. A deep shout was heard. Over 100 armored cultivators flew over from afar. The imperial guards of the Dark Sea ancient capital. Seeing the arrival of those cultivators, many people's expressions changed slightly. Then, they shook their heads helplessly with regretful expressions. These imperial guards were all experts. Once they appeared, the battle naturally couldn't continue. The one who spoke was the leader of the imperial guards. He looked to be in his 30s and was tall and sturdy. He gave off a very oppressive feeling. Some people were discussing the identity of this imperial guard. His name was Wu Chao, and he was the vice commander of the imperial guards. He Muxuan's expression turned ugly when he saw the arrival of the imperial guards. However, he stopped and did not continue to attack Lin Feng. No matter how arrogant He Muxuan was. He also knew how to behave in front of the imperial guards in the Dark Sea ancient capital. If he went against the imperial guards, he would definitely be chased out. At that time, he would lose all his face and become a laughingstock. Lieutenant Wu, you really have a lot of free time. You actually have the time to come here. He Muxuan obviously knew Wu Chao. There was a hint of mockery in his voice. Wu Chao said indifferently, I am in charge of the safety of the Dark Sea ancient capital. Where can I not go? As for you, He Muxuan, are you trying to cause trouble in the Dark Sea ancient capital? He Muxuan said, I just want to teach a brat a lesson. How can you say that I'm causing trouble? However, since Lieutenant Wu is here, I will give you face today and let this brat go for now. Let's go. He Muxuan waved his hand and was about to leave with the other 2 mermen. Did I say you could leave? At that moment, a calm voice was heard. After hearing this voice, everyone had an astonished expression. Everyone turned to look at Lin Feng. Even Nangong Miaoke had doubts in her heart. Lieutenant Wu Chao saved him from this calamity, but this guy stopped He Muxuan. It seems like he doesn't want to let He Muxuan go. What is he trying to do? He Muxuan turned to look at Lin Feng. He was also puzzled. He did not know why Lin Feng had stopped him. You want to leave after acting tough in my place? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Who do you think you are? You can come and go as you please. Now, kneel on the ground and kowtow 10 times to apologize, and I won't bicker with you about what happened today. Lin Feng said indifferently. Everyone was stunned when they heard Lin Feng's words. Arrogant. He was too arrogant. This brat actually made an expert like He Muxuan kneel on the ground and kowtow in apology. Was this brat a fool? Many people muttered in their hearts. Even Lieutenant Wu Chao could not help but frown. Over the years, he had seen all kinds of geniuses and disciples of various aristocratic families. However, he had never seen someone as arrogant as Lin Feng. This was his first time seeing someone like this. However, Wu Chao did not say anything this time. He wanted to see how Lin Feng would deal with this matter. Brat, I think you're tired of living. He Muxuan could not help but roar. His eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. If eyes could kill, Lin Feng would have been cut into pieces by He Muxuan's cold gaze. It seems like you don't intend to kowtow in apology. Lin Feng sneered. He looked at Lieutenant Wu Chao and said, My lord, I believe there should be an arena of life and death in the Nether Ocean ancient capital, right? There is indeed an arena of life and death. Wu Chao nodded and said, Once the arena of life and death is activated, one person will die. Once the arena is activated, one person will die. Ha. Since there's an arena of life and death, that's great. I'll be waiting for you in the arena of life and death in 3 days. Lin Feng looked at He Muxuan coldly. An arena of life and death. Many people became excited. No one expected Lin Feng to challenge He Muxuan. Ha. He Muxuan laughed loudly. His face was filled with cruelty as he said, Since you're in such a hurry to die, in 3 days, I'll come and take your head. You should worry about your own head. Lin Feng pursed his lips. He Muxuan could not help but snort coldly. He did not say anything else and left with the other two mermaids. Wu Chao looked at Lin Feng in a deep and meaningful way and then left with his people. Many of the surrounding cultivators were excitedly discussing the upcoming battle. It would definitely be brilliant, causing them to look forward to it with incomparable anticipation. You arrogant fellow. You recklessly challenged the mermaids. When the time comes, only death will await you. Hurry up and run. Although it's embarrassing, at least you'll be able to keep your life. Nangong Miaoke looked at Lin Feng and said. From her point of view, Lin Feng challenging He Muxuan was like hitting a rock with an egg. Chapter 1656. Lin Feng looked at Nangong Miaoke with a smile and said, What? Are you concerned about me? Why would I care about you? Don't flatter yourself. Nangong Miaoke snorted. You don't have to be shy. Just admit it. Maybe if I'm happy, I'll promote you from a servant who serves tea to a servant who warms my bed. The night is long and I don't want to sleep. With a servant who warms my bed, I can do a lot of things. Lin Feng glanced at Nangong Miaoke's beautiful body and said with a smile. Damn hooligan, shameless. Nangong Miaoke gritted her teeth in hatred. She had never suffered like today. She wanted to beat Lin Feng up, but she was no match for Lin Feng. She could only endure for now. She jumped onto the 9-headed demon lion and rode it into the sky. Before leaving, she glared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng returned to his room and continued to cultivate. Lin Feng didn't challenge He Muxuan for no reason. Lin Feng wanted to see him after breaking through. What level had his battle strength reached? My sovereign emperor blood was about to awaken a second ability. Now, my cultivation has broken through 2 levels consecutively. It should be time for it to awaken. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He took out the dragon blood. This was the blood of the saber-toothed dragon. The dragon blood was very nourishing. Lin Feng planned to continue using the dragon blood to increase the power of the sovereign emperor blood, hoping to awaken it again. Time passed. 3 days later. Lin Feng refined a large amount of dragon blood. His sovereign emperor blood had been upgraded. Originally, Lin Feng's sovereign emperor blood occupied 15% of his bloodline. Now, it had reached 20%. In these few days, other than using the dragon blood to upgrade his bloodline, he also used tens of thousands of origin crystals to refine the sovereign emperor blood. This was a huge fortune. Ordinary people couldn't afford it. Even for Lin Feng, tens of thousands of origin crystals wasn't a small amount. But, as long as it could help him awaken the second ability of the sovereign bloodline, then everything would be worth it. Lin Feng was well aware of just how powerful the sovereign bloodline's first ability, Sovereign World Annihilation, was. As such, Lin Feng had always been looking forward to the second ability of the sovereign bloodline. This time, after consuming all the dragon blood and tens of thousands of origin crystals, Lin Feng's sovereign bloodline had finally awakened a second ability. The second ability of the sovereign bloodline was called Judgment. He was like the ruler of heaven and earth, judging all living beings in the world. After awakening his second ability, Lin Feng was extremely excited. Right now, he had yet to unleash the second ability of the sovereign bloodline, Judgment. Therefore, he didn't know how powerful this divine ability was. However, there was one thing that Lin Feng was clear about. The second ability of the sovereign's imperial bloodline was definitely much more powerful than the first ability. And in these few days, many people had heard that a young cultivator had issued a life and death challenge to a black-scale mermaid. This incident caused quite a stir in the Dark Sea ancient capital. After all, when it came to the mermen, everyone's expression changed. And now, someone actually dared to issue a life and death challenge to the mermen. It was truly unexpected. Many people were talking about this matter. On this day, after Meng Zishu received the news, he came to Lin Feng's place. After seeing Lin Feng, Meng Zishu smiled bitterly and said, I heard that Brother Lin has issued a life and death challenge to He Muxuan of the Black Scale clan. This He Muxuan is a terrifying figure. 8 million years ago, This person was only a step away from stepping into the heavenly god realm. Although he was trapped in the forbidden god realm and his cultivation fell, he is still not to be underestimated. I have a treasure here called the Sun-Moon Universe Bell. It is a forbidden artifact forged from stones of the sun and moon and the power of the universe. It still has 2 uses. Brother Lin, take it. Brother Lin, it might be of great use. As he spoke, Meng Zishu took out a small bell-like treasure. It was obviously the Sun-Moon Universe Bell that he was talking about. This small bell should be a life-saving treasure for Meng Zishu at a critical moment. Now that he had taken it out, Lin Feng felt a slight warmth in his heart. Meng Zishu was a very loyal person. He said, I appreciate Brother Meng's good intentions, but since I dared to issue a challenge to He Mushuan, I am confident that I can defeat him. So, Brother Meng, you don't need to worry. Let's go to the Lord Pavilion and have a drink tonight. What do you think? The battle was imminent. Seeing that Lin Feng was still so carefree and still in the mood to drink, Meng Zishu was full of admiration for Lin Feng. He and Lin Feng went to the Lord Pavilion together. When the Northern Fairy Garden heard that Lin Feng had come, she brought some fine wine to Lin Feng and Meng Zishu's private room. She smiled and said, tomorrow is a life and death battle, yet young master still came out to drink. Could it be that young master already has victory in his hands? Lin Feng smiled and said, the battle hasn't started yet, so it's hard to predict the outcome. Besides, there's no point in worrying. Why don't we drink to our heart's content and get drunk? Then I'll accompany young master to get drunk tonight. The Northern Fairy Garden smiled and poured Lin Feng a cup of fine wine. The beauty was right beside him, and he could even smell the fragrance of the Northern Fairy Yuan's alluring body. The next day, many cultivators who had heard about the battle rushed to the square where the arena was located. The square was bustling with people, and He Mushuan was the first to arrive. He landed on the arena and waited for Lin Feng to arrive. He Mushuan is already here. Why isn't that kid here yet? Did he run away before the battle? That's possible. The atmosphere shook. Countless cultivators were discussing the battle. When they saw that Lin Feng hadn't arrived yet, many people thought that Lin Feng had already left the Dark Sea ancient capital and didn't dare to accept the battle. He Mushuan couldn't help but frown. His expression was gloomy. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted, look, that kid is here. Someone recognized Lin Feng and pointed at Lin Feng, who was flying over from afar. When they saw that Lin Feng had arrived, everyone became excited. Everyone hoped that the battle would be more intense. That way, the spectators would be able to watch a free show. He's really young. He's so young, yet he dares to challenge He Mushuan. Isn't he courting death? When they saw Lin Feng, many people started muttering. Lin Feng was too young. They didn't know where Lin Feng got the courage to challenge someone as strong as He Mushuan. My lord. Look. It's him. There were 6 or 7 people standing in the crowd. If Lin Feng saw the person in the lead, he would definitely recognize her. The person in the lead was a woman. That woman was none other than He Mushuan. She was the mysterious woman he met on the 9 States Alliance's ancient ship, Anziru. Anziru had also survived that calamity and had come to the Dark Sea ancient capital. I really didn't expect him to be the one challenging He Mushuan. If he's killed by He Mushuan, it will save us a lot of trouble. Anziru narrowed her phoenix eyes and looked at Lin Feng, who was flying over from afar. Chapter 1657. Lin Feng landed on the arena and looked at He Mushuan from 100 meters away. Buzz. At that moment, the restrictions on the arena were activated. A huge energy barrier appeared and enveloped the arena. Unless one of them was killed, the barrier would not dissipate. That was why the arena was so terrifying. Kid, you're not a coward after all. He Mushuan licked his scarlet tongue, his eyes flashing with killing intent. How exciting. I can't wait to taste your blood. He let out a burst of sinister laughter. A cold aura spread out from He Mushuan's body. The whole world seemed to have turned into a netherworld. It's the nether devil art. It's a peerless technique. He Mushuan is going to use it. A cultivator said solemnly. He Mushuan was indeed terrifying. The aura he emitted was suffocating. Many people felt like ants when they sensed He Muxuan's aura. He Muxuan was a high and mighty god. Ants needed to look up to gods. Do you feel fear now? I'll let you die in fear. He Muxuan's eyes flashed with killing intent. Lin Feng said indifferently, in my eyes, you're just a piece of trash. I'll let you have 3 moves. You can attack me within 3 moves, and I won't fight back. After that, I'll kill you. Isn't that guy being too arrogant? He Muxuan is a quasi-true god. That kid actually dares to look down on him. Doesn't he know that arrogance is sure to lead to defeat? Maybe he has some powerful treasure on him. That's my guess. If he didn't have any powerful treasures, he's a young cultivator. How can he be so arrogant when facing an expert like He Muxuan? Many people started discussing spiritedly. Their eyes were fixed on the 2 people in the arena, afraid that they would miss anything. Kid, you'll pay the price for your arrogance. He Muxuan roared. He Muxuan was clearly infuriated. Lin Feng's contempt toward him caused He Muxuan to feel that his face had been damaged. Right now, he only wanted to tear Lin Feng into pieces. This was the only way to vent his anger. He Muxuan's body was surrounded by netherworld energy. This was the power condensed from the netherworld devil art. All of his abilities were powered by the power of the underworld. Because of that, He Muxuan's attack was extremely strange. And it was incomparably powerful. He Muxuan leaped out and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. The terrifying palm strike was about to land on Lin Feng's body. Whoosh, a series of after-images appeared in the void. Lin Feng instantly retreated tens of meters away, while He Muxuan's attack hit empty air. What a fast speed. Many people couldn't help but gasp. First move. Lin Feng said indifferently. Brat, take this. He Muxuan laughed sinisterly. His hands kept changing seals. A monstrous black fog surged out from his body. Netherworld devil art. Myriad demons devour gods. Screech. Screech. A sharp and ear-piercing cry came from the black fog. Countless demonic shadows began to take shape. They were demons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Their roars shook the sky. Each of them was incomparably ferocious. All of them pounced towards Lin Feng. This was an offensive ability recorded in the Netherworld devil art. It was a very vicious and evil demonic ability. Sovereign Emperor blood. Evil demons cannot invade. Lin Feng whispered. Stepping forward, the Sovereign Emperor blood in his body circulated. Surges of ruler power flowed through his body. Lin Feng's temperament suddenly changed greatly. At this moment, he became very sacred. Many people had the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. It was as if they were facing a supreme sovereign. The sovereign's meaning. It was to control everything in the world. High and mighty. Gods and demons submitted. When the 10,000 demons approached Lin Feng, they couldn't bear the pressure of the sovereign emperor blood in Lin Feng's body. They cried out in fear and dodged. You actually scared away my 10,000 demon shadows. You have some skills. Take this netherworld ghost claw. He Muxuan laughed sinisterly. He directly came in front of Lin Feng. His right hand formed a claw and directly grabbed at Lin Feng. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that he couldn't avoid it. He was hit by the netherworld ghost claw. It locked onto his body. Let's see how you die. He Muxuan sneered. It was as if he could already see Lin Feng's blood staining the arena. But soon, He Muxuan's smile froze on his face. Because Lin Feng traveled through the void and dodged his attack. This was the ability that the golden-winged rock had given to Lin Feng. As Lin Feng's cultivation level increased to the god realm, his void travel was almost instantaneous. Behind me. He Muxuan looked glum and quickly grabbed behind him. 3 attacks have passed and you haven't even touched the corner of my clothes. Your cultivation level is only SOSO. You disappoint me. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He didn't want to fight against He Muxuan. Instead, he quickly retreated a dozen meters. He Muxuan's attack missed again. He Muxuan's speed was much slower than Lin Feng's. Therefore, his attack couldn't touch Lin Feng at all. After Lin Feng retreated, he started to circulate the ruler's imperial blood to activate the second special ability that he had just awakened. Little boy, you're just a little faster. Compared to me, your spiritual power is like the difference between heaven and earth. How dare you boast shamelessly in front of me? Isn't your speed fast? Today, I'll make it so that you can't be fast anymore. Great delaying technique. He Muxuan shouted and used a powerful technique called the 3000 Great Tao. After the great delaying technique was used, in a flash, the entire battle ring was shrouded by a strange power. This power was the power of slowing things down. The power greatly reduced Lin Feng's speed. Great delaying technique. That little boy's speed will be reduced. He'll have no choice but to compete with He Muxuan in terms of spiritual energy. Won't he die for sure? Some cultivators cried out in alarm. Lin Feng's spiritual energy couldn't be compared to He Muxuan's. Many cultivators could sense that. As far as they were concerned, Lin Feng's only way to fight against He Muxuan was to rely on his speed to fight against him. But now, he didn't even have the advantage of speed. The result of this battle was obvious. Die. He Muxuan smiled viciously and charged at Lin Feng. He used the Netherworld Hell Slash to attack Lin Feng. He wanted to cut Lin Feng in half. He Muxuan, it's too early for you to be happy. Today, I'll show you my peerless technique. Lin Feng shouted and walked toward He Muxuan step by step. The power of judgment surged in Lin Feng's body. The power of judgment emitted a dazzling light. At that moment, Lin Feng seemed to have turned into the supreme ruler of heaven and earth. I can rule over 10,000 worlds. I can judge billions of living beings. This technique of mine is called the Sovereign's Judgment, shouted Lin Feng. He raised his right hand and slashed in front of him. The moment the peerless technique, Sovereign's Judgment, was used, between heaven and earth, everything was silent. The power of judgment instantly engulfed He Muxuan. No! He Muxuan screamed in fear. Bang! In the next moment, He Muxuan's body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. His body and soul were destroyed on the spot. Under the attack of the Sovereign's Judgment, He Muxuan didn't even have the power to resist. He was instantly killed by Lin Feng. Chapter 1658. The huge square was packed with people, but now, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Even someone as strong as He Muxuan had been killed in a single move. Wasn't that young cultivator a little too terrifying? Who is he? He's so strong at such a young age. His talent is monstrous. He might be the second fairy Qing Shui. Could he be a disciple of the 9 provinces' 10 great immortal sects? After a short moment of silence, a deafening commotion broke out. This battle had been too shocking. Lin Feng's strength had deeply shocked everyone. Sir, Lin Feng is getting stronger and stronger. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to deal with him, said the people beside Ziru with ugly expressions. After witnessing Lin Feng kill He Muxuan, they didn't even have the courage to fight Lin Feng. And Ziru's expression changed. She said, I know what I'm doing. The others nodded and didn't say anything else. The restriction around the arena of life and death dissipated. Lin Feng was sent flying. Although the other 2 mermaids hated Lin Feng to the core, they didn't dare to do anything to Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Meng Zishu left. Countless cultivators were still excitedly talking about the battle that had just ended. Soon, people came to visit Lin Feng, but Lin Feng refused to see them. Until Northern Fairy Yuan arrived. Fairy, why are you here? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Northern Fairy Yuan said, I don't know who leaked the news, but many people know that I'm on good terms with you. They set up a banquet in Wangjun Pavilion and wanted me to come and persuade you. I was unwilling, but those large factions couldn't afford to offend me, so I had to come. I hope you won't blame me for being rude. Northern Fairy Yuan put on a pitiful expression as she spoke. Women were all natural actresses. Lin Feng had a deep understanding of those words. He had come in contact with many beautiful women. These beautiful women were all very good at acting. However, since the Northern Fairy Garden had come personally, he still had to give her face. Lin Feng said, How could I blame the fairy garden? As long as it's within my ability, I will definitely not disappoint you. The Northern Immortal Garden shyly replied, "Thank you for your kindness, sir. The banquet will be tomorrow at 6 p.m., and I'll send someone to pick you up." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." Northern Fairy Garden stayed with Lin Feng for a while and chatted with Lin Feng for a while before leaving. Not long after they left the Northern Fairy Garden, Lin Feng was surprised that a guest had come to visit him. This guest was none other than Nziru, the extremely beautiful woman. She hadn't seen Nziru in a while. Nziru was still as beautiful, charming, and flirtatious as ever. Her entire body exuded a mature beauty, like a ripe peach. Of course, Lin Feng had always been wary of Nziru. This was because he had always suspected that Nziru had ill intentions towards him. Although Nziru didn't show any signs of abnormality, Lin Feng had always trusted his intuition. Now, he was only pretending to be polite with Nziru. "I never thought that I would be able to see the fairy garden here. I've been worried about the fairy garden's safety all this time. Now that I see that the fairy garden is fine, I can finally relax," Lin Feng said with a smile. Nziru smiled and said, "Sir, are you really worried about my safety? Or are you just saying sweet nothings? Are you trying to make me happy?" Lin Feng thought to himself, "It would be strange if I cared about you. I'm not even related to you, so why would I care about you?" Of course, he couldn't say this to Nziru. Lin Feng said, "Of course I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. Every word comes from the bottom of my heart." He. Nziru smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, sir. I've been worried about your safety all this time. Today, when I saw the battle between you and the mermaid cultivator, I knew that you were fine. I could finally heave a sigh of relief. However, when I thought about how powerful the mermaid cultivator was, I became worried again. Luckily, Sir managed to kill the mermaid cultivator." Nziru was clearly a person who spoke human language when she saw a person, and spoke ghost when she saw a ghost. Lin Feng naturally didn't believe that Nziru was worried about him. Lin Feng asked, "Did the fairy garden see my 2 followers when we broke out of the encirclement?" "I didn't see them. However, your 2 followers have very high cultivations. They should be fine," Nziru said. "I hope so." Lin Feng nodded. Nziru said, "During this time, I found a treasure trove. I've obtained a treasure map to a secret overseas treasure trove, and I'm currently deciphering it. Once I've deciphered the map, would you be willing to come with me to explore the overseas treasure trove?" "Oh, treasure trove?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. "It's said that the treasure trove is on the other side of the Nether Island. That place is very dangerous, but if the treasure trove appears there, we'll definitely reap great rewards," Nziru said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "All right, let's go together. It's getting late, so I won't disturb Sir's rest." Nziru stood up. Lin Feng smiled and said, "The night is long, and you'll be alone even if you go back. Why don't you stay here tonight?" Nziru rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and said, "I'm not that kind of woman. Haha, what I meant was that I wanted to invite Fairy Garden to drink and discuss the Tao. I wonder what Fairy Garden is thinking about." Lin Feng said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Nziru's beautiful face blushed slightly. She was really more delicate than a flower. She bit her red lips, as if she was afraid that Lin Feng would say something outrageous, so she quickly left. After Nziru left, Lin Feng fell into deep thought. This Nziru seemed to be haunting him like a ghost. Did this woman really come with good intentions? Or was she plotting against him? If Nziru really wanted to harm him, in this trip to the treasure trove, this woman would definitely reveal her foxtail. The next day, the Northern Immortal Garden sent someone to bring Lin Feng to the gathering at Jungazing Restaurant. This time, Lin Feng was invited by these cultivators. They were basically the upper echelons of the various large factions in the sea, and even a prince from the Nether Ocean Divine Kingdom. Everyone chatted happily, and during the gathering, a group of people also talked about the 9 States Alliance's battleship. The 9 States Alliance's battleship had already arrived at the Nether Ocean. The battle between the Nine States Alliance's battleship and the merfolk was about to erupt. Many people were gloating. It was obvious that the cultivators of the Nether Ocean didn't have a good impression of the merfolk. Now that the merfolk had escaped from the Forbidden God world, they had become one of the largest factions in the Nether Ocean realm. Many of the territories and resources of the other factions had been snatched away by the merfolk. Naturally, many factions were full of complaints about the merfolk. However, the merfolk were too strong, and everyone could only swallow their anger for now. Now that the Nine States Alliance was about to go to war with the merfolk, the various factions of the Nether Ocean realm were happy to see this. Chapter 1659. Over the next few days, the mermaids who were still in the Dark Sea ancient capital left one after another. Clearly, they had heard about the Nine States Alliance's arrival in the Dark Sea. Lin Feng was invited by Northern Fairy Yuan to listen to her music. Not only was Northern Fairy Yuan beautiful, but she was also proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She was truly a talented woman. Northern Fairy Yuan played a song called Ambush from 10 Sides. This song was filled with a powerful army, and it was filled with killing intent. It complemented the current situation in the Dark Sea. The battle between the Nine States Alliance's fleet and the mermaids was about to break out. Many people even went to watch the battle. After Northern Fairy Yuan finished playing Ambush from 10 Sides, Lin Feng clapped his hands and said, "What a good song. I wonder if there's any deeper meaning behind it." Northern Fairy Yuan said, "The mermaids have been trapped for more than 8 million years, and their vitality has been greatly damaged. Now that they've escaped from the Forbidden God realm, they need to restore their prestige. Defeating the Nine States Alliance's fleet is a great opportunity for them to do so. They want to announce to the world that the mermaids have returned." Lin Feng said, "Isn't the price too high? Think about it, sir. The mermaids haven't been able to escape from the Forbidden God realm for more than 8 million years. Why would they be able to escape now? It's very likely that they had a fortuitous encounter in the Forbidden God realm, and they're very confident now." Northern Fairy Yuan said. Northern Fairy Yuan was a very mysterious woman. She knew many things that others didn't. Lin Feng knew this very well. Since Northern Fairy Yuan had said this, it was obvious that she wasn't speaking without thinking. Lin Feng said, "Two tigers fighting. One of them will definitely be injured. This battle is also something that all the great powers in the Dark Sea want to see." Northern Fairy Yuan nodded and said, "These powers can't wait for the mermaids and the Nine States Alliance to be defeated." The next day, Lin Feng also went to the sea where the battle was taking place. When he arrived, the battle had already begun. The mermaids could control the power of the sea. The center of the battle was filled with white fog that blocked out the sun. It was impossible to see what was happening inside. "It's them." Lin Feng saw 5 cultivators shrouded in black robes. Although they had already taken human form. However, Lin Feng still felt a familiar aura. These 5 people were none other than the 5 Yazi holy beasts that had escaped from the 9th layer of the Forbidden God realm. Since these guys are here, who knows what terrifying things will happen? I'd better run away. Lin Feng hurriedly left. The 5 Yazis were too terrifying. Furthermore, they were extremely evil. Lin Feng had seen them devour all the living beings on the island, so how could he dare to stay any longer? About 30 miles away, Lin Feng was attacked. A woman in a black dress flashed out of the void and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng's fist collided with his fist and he was blown away. Wow! He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. The gap between the two sides was simply too great. F***CK, who are you? Why did you sneak attack me? Lin Feng glared fiercely at the woman in front of him. She was wearing a black dress and was tall and slender. Her voluptuous figure was simply too provocative. Moreover, she was too seductive. Lin Feng had never seen such a seductive woman before. Just one look at her was enough to make one sink into her beauty. You released the 5 Yazis and caused this queen to be chased by them. Now, this queen's strength has dropped from the heavenly god realm to the true god realm. This queen can't wait to cut you into pieces. The woman gnashed her teeth as she spoke. Snake Queen. Lin Feng's scalp went numb. So this woman was actually the Snake Queen in human form. Now, he carefully sensed the condition of her body. This woman's condition wasn't too good. Her aura was chaotic. Clearly, she was heavily injured. This queen will capture you and let you taste the most painful torture in the world. Only then will I kill you. The Snake Queen's eyes were filled with cold killing intent as she charged towards Lin Feng. I don't have time to play with you. Lin Feng threw out more than 10 divine weapons. Boom, more than 10 incomparably precious weapons all exploded. The destructive power swept through the world and engulfed the Snake Queen. If the Snake Queen was still in the heavenly god realm, she naturally wouldn't be afraid. But now, she was heavily injured by the 5 yazes and her cultivation had dropped. How could she dare to resist the power of more than 10 divine weapons? Therefore, after seeing more than 10 divine weapons, the Snake Queen quickly retreated. After the energy of the explosion dissipated, Lin Feng was long gone. 100 miles away, Lin Feng walked out of the void. He used his immortal body to recover from his injuries. Then, he couldn't help but curse. This Snake Queen actually survived the pursuit of the 5 yazes. The heavens really don't have eyes. This woman is too scary. Fortunately, I successfully escaped from her pursuit this time, but it's hard to say next time. I'll return to the ancient capital and see if I can find a way to deal with this woman. Lin Feng didn't stop and quickly returned to the ancient capital. He went to the auction house to ask for information, hoping to find a way to deal with the Snake Queen. Lin Feng met an elder of the auction house. This elder was called Ma Mingbo. He was one of the cultivators who had invited Lin Feng to the banquet. When he heard that Lin Feng wanted to fight against the Snake Empress, he smiled and said, "The Snake Empress is a snake woman. Many men drool over her. They all want to have her as a concubine. Could it be that Brother Lin wants to have her as his concubine? But the Snake Queen now is not the same as before. Back then, her cultivation was not as strong as it is now. There was still a chance of subduing her, but many failed and died tragically. Now, the Snake Queen has become one of the strongest independent cultivators in the Dark Sea. Who would dare to provoke her? Brother Lin, you have many beautiful women. With your ability, what kind of woman can't you get? Listen to my advice. Don't try to get the Snake Queen. If you're not careful, you'll be doomed." Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. It seemed that Ma Mingbo must have been a playboy when he was young. He was so old, but when he heard that Lin Feng wanted to deal with the Snake Queen, he actually thought that Lin Feng had some dirty thoughts about the Snake Queen. Lin Feng wailed in his heart. "I've been targeted by the Snake Queen. If I don't find a way to get rid of her, I'll most likely be killed by her." Lin Feng said, "I had a conflict with the Snake Queen. She's watching me and won't let me go. I need to find something to defend myself." Ma Mingbo said, "There's such a thing. Being targeted by the Snake Queen won't be easy to deal with. But brother, you came to the right place. Some time ago, someone put up a treasure for sale at the auction house. Perhaps you can use it to deal with the Snake Queen." "Oh, what treasure could be so powerful?" Lin Feng was shocked. Chapter 1660. "What kind of treasure is this?" asked Lin Feng. He was intrigued. "This treasure has a great history." Ma Mingbo lowered his voice and said, "Brother, have you heard of the immortal binding rope?" Lin Feng was shocked. "Isn't the immortal binding rope a magic treasure of Du Xingsun's master, Zhu Liu Sun? The Jade Void Temple was one of the 3 major branches of Taoism, and its master was the Primordial Lord of Heaven. Zhu Liu Sun was one of the 12 golden immortal disciples of the Primordial Lord of Heaven, and his magic power was monstrous. It was said that he gathered the 9 heaven sun moon vine as the main material, and then fused it with the immortal magic crystal and dozens of other precious materials. Then, he used the grand sun devil fire to refine it for 2,750,000 years before successfully refining a treasure. This treasure was the famous immortal binding rope of the Xiantian era. Other than saints, golden immortals could not bind it. Cultivators below the golden immortal level could easily bind it and not struggle. It was simply terrifying. Gods were afraid of gods, and immortals were afraid of immortals. Could it be that this powerful treasure is the immortal binding rope? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he could not help but ask. If it was really the immortal binding rope, what was a mere snake queen? He could directly use the immortal binding rope to bind the snake queen. At that time, even if the snake queen's magic power was monstrous, she would not be able to struggle. Ma Mingbo said, "This is the immortal binding rope. It's not the immortal binding rope."
Oh.
Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. The immortal binding rope is a primordial spiritual treasure. It's equivalent to a celestial weapon. It's extremely terrifying. The treasure in the auction house is an imitation of the immortal binding rope made by a great emperor in the ancient times. It's not as powerful as the immortal binding rope, but it can't be underestimated. If it's used well, it can catch the serpent queen unawares and bind her. Ma Mingbo said. Lin Feng said, "This immortal binding rope. I want it." "Haha, brother, the price of this immortal binding rope is not low," Ma Mingbo said. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry, just go and get it." "Brother, please wait for a moment. I'll go to the treasury and get the immortal binding now." Ma Mingbo stood up, clasped his fists, and left quickly. After leaving the auction house, Lin Feng went straight back to his residence. In the next few days, the cultivators in the Dark Sea ancient capital were talking about the battle between the Nine States Alliance and the merfolk race. New battle reports kept coming in. Lin Feng also received the latest news. The Nine States Alliance had lost more than 50 battleships and suffered heavy losses. They had no choice but to withdraw from the battlefield and reorganize. Northern Fairy Yuan is right. Looks like the mermen have a terrifying trump card. I wonder what kind of treasure the mermen have in their possession. Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his chin as he pondered. The fact that the merfolk race was able to escape from the Forbidden God realm meant that there were too many problems. On this day, Lin Feng and Meng Zishu went to Wangjun restaurant to drink. The Northern Fairy Yuan came to their private room. The Northern Fairy Garden brought a piece of news. The merfolk race had a broken stone statue. A broken stone statue? The stone race? The stone race that failed to hatch. Lin Feng was puzzled. If the statue is broken, how can it still be so powerful? It said that in the Forbidden God realm, more than 10,000 mermen sacrificed themselves to that broken stone statue. They lost more than 10,000 mermen, but in the end, the sacrifice succeeded. An imperial uncle of the merfolk race destroyed his own body and placed his soul inside the statue. That way, he gained control of the statue and its abilities. The Northern Fairy Yuan explained. Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. That was too terrifying. The stone race that was born were usually very heaven-defying, especially in the Forbidden God realm. The stone race that was born in a place like the Forbidden God realm was unimaginably terrifying. No wonder the merfolk race was so fearless. The Nine States Alliance has suffered heavy losses. More than 50 battleships and hundreds of thousands of people have been killed by the merfolk race. The Nine States Alliance has suffered a great loss this time. Meng Zishu said. Rumor has it that the Nine States Alliance has invited the experts of the great immortal sects to deal with the stone race. The Northern Fairy Yuan said. By now, Lin Feng had a certain understanding of the Nine States Alliance's powers. The strongest powers in the Nine States were the 10 great immortal sects. Below them were the 10 great immortal sects. Below them were the sacred grounds, ancient sects, aristocratic clans, and ancient dynasties. Below them were the ancient countries, sects, and other powers. In the Nine States Alliance, only the 10 great immortal sects dared to use the word immortal to name their sects. It was said that the 10 great immortal sects possessed the immortal scriptures. In the past, even the great emperor had hoped to see the immortal scriptures of the 10 great immortal sects. It was said that the immortal scriptures recorded the secrets to becoming an immortal. Of course, no one knew if the rumors were true. However, the 10 great immortal sects were indeed terrifying. The sect leaders of the 10 great immortal sects were almighty gods. In the entire universe, they were overlords. I wonder which immortal sects are behind the Nine States Alliance? Lin Feng asked. The 10 great immortal sects are the Taishang Immortal Sect, the Feather Immortal Sect, the Heavenly Tao Immortal Sect, the Sunset Immortal Sect, the Undying Immortal Sect, the Red Dust Immortal Sect, the 10,000 Laws Immortal Sect, the Sword Saint Immortal Sect, the Longevity Immortal Sect, and the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. I think the 9 States Alliance might be related to the Heavenly Tao Immortal Sect, the 10,000 Laws Immortal Sect, and the Longevity Immortal Sect. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The Feather Immortal Sect and the Longevity Immortal Sect were two powers that puzzled him. Lin Feng said, "In the Tianwu continent, there's the Feather Immortal Dynasty and the Longevity Temple. I wonder if they're related to these two immortal sects." The Feather Immortal Dynasty was founded by the descendants of the Feather Immortal Sect's Great Elder. Due to the separation of the 9 States Alliance, the Feather Immortal Dynasty and the Feather Immortal Sect faced each other across the ocean. The Longevity Temple was founded by the Longevity Immortal Emperor, Chen Changsheng. It's said that the Longevity Immortal Emperor cultivated in the Longevity Immortal Sect when he was young, so these two powers have a close relationship. Northern Fairy Yuan explained. Lin Feng nodded, but his expression was unsightly. Back then, he had killed Huangfu Qingtian. A mysterious woman had taken Huangfu Qingtian's corpse away. That woman was too terrifying. Was she from the Feather Immortal Sect of the 9 States Alliance? Lin Feng came back to his senses and asked, "What about the Reincarnation Immortal Sect?" The Reincarnation Immortal Sect isn't simple. They passed down the Reincarnation Immortal Scripture, which contains the cultivation method of the Great Reincarnation Art. Northern Fairy Yuan said. Lin Feng was shocked. The Reincarnation Immortal Sect actually had the Great Reincarnation Art? He had only cultivated half of it. Did that mean he could go to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect and cultivate the other half? What about the Undying Immortal Sect? Asked Lin Feng. He had the Undying Divine Blood. That was why he was very curious about the Undying Immortal Sect. The Undying Immortal School is extremely mysterious, no one knows where it is, but the Undying Immortal School is abnormally powerful. The leader of the Undying Immortal School is the Undying Clan, and it is said that they possess the Undying Divine Body, which is a physique passed down through their bloodline. It's a heaven-defying physique. What? The Undying Clan? The Undying Divine Body Clan? Lin Feng's facial expression became gloomy. His father had awakened the Undying Divine Body. He had also awakened the Undying Divine Body. Was there any connection between him and the Undying Clan? Chapter 1661. Before his father passed away, he had left behind a message that their bloodline had long been destroyed. That was why it had taken a long time. No one had been able to awaken the undying divine blood passed down by their ancestors. His father had only awakened it by chance. He had awakened the undying divine blood because he had inherited his father's bloodline. Lin Feng thought about the people of the Lin clan who had been captured. A large hand had come from the sky. Everyone had been captured. Who had captured them? Was it related to the Undying Immortal Sect? For a moment, Lin Feng's mind was in a mess. However, Lin Feng knew that now was not the time to think about such things. In the future, when he returned to the 9 states, he would ask around. The gathering ended. When Meng Zishu and Lin Feng were about to leave, Northern Fairy Yuan called out to Lin Feng. Meng Zishu returned to Yuelu Academy first. "Let's take a walk in the garden," Northern Fairy Yuan said. There was a large garden behind Wangjun Pavilion, and the environment was elegant. Lin Feng nodded and followed Northern Fairy Yuan to the garden. Northern Fairy Yuan said, "I heard that young master has been very close to a woman recently." Lin Feng said, "Are you talking about Nziru?" "That's right. That's her. She's not simple." Northern Fairy Yuan said. Lin Feng said, "I met her on the 9 States Alliance's ancient ship. I always felt that she had ulterior motives towards me, but I didn't have any proof." Northern Fairy Yuan said, "She's related to the Ascension Immortal Sect." "Oh, the Ascension Immortal Sect." Lin Feng's eyelids twitched violently. The Ascension Immortal Dynasty was equivalent to a branch of the Ascension Immortal Sect. Huangfu Qingtian was the prince of the Ascension Immortal Dynasty, and the dynasty's hope. Huangfu Qingtian had been killed by him. Nziru was related to the Ascension Immortal sect. Lin Feng was able to deduce many things from those layers of relationships. Northern Fairy Yuan said, "We don't know how she's related to the Ascension Immortal sect for now." Lin Feng replied, "This information is extremely important to me. Thank you for your reminder." Northern Fairy Yuan smiled as she replied, "It's just a small matter. Moreover, we're friends, so it's only natural for us to help each other." Lin Feng left the Northern Immortal Court. In the next few days, he had been cultivating in seclusion, until Nziru came to Lin Feng. "Lin Gongzi, I've successfully deciphered the secrets of the overseas treasure trove. Shall we set off for the Nether Islands tomorrow?" Nziru said with a smile. Lin Feng already had a general idea of Nziru's identity, and knew that this woman was definitely trying to use this trip to the hidden treasure to deal with him. However, Lin Feng didn't care. He was quite interested in this trip to the overseas treasure trove. Lin Feng walked over to Nziru and smiled. "Of course, there's no problem. How many people will go?" "There aren't many people. Including the young master, there are 8 of them," Nziru said. "All right." Lin Feng nodded. His right hand wrapped around Nziru's soft waist. "What are you doing, young master?" Nziru's expression changed slightly. Lin Feng smiled wickedly. "I just feel that you're becoming more and more mesmerizing tonight. It's hard for me to control myself." She could feel the heat from Lin Feng's hand. And that impudent action of hers. Nziru's face turned red. She was angry, furious, and embarrassed. She pushed Lin Feng away. She bit her lip and said, "Don't go too far, young master. Otherwise, we can't even be friends anymore." She then left as if she was running away. Lin Feng sniffed his right hand. It seemed like he could still smell Nziru's scent. He sneered, "You dare to say that we can't even be friends after scheming against me?" After Nziru left Lin Feng's residence, she couldn't help but frown. She had the feeling that Lin Feng wasn't the same as before. He seemed a little too impudent. This was different from the Lin Feng Nziru knew. "My lord, you don't look too good. Did something happen?" Nziru's subordinates rushed over, and a female subordinate asked. Nziru naturally couldn't tell them what Lin Feng had done to her. She pretended to be calm and said, "It's nothing. Go back and prepare today. Tomorrow, we'll head to the Netherworld Island. We'll use Lin Feng's power to obtain the treasure. Once we get the treasure, we'll kill him. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone." The subordinates laughed. The next day, Lin Feng met up with Nziru's group of 7. Then, they headed to the Netherworld Island. Although the Netherworld Island was a dangerous place, it had been the site of a great battle in ancient times, so there were many hidden treasures. Therefore, there were always many cultivators who took the risk to search for the treasures. 10 days later, Lin Feng's group arrived at the outskirts of the Netherworld Island. Black fog rolled around the outskirts of the island. They entered the black fog. Before long, a mournful cry was heard. One of Nziru's subordinates trembled, and his body began to fester. A pitch-black worm crawled out of his mouth. "It's a corpse worm. A very terrifying poisonous worm." Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he slashed out with his sword Qi, killing the worm. At this time, Nziru's subordinates were already dead. The corpse fell to the ground and quickly became a rotten corpse. What a terrifying corpse worm. The others' expressions became very serious. "Use your magic power to form a magic power barrier to protect yourself," Nziru said in a low voice. The others hurriedly formed a magic power barrier to protect themselves. This way, they could prevent the corpse worm from burrowing into their bodies. The group's expressions became much more serious. This Netherworld Island was much more terrifying than they had imagined. They continued to walk deeper into the island. Before long, the ground began to tremble slightly. "Hurry up and hide," Lin Feng said in a low voice. He took the lead and rushed into the distance, hiding behind a huge rock. As for Nziru and the others, they also found a place to hide. Soon, a group of soldiers rushed over from afar. At the front was a group of cavalrymen. There were a total of 10 cavalrymen. Behind the cavalrymen were hundreds of infantrymen wearing black armor. Are those the Netherworld soldiers? Lin Feng was horrified. The 10 cavalrymen were riding black demonic beasts, but they had already become skeletons. However, even though they had become skeletons, they were still alive. They had become the mounts of the Netherworld soldiers. What a strange Netherworld island. There are Netherworld soldiers guarding it. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He felt that this Netherworld island was hiding a huge secret. It wasn't as simple as having many treasures. These Netherworld soldiers. They must be guarding something important. Buzz. Suddenly, a treasure in Lin Feng's mountain river ring emitted a slight fluctuation. Chapter 1662. The martial talisman that was emitting violent waves was the fire demon talisman. This was the second martial talisman that Lin Feng had obtained. Back then, he had collected 3 bluestone martial talismans and his martial soul had evolved from 3 devouring martial souls to 5 devouring martial souls. Later, Lin Feng had obtained the second martial talisman, which was the fire demon talisman. There were also 3 fire demon talismans scattered between heaven and earth. On the back of the martial talisman, there was a map that pointed to the location of the other martial talisman. The fire demon talisman that Lin Feng had obtained also had a map, but it pointed to the starry sky world. Although Lin Feng had entered the starry sky world before, he was not familiar with it. It was difficult for him to determine the location of the second fire demon talisman through the map on the back of the martial talisman. Lin Feng did not expect to encounter the third fire demon talisman here. This was because the martial talisman would only react when it sensed other martial talismans. This was also why Lin Feng dared to confirm that there was a third martial talisman on this island in the Nether Sea. This made Lin Feng very happy. If he could obtain this fire demon talisman, then he would only need the one in the starry sky world to gather the 3 fire demon talismans. When the time came, refine the fire demon talisman. His martial soul evolved again. Martial souls were related to bloodline inheritance. Therefore, martial souls and bloodlines were opposite and complementary. The stronger one's martial soul was, the more powerful one would be when activating one's bloodline. For example, Lin Feng now had 5 martial souls and he used the Sovereign Destroyer's ultimate skill. 5 martial souls as one. Then the Sovereign Destroyer's attack. If Lin Feng had 6 devouring martial souls, 6 devouring martial souls as one, he would also use the Sovereign Destroyer's ultimate skill. Naturally, when the 6 devouring martial souls as one, the power released would be even stronger. Martial souls as one, then activating the Sovereign Bloodline to attack. This was Lin Feng's strongest battle state. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and tried his best to restrain his aura. He waited for the Nether soldiers to leave. These Nether soldiers seemed to be patrolling Nether soldiers, so they would not stay in one place for a long time. They left quickly, they went to other places. After the Netherworld soldiers left, Lin Feng and the others walked out. The Netherworld islands are indeed strange. They even have Netherworld soldiers guarding them. Everyone, be careful. And Ziru said. Everyone nodded and carefully walked into the inner part of the Nether Island. After avoiding 3 to 4 waves of patrolling Nether soldiers, they entered the interior of the Nether Island. Inside the Nether Sea Island, ancient trees towered into the sky, and ferocious beasts ran amok. This place could be said to be filled with danger, and the slightest carelessness could lead to death. And Ziru took out a map. This should be the map that recorded the overseas treasure. She studied the map for a while and then walked in the direction indicated on the map. Finally, they stopped in front of a huge abyss. The secret manual seems to be at the bottom of this abyss. And Ziru frowned slightly. The abyss was pitch black, and black fog was rolling. An icy aura was emitted from the abyss. It made one's hair stand on end. I think there are many dangers in this abyss. If we go down, try not to make any noise. Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded and then carefully flew down the abyss. After diving for about 5,000 to 6,000 meters, Lin Feng smelled a pungent stench. He looked at the walls on both sides. His expression suddenly changed. There were protruding cliffs on both sides of the walls, and below the cliffs, there was a dense swarm of giant bats. Those bats were about 3 to 4 meters long. Furthermore, it had 2 hideous and ugly bat heads, looking extremely terrifying. These bats were called dual-headed devil bats. They were extremely powerful and evil giant bats. Lin Feng never thought that he would see such a group of giant bats here. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the walls, warning everyone to be careful. The others also saw the dense swarm of bats, and they were so scared that their faces were as white as paper. Everyone was very careful, not daring to make any noise. However, they were still discovered. Because these bats' perception was very strong. Diving into the abyss. Trying to sneak past the dual-headed devil bat's habitat. It was too difficult. Screech. A sharp, ear-piercing cry was heard. The dense swarm of dual-headed devil bats pounced towards Lin Feng's group of 7. Not good, let's go. Lin Feng shouted and quickly rushed down. Below, there was also a dense swarm of dual-headed devil bats rushing up. Lin Feng took out the regal sword mound. 4 treasured swords flew out. Then, they attacked the dual-headed devil bats rushing up from below. Pu. Pu. The dense swarm of dual-headed devil bats were all killed by Lin Feng's treasured swords. And Ziru and the others were responsible for dealing with the dual-headed devil bats on the left, right, and above. This battle could be said to be extremely tragic. A female cultivator in charge of blocking the dual-headed devil bats above was attacked by a dual-headed devil bat. Then, the dual-headed devil bat's claw pierced through the female cultivator's head. The female cultivator died on the spot. After an intense battle, Lin Feng's group of 6 finally rushed out of the encirclement of the dual-headed devil bats. They quickly rushed towards the depths of the abyss. 2 days later, the group saw a huge palace appear at the bottom of the abyss. It's here. And Ziru pointed at the palace. Lin Feng's eyes twitched violently. Because after arriving outside the palace, the fire demon talisman's fluctuations became more and more intense. Obviously, there should be a fire demon talisman in this palace. Lin Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart. He was determined to obtain this fire demon talisman. The few of them carefully observed the palace. It was about 100 meters tall and covered an area of 5 or 6 acres. It was densely covered with demonic runes. It was obvious that this palace was built by a demonic expert. This palace itself is a supreme treasure, Lin Feng said. This palace is called Chonglu Demon Palace. It was built by the Demon Emperor Chonglu. And Ziru said, Demon Emperor Chonglu? So it's him. The famous Demon Emperor of the immemorial era. It is said that he fell in the catastrophe at the end of the immemorial era. Lin Feng said. That's right. The chaos of the immemorial era was too tragic. Even the powerful great emperors died in battle. I really don't know what those experts experienced. And Ziru sighed. Then, Ziru retracted her thoughts and said, Lin Gongzi is proficient in great arrays. We will have to rely on you to break through the Chonglu Demon Palace. Lin Feng nodded and said, I can give it a try. I hope I can break through these demonic runes. After spending about 10 days, Lin Feng finally broke through the restrictions that enveloped the Chonglu Demon Palace. Rumble. He stretched out his hands and forcefully pushed the door of the Chonglu Demon Palace. Suddenly, the door shook violently. Ha 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 ha, everyone, thank you for helping me break through the door of the Chonglu Demon Palace. If you want to live, then leave quickly. Otherwise, only death awaits you. At this moment, a cold laugh came from afar. A group of more than 10 cultivators quickly flew over. Chapter 1663. Who are you? And Ziru asked. She seemed very calm. The world of cultivators was a place of mutual deception. Killing and stealing other people's treasures happened every day. It wasn't the first time Ziru had encountered such a thing. Even Lin Feng had encountered such a thing several times, so he wasn't surprised to see these people appear. We are the core disciples of the Taishang Immortal Sect. Now that you know who we are, leave quickly. The leader of the group, a male cultivator in purple, had an arrogant expression on his face as he spoke. Hearing the words Taishang Immortal Sect, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. This was the #1 immortal sect in the 9 states. It was a huge force that he had heard of before. Previously, he had heard Northern Immortal Yuan talk about the Taishang Immortal Sect and the Red World Fairy. He had also heard Northern Immortal Yuan talk about how arrogant and despotic the Taishang Immortal Sect was. Now, he finally saw the disciples of this immortal sect. So what if you're from the Taishang Immortal Sect? We discovered this place first and we also broke the restrictions. We have no intention of becoming enemies with the Taishang Immortal Sect. Everyone, leave quickly. And Ziru said indifferently. Lin Feng stood in place and didn't say anything. And Ziru's attitude was very tough. It seemed like this woman had a trump card. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such a fearless expression when facing this group of experts from the Taishang Immortal Sect. All the land under the sky belongs to the king, and all the land belongs to the king. The Supreme Celestial Sect is the leader of the Celestial Path, and we control the great world of the 9 provinces. Any treasure in the great world of the 9 provinces that we like belongs to the Supreme Celestial Sect. The cultivator in purple sneered. This person was called Li Muzi. He had an arrogant expression and looked askance at Ziru. His words were indescribably arrogant. Lin Feng thought that he was arrogant enough. It turned out that compared to these people from the Taishang Immortal Sect, Lin Feng realized that he was thousands of miles away. These people from the Taishang Immortal Sect completely regarded the 9 states' great world as their backyard. What a joke! Even when the Taishang Immortal Sect was at its peak, it didn't dare to say that everything under the sky belonged to the king, and everything on the shore belonged to the king. No matter how strong the Taishang Immortal Sect was, it was just a sect. The 9 provinces' great world wasn't an empire, and the Taishang Immortal Sect wasn't the imperial family of an empire. Now, the Taishang Immortal Sect's strength is no longer what it used to be, and the Red World Fairy is keeping it in check. And Ziru mocked. When these people heard Ziru's ridicule, their gazes turned cold. Their eyes flashed with dense killing intent. Since you want to die, we'll help you, Li Muzi shouted coldly. Whoosh. Immediately after, the dozen or so disciples of the Supreme Immortal Sect all took out a flying sword. They were all flying swords of the divine artifact level. The reason why the Supreme Immortal Sect was so powerful was because of the terrifying inheritance of the Immortal Sect. Other celestial sects such as the Reincarnation Celestial Sect mainly passed down the Tao of reincarnation. However, the orthodoxies of the Supreme Immortal Sect included the Sword Sect, the Tao Sect, the Prime Sect, the Prime Clear Sect, and so on. Every single one of them was abnormally terrifying. Li Muzi and the others were most likely from the Sword Sect lineage of the Supreme Immortal Sect. The strongest inheritance of this lineage was the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. In addition, there were 365 peerless sword techniques. Each sword technique had the power to defy the heavens and the earth. Don't be too smug. I have my own ways to deal with you people. And Ziru snorted coldly. She waved her right hand, and a treasure flew out. This treasure was a blood-red demonic saber. The blood on the demonic saber looked like it had just been stained. Streams of murderous aura spread across the place. Demonic saber of blood. Demonic saber of blood. A deep voice came from the demonic saber. The demonic saber of blood flew out quickly. Clang 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 clang. A series of collision sounds rang out. Cracking sounds could be heard, and all of a sudden, the divine weapons started to crack. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression was aghast. Demonic saber of blood. It's actually this treasure. You. Who are you? Li Muzi cried out in horror. Go ask the king of hell. And Ziru's expression was cold. She controlled the demonic saber of blood to attack Li Muzi and the others. The demonic saber of blood was too powerful. It could even destroy divine artifacts in one hit, let alone cultivators. How could they block it? Pu. Ripping sounds could be heard. One by one, the Supreme Immortal Sect disciples were killed by the demonic saber of blood. And Ziru could be said to be ruthless. Lin Feng saw another side of her. At the same time, Lin Feng raised his guard against Ziru. The demonic saber of blood was so terrifying. If the people from the Supreme Immortal Sect hadn't appeared, she would have exposed it. Lin Feng didn't even know that Nziru had such a precious treasure. The Supreme Immortal Sect disciples were killed one by one. However, the leading disciple, Li Muzi, had extraordinary means and managed to escape in the end. The demonic saber of blood completely devoured the flesh and blood essence of those who died. Not a single bit was left. This demonic saber was extremely domineering. It was unknown who had forged this treasure. It was definitely a peerless demonic weapon. Whoosh! Nziru waved her hand, and the demonic saber of blood flew back to her hand. Then, she put it away. She smiled at Lin Feng and said, "Lin Gongzi, we can't touch these people's storage rings. If we have their things on us, with the Supreme Immortal Sect's methods, they will definitely be able to sense our presence. When the time comes, they will send experts to kill us. That will be a very troublesome matter." Lin Feng nodded and said, "These people don't have anything good. The real treasure should be in the Demon Palace." He pushed open the door of the Chonglu Devil Palace as the few of them entered. Upon entering the demonic palace, everyone saw a divine statue in the middle of the first hall. This statue was Demon Emperor Chong Lu Wush. Suddenly, an ice-cold light emerged and moved straight towards Lin Feng. It was as fast as lightning. It suddenly exploded behind Lin Feng. It wanted to catch Lin Feng off guard and kill Lin Feng directly. The person who attacked was Nziru. She took out the demonic saber of blood and attacked Lin Feng. "It's done." Nziru and the other four people's eyes suddenly lit up. It was as if they could see Lin Feng being killed by the demonic saber of blood. However, when the saber pierced through Lin Feng's body dissipated on its own. After image. Nziru's expression became very unsightly. "Nziru, I already knew that you were related to the Feather Immortal Sect. The Feather Immortal Dynasty is a branch of the Feather Immortal Sect. This means that you are related to the Feather Immortal Dynasty and Huangfu Qingtian. Who are you?" Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Nziru. The 9 demons picture was floating above his head. With this treasure protecting him, he was not afraid of the demonic saber of blood. Chapter 1664. Lin Feng, I knew it wouldn't be easy to deal with you. However, you shouldn't have entered this palace. As for my identity, you can go to hell and ask the King of Hell. Nziru looked at Lin Feng coldly. In truth, Lin Feng had changed his appearance. When he first met Nziru, he had told her that he was called Lin Qing. Naturally, Nziru knew Lin Feng's real identity, so she had told him Lin Feng's real name. Lin Feng said indifferently, "You've been plotting against me for so long. Even if you want my life, you should at least tell me why I'm dead, right?" Nziru remained silent for a moment before saying, "All right. Since you want to know why you're dead, there's no harm in telling you. Do you know Huangfu Qingtian's identity?" Lin Feng said. "The son of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's emperor." Nziru snorted. How could a mere emperor of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty be qualified to be Huangfu Qingtian's father? Lin Feng was startled. It seemed that Huangfu Qingtian had another identity. However, he didn't know what his identity was. Lin Feng asked, "Is Huangfu Qingtian the son of some great figure in the 9 Provinces Ascension Immortal Sect?" Nziru said, "The Ascension Immortal Sect has a holy maiden. Back then, she had a dream of connecting with heaven and earth, and she got pregnant because of it. Many people were jealous of her, and they wanted to kill her and her child. However, the holy maiden took a huge risk and crossed the endless sea to reach the martial heaven continent. She gave birth to Huangfu Qingtian and allowed him to grow up here. After that, the holy maiden returned to the 9 Provinces Ascension Immortal Sect." Bah! You're really full of lies. How can a person get pregnant in a dream? If a woman can get pregnant in a dream, what do you need men for? Lin Feng curled his lips. He didn't believe Nziru. That was too much nonsense. Nziru sneered and said, "Heaven and earth resonance is rare, but it's not unheard of. Every child born from it has heaven-defying talent and luck, and Huangfu Qingtian proved this point. First, he swallowed the blood of a true dragon, then he obtained the orthodoxy of Pangu Immortal, and even the orthodoxy of Yuanxia Tianzuan. But in the end, He was destroyed by you. Lin Feng frowned. His instincts told him that Nziru wasn't lying. However, he still found it unbelievable. After all, it was indeed unthinkable to have suspicions after a dream. Nziru said coldly, "You killed Huangfu Qingtian. The Saintess naturally won't let you off. Now that you know everything you want to know, if you want to die quickly, do it yourself. If you don't know what's good for you, I don't mind killing you." Heh! Lin Feng sneered and said, "You want to kill me with just your strength? Aren't you overestimating yourselves? I know that your cultivation is strong and you have great treasures, but I have this sheepskin scroll, and I can activate the runes inside it. This is the demonic palace built by Demon Emperor Chong Lu in the past, and the runes inside are enough to kill you." And Nziru sneered and said, "If you want to open Demon Emperor Chong Lu's treasury, you need to perform a blood sacrifice, and your bloodline is strong, so it's most suitable for a blood sacrifice." Lin Feng said, "Let's try and see who will win in the end. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll let you die in endless pain." And Nziru sneered and poured powerful magic power into the treasure map. Buzz! Suddenly, the treasure map emitted waves of powerful energy waves. Next, the runes on the treasure map twisted, and waves of runes swept out, trying to activate the Emperor runes in the demonic palace. But soon, Nziru's smile froze. Because the treasure map couldn't activate the Emperor runes in the demonic palace. "How can this be?" Nziru cried out in disbelief. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Is it strange? I'm the best spirit array master, the successor of the Celestial Master sect. Can't I see that there are Emperor runes in the demonic palace? Of course, I can see it. Moreover, I already know that you're related to the Ascension Immortal sect, so how can I not be on guard against you? When I first entered the demonic palace, I quietly condensed an isolation rune. The runes in your treasure map were all isolated by my isolation rune. You've been scheming against me for so long, but in the end, all your efforts were for naught. You. Ah." And Nziru was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was as white as a sheet. Just as Lin Feng had said, Nziru had schemed against Lin Feng. Her plan, which she thought was meticulous, had been seen through by Lin Feng at every step. From beginning to end, she had been played by Lin Feng. This was a huge blow to Nziru. "Sir, leave quickly," shouted the 4 strong cultivators coldly and threw themselves at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, just you wait. Today's matter won't end here. I won't kill you. I'll subdue you and make you my slave. I'll trample on your dignity and make you live a life worse than a dog. This day will come sooner or later." And Nziru cursed loudly. This woman was also extremely ruthless. She didn't care about the lives of her 4 subordinates. She put away her demonic blood saber and shot out, quickly escaping. Facing the attacks of the 4 divine realm cultivators, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He activated the 9 demons painting and attacked the 4 of them. The 9 demons diagram descended from the sky and suppressed downwards. It instantly destroyed their attacks and killed the 4 of them. "And Nziru, you bitch, you want to make me your slave? You're daydreaming. The next time I see you, I'll capture you and make you my slave. When that time comes, I'll teach you a lesson," Lin Feng said fiercely. Then, he sucked out all the blood of the 4 cultivators. Then, he sprinkled it on the statue of the Demon Emperor Chong Lu. Then, Lin Feng bowed 3 times to the statue of the Demon Emperor Chong Lu. Then, he said, "Lin Feng, today, I offer the blood of a god as a sacrifice. I hope I can open the palace the Demon Emperor left behind. I'm a young hero, I'm invincible at the same cultivation level. I'll definitely become a great emperor in the future. I don't want to humiliate you, master." As Lin Feng's voice fell, all the blood, it was all swallowed by the statue. Rumble. Then, the door that was originally open closed again. A gloomy voice sounded, "Kid, when others come to ask for the orthodoxy, they kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times, and then all kinds of pleading and praying. You, on the other hand, have an awesome look." Chapter 1665. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Because I have the strength, I can act tough. Ha 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 ha. You are quite good at talking. Compared to those people, you are indeed very strong. More importantly, you have great potential. The gloomy voice sounded again. How should I address you? Lin Feng asked. Aren't you afraid of me? The owner of the voice asked curiously. Lin Feng said, Why should I be afraid of you? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? The owner of the voice said indifferently. Said Lin Feng. If you wanted to attack me, you would have done it already. You didn't need to wait until now. Besides, if you want to kill me, it won't be that easy. With my strength, leaving this demon palace isn't that difficult, said Lin Feng. Since that's the case, I will congratulate you on becoming the new master of the Chonglu Demon Palace. Swish. Shortly after, a huge black bear appeared in the palace. I am the spirit of the Chonglu Demon Palace, the Black Bear Devil Emperor. The black bear said. Excuse me. Have you been waiting here for the new master of the Chonglu Demon Palace? Lin Feng asked. That's right. I've been waiting for a long time. Dozens of people have come, but none of them are qualified to become the new master of the Chonglu Demon Palace. I ate them all. The Black Bear Devil Emperor said. How cruel. Lin Feng was speechless. The Black Bear Devil Emperor said, The secret of the Chonglu Demon Palace can't be exposed so easily. Then why did you let that woman go? Lin Feng asked. Because the Chonglu Demon Palace will welcome a new master. You can deal with that woman. The Black Bear Devil Emperor said. Ha 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 ha, I like hearing that. Lin Feng laughed loudly. Then, he said, What kind of person is the Devil Emperor? He's amazing. He's one of the strongest cultivators in history. In the past, he was the one who had the greatest hope of becoming an immortal. Unfortunately, he died in the battle at the end of the immemorial era. Otherwise, he might have been immortal, the Black Bear Devil Monarch said regretfully. Perhaps this is fate. What exactly is going on with this ancient upheaval? Rumor has it that Hu Yi killed the 9 golden crows, and Di Jun killed Hu Yi. Because of that, the sorcerer tribe was displeased, and a war broke out. I wonder if the rumor is true? Lin Feng asked. Things are naturally not that simple. This is caused by the accumulation of too many conflicts over the years. These conflicts need a fuse. Hu Yi shooting down the sun and Demon Emperor Di Jun killing Hu Yi are the fuse, the Black Bear Devil Lord said. That battle was extremely tragic. Even Demon Emperor Chong Lu died. Logically speaking, an existence like Demon Emperor Chong Lu shouldn't have died in such a battle, right? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. Demon Emperor Chong Lu died in the hands of the foreign creatures. The Black Bear Devil Monarch sighed. The chaos of the ancient era engulfed the heavens. There was chaos everywhere, and the 10,000 worlds were in complete chaos. The foreign creatures were restless, and they descended upon the 3,000 great worlds. As a result, the cultivators of the 3,000 great worlds, who were originally in internal strife, once again united to resist the foreign creatures. However, after many years of consumption, the strength of the various powers of the 3,000 great worlds declined sharply. As a result, the battle against the foreign creatures was exceptionally difficult, and also exceptionally cruel. Countless experts fell, and even the great emperors were no exception. The Black Bear Devil Monarch said. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The upheaval of the immemorial era had actually involved the foreign creatures. That was too terrifying. He knew how powerful the foreign creatures were. They were simply impossible to resist. Their battle prowess was heaven-defying. Lin Feng said, that battle was too tragic. Yes, it was too tragic. This world is cruel. Being able to survive is the most important thing. The Black Bear Devil Monarch said. Lin Feng asked, what's in the Chonglu Devil Hall? The Chonglu Devil Hall has a total of 7 levels, the Nihility God Realm, the Divine Flame Realm, the True Immortal Realm, the Heavenly God Realm, the Giant God Realm, the Quasi-Emperor Realm, and the Emperor Realm. You can open the first level of the hall. You can see for yourself. Then I'll have to trouble you to bring me there. Lin Feng said. Follow me. The Black Bear Devil Monarch led the way. Lin Feng followed behind the Black Bear Devil Monarch. They arrived at the first level of the hall. The first level of the hall was densely covered with emperor inscriptions. However, these emperor inscriptions were intelligent. They knew that Lin Feng was the new master of the Devil Hall, so they didn't harm Lin Feng. He pushed open the door to the first level of the hall. After entering, Lin Feng discovered that the first level of the hall was extremely spacious. He immediately rolled his eyes and said, "Senior Devil Emperor, aren't you being too stingy? You didn't leave anything behind at all." The Black Bear Devil Monarch said, "It's not that the Devil Emperor is stingy, but some ordinary things, such as origin crystals and other cultivation resources, do not have the qualifications to be placed here by the Great Emperor. Moreover, if the Great Emperor also left cultivation resources here, wouldn't the people who obtained the Devil Hall become too comfortable? Would they lose their competitive spirit? Would they lose their ambition? The Great Emperor would naturally be worried about these things, so he did not leave behind any cultivation resources or other treasures. However, the Great Emperor did leave behind some Tao teachings and some special treasures. Every level of the hall has the Tao teachings and some extremely special treasures left behind by the Great Emperor." Lin Feng nodded. He walked towards the depths of the first level of the hall, where there was a stone platform. There were 3 items on the stone platform. Fire Devil Talisman. Lin Feng revealed a look of joy. He immediately saw the treasure, the Fire Devil Talisman. Obviously, the Fire Devil Talisman was the special treasure that the Black Bear Devil Monarch had mentioned. The other 2 items were 2 jade cylinders. Lin Feng picked up a jade cylinder and used his spiritual will to invade it. He discovered that this jade cylinder recorded how to control this Chonglu Devil Palace. As for the second jade cylinder, it recorded a set of 3,000 Great Daos. Great Sacrifice Technique. This set of 3,000 Great Daos was a sacred art that Lin Feng yearned for greatly. With this Great Sacrifice Technique, when Lin Feng was fighting, he could even directly sacrifice his opponent. This was the tyranny of the Great Sacrifice Technique. No matter who it was, they could sacrifice themselves. And through sacrifice, they could greatly increase their cultivation. Haha, not bad, not bad. The Fire Devil Talisman and the Great Sacrifice Technique are both treasures that I need. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. After he kept the 2 treasures, he used his spiritual will to invade the second jade cylinder to understand the method to control the Chonglu Devil Palace. One day later, Lin Feng had already grasped the method to control the Chonglu Devil Palace. Rumble, the Chonglu Devil Palace let out a violent trembling sound, and in the end, it turned into a ray of light and flew into Lin Feng's Danxi. Reincarnation Devil Palace. You actually managed to obtain this treasure as well. After the Chonglu Devil Palace was absorbed into his body, the Black Bear Devil Monarch discovered the Reincarnation Devil Palace and instantly exclaimed. Chapter 1666. Lin Feng said, "That's right. The supreme treasure of the Devil Tao, the Samsara Devil Hall, is also mine. I have many treasures on me. The Reincarnation Devil Hall is nothing." The Black Bear Devil King pursed his lips. The Reincarnation Devil Hall is a heaven-defying treasure. You probably can't activate it yet, right? Lin Feng's attempt at acting cool had failed. He smiled awkwardly and said, "I can activate it sooner or later." He suddenly thought of the strangeness of this island and continued, "There are Netherworld soldiers roaming this island. Are they guarding something?" The Black Bear Devil King said, "You should know that this place is called the Netherseer. It's connected to the Netherworld." "Yeah." Lin Feng nodded. The Black Bear Devil King continued, "It seems like there's a terrifying existence buried in the depths of this island, and it might be related to the Netherworld. However, I don't know what it is exactly. So many years. You didn't go take a look?" Lin Feng asked. The Black Bear Devil King said indifferently, "I don't want to court death." Lin Feng didn't stop. He left the abyss and headed outside. Suddenly, a cold aura filled the air. "It's him again." Lin Feng was horrified. He thought of that terrifying existence. He thought of the curse of the Celestial Masters sect. Roar. Some powerful beasts in the distance seemed to have sensed something and let out anxious roars. But soon, those powerful ferocious beasts turned into beast skins. "It's really him." Lin Feng's face paled. It wasn't the first time that the eerie existence had shown up. Lin Feng knew. That strange existence was related to the curse of the Celestial Masters sect. Back then, he had almost sunk into endless darkness. If Hua Yihan hadn't woken him up, perhaps he would have been dead by now. Now that this strange existence had reappeared, Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. What's that? It's approaching us. Let's go. The Black Bear Devil Monarch had clearly also discovered that terrifying existence, and his voice couldn't help but tremble. Lin Feng regained his senses and ran towards the depths. You're crazy. You can't go into the depth. The Black Bear Devil King shouted. Deep inside was the place where the terrifying creature related to the Netherworld was buried. The Black Bear Devil Monarch was clearly wary of that existence. Lin Feng naturally knew that the deeper regions were very dangerous. But this was the only way. That strange creature was too terrifying. Once he appeared, it was too difficult to go against him. Lin Feng could only think of one method at the moment, and that was to enter the depths. With the help of the creature related to the underworld, he scared away the strange existence that appeared here. This is the only way, Lin Feng said. He quickly rushed into the depths. At the back, a gloomy and cold aura permeated the air. Clearly, that terrifying existence was chasing after them rapidly. Lin Feng felt as if there was an abyss that buried all life, wanting to devour him. He knew that he definitely couldn't stop, and he definitely couldn't turn back. Once he stopped, once he turned back, perhaps only death awaited him. What exactly is chasing you? The Black Bear Devil Monarch asked in a grave voice. Something related to the curse of the Celestial Masters sect. Lin Feng said. What? The curse of the Celestial Masters sect? So the rumors were actually true. The Celestial Masters sect is a cursed lineage. The Black Bear Devil Monarch's expression was uncertain. He then muttered, looks like I have to find a new master for the Great Emperor. Hearing the Black Bear Devil Monarch's muttering, Lin Feng immediately rolled his eyes. He wasn't dead yet. He rushed all the way into the depths. Gradually, Lin Feng felt his body getting colder and colder, and his consciousness was becoming more and more blurry. His speed also became slower and slower. Endless darkness enveloped him. Lin Feng even felt as if something was about to be born from within his body. He lowered his head to look, and was shocked to discover blood-colored scales had actually appeared on his hands. This is the curse of the Celestial Masters. My consciousness is sinking. Am I going to become a monster? Lose myself? Lin Feng's face was filled with a bitter smile. His body fell head first to the ground, and he lost consciousness. Shua. Suddenly, a rainbow-colored divine light wrapped around Lin Feng, and then quickly rushed into the depths. Bibi could sense the terrifying situation outside. The little guy rushed out from the mountain river ring. Hey, vaguely, Lin Feng could hear a sinister laughter coming from behind. Darkness once again enveloped the earth and quickly chased after him. Its speed was too fast. Wherever the darkness passed, all the vicious beasts, they had all turned into beast skins. It was exactly the same as when a human cultivator turned into human skin. Bibi was so scared that she screamed again and again. The little guy was obviously frightened by the unknown existence that was chasing after them. However, the little guy didn't have any intention of running away. He wrapped around Lin Feng and continued to rush into the depths. Finally, Bibi saw a cave. He wrapped around Lin Feng and rushed into the cave. Endless darkness engulfed the cave. But soon, endless darkness flew out from the cave again. An evil wind swept through the world. How could this be? His corpse is still here. In the evil wind, a voice of disbelief came out. But soon, everything returned to normal. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng finally woke up. Yeah. After waking up, he heard Bibi's cry. When the little guy saw that Lin Feng had woken up, he was very excited and jumped around Lin Feng. Lin Feng still remembered the scene from before. When he felt that he was about to be swallowed by the endless darkness, it was Bibi who appeared and grabbed him to escape. He patted the little guy's head lovingly. Then, Lin Feng thought of the blood-colored scales that appeared on his hands. He quickly looked at his hands. Realizing that there were no blood-colored scales on his hands, Lin Feng immediately muttered. What was going on? Could it be because he was in a daze earlier? So he saw wrongly? After muttering in his heart, he got up from the ground and looked around. His expression suddenly changed. In this cave, there was a stone bed. And on the stone bed, a man was lying on his side. It was a young man. That man was incomparably handsome. He was even handsome to the point of being demonic. His aura was completely gone. Obviously, he had already died. However, even though he had been dead for so many years, Lin Feng still couldn't believe it. Outside his body, it was actually shrouded in domineering aura. A dead person. He could actually release his domineering aura. Lin Feng had never heard of such a thing. It was really too shocking. Moreover, the most important thing was, this dead cultivator's body was releasing the rarest purple supreme domineering aura. Was the underworld soldier protecting him? Who exactly was he? Chapter 1667. Since ancient times, the rarity of purple chi was even lower than the rarity of great emperors. Some great emperors didn't even have chi. Great emperors with chi were only a small part of the population, and great emperors with purple chi could be counted on one hand. And the man in front of him not only had the purple chi, the key was that after he died, the purple chi didn't dissipate, but lingered around his body. It was hard to imagine how powerful he was when he was alive to be able to do this. Lin Feng took a deep breath and carefully walked towards the mysterious corpse. F***ck, you're crazy. This is an existence with purple chi. Why are you approaching him? Be careful not to be killed by his purple chi. The Black Bear Devil King shouted. Lin Feng said, let's see if he has any treasures on him. The treasures of such an expert are definitely heaven-defying. If we miss this opportunity, we won't have another chance. The Black Bear Devil King rolled his eyes and said, I've seen people who don't care about their lives, but I've never seen someone who doesn't care about his life like you. You're completely crazy. Lin Feng did indeed see the treasures on the mysterious corpse. He wore a storage ring on his finger. This made Lin Feng happy. He muttered in his heart, how many treasures are there in this storage ring? However, when Lin Feng was 3 meters away from the mysterious corpse, the purple chi on the mysterious corpse actually dissipated and rushed towards Lin Feng. The Black Bear Devil King wailed, Lord Devil Emperor, your new disciple is too crazy. He's just a guy who doesn't know what's good for him. Now that he's touched the purple chi protecting his body, it seems like he's going to die. Seeing the purple chi enveloping him, Lin Feng's expression became serious. He quickly retreated, but found that his body couldn't move. He could only let the purple chi attack him. This was an extremely dangerous situation. Once the purple chi attacked his body, only death would await him. But at this time, the purple chi in Lin Feng's body seemed to have sensed something and directly came out of his body, confronting the purple chi of the mysterious corpse. Damn, the purple chi of the supreme chi. You actually possess the supreme purple domineering aura. When the Black Bear Devil Monarch saw the supreme purple tyrannical aura emanating from Lin Feng's body, he immediately cried out in surprise. He was almost scared to death, and his face was filled with shock. With Lin Feng's cultivation, he definitely shouldn't possess the supreme purple aura. However, Lin Feng possessed the supreme purple domineering aura. There was only one possibility. This was innate. Generally, people who were born with the supreme purple aura mostly inherited the bloodline of their parents. At this time, the Black Bear Devil Monarch knew that among Lin Feng's parents, one of them was definitely a heaven-defying race. Lin Feng made use of the confrontation between the two types of purple chi masters to quickly retreat. The purple chi masters in his body retracted. This was the overflowing of the Supreme Being's purple domineering aura. It wasn't triggered by Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng's body didn't become weak because of the appearance of the supreme purple haki. He stood more than 20 meters away and looked at the mysterious corpse with an uncertain expression. In the end, he gave up the idea of taking the mysterious corpse's storage ring. The danger was just too great. Lin Feng cupped his fists at the mysterious corpse and said, "Thank you, Senior, for scaring away that terrifying existence." Since you don't want me to take your things, I won't force you. I'll take my leave now. He didn't stay any longer and quickly left. Not long after Lin Feng left the Netherworld Island, he was attacked. The Snake Queen stepped out of the void and attacked Lin Feng with a palm. Lin Feng's expression changed, and he used the heaven mending technique to dodge the terrifying attack. Lingering ghost. Lin Feng looked at the Snake Queen with a gloomy expression. The Snake Queen sealed the surrounding space and looked coldly at Lin Feng. No matter how you jump around, you won't be able to escape from me. Have you thought about how you're going to die? Lin Feng said indifferently, Snake Queen, since you're so overbearing, so be it. Today, I won't show you any mercy and will subdue you. Subdued me? The Snake Queen rolled her eyes and sneered. Brat, you're showing off in the wrong place. You're like a stray dog, yet you dare say that you can subdue me? I can crush you with one hand. Lin Feng took out a dozen divine weapons and was about to detonate them when the Snake Queen laughed. However, the Snake Queen sneered and said, Do you think I will let you succeed twice with the same method? The Snake Queen waved her right hand, and the divine weapons Lin Feng took out were restrained by an invisible force. Clearly, the Snake Queen had been prepared for this. She didn't give Lin Feng a chance to detonate his divine weapons. Swish! There was a flash of light, and the Snake Queen appeared in front of Lin Feng. She raised her right hand and sent a palm strike at Lin Feng. The Snake Queen knew that Lin Feng had many treasures on him, so she quickly closed the distance after restraining Lin Feng's divine weapons. She wanted to defeat Lin Feng directly and not give Lin Feng a chance to take out his divine weapons again. A good chance. When he saw the Snake Queen appear in front of him, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Lin Feng had wanted to take out a dozen divine weapons and detonate them to block the Snake Queen's attack like the first time. Then, he would leave. However, the Snake Queen didn't give him the chance to do so. If the Snake Empress attacked Lin Feng from a distance, Lin Feng would have died. Lin Feng wouldn't be able to withstand the Snake Queen's attack. However, in the Snake Queen's eyes, dealing with a small fry like Lin Feng, she didn't even need to use her divine abilities. After all, the Snake Queen was too powerful. It was normal for her to look down on Lin Feng. Therefore, the Snake Queen chose to close in and send a palm strike at Lin Feng. In this kind of close combat, the Snake Queen could still gain a huge advantage by suppressing Lin Feng with her physical body. She could also kill Lin Feng. However, the Snake Queen neglected something. She didn't know that Lin Feng had just obtained a treasure. This treasure was the immortal binding rope. If it was an offensive treasure, the Snake Queen naturally wouldn't be afraid. However, the immortal binding rope was a binding treasure. Immortal binding. Immortal binding. It could even bind immortals, much less the Snake Queen. Whoosh! Lin Feng immediately took out the immortal binding rope. The immortal binding rope quickly wrapped around the Snake Queen. The Snake Queen was shocked and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Her body was bound by the immortal binding rope. The Snake Queen wanted to quickly transform into a ball of demonic aura to escape the immortal binding rope. However, the immortal binding rope was a very strange treasure. After being bound by the immortal binding rope, the body's dharmic powers couldn't be used. This is the immortal binding rope. The Snake Queen was obviously very knowledgeable. After realizing that she couldn't move after being bound, she immediately thought of the immortal binding rope and couldn't help but cry out. Lin Feng sneered and said, You're quite knowledgeable to know that this treasure of mine is the immortal binding rope. Now that it's in my hands, how do you think I should deal with you? The Snake Queen's expression changed. She said, I'm willing to pay an immeasurable amount of wealth for my life. Lin Feng put his arm around her waist and smiled. If you become my slave, you'll be mine, and your wealth will be mine, said Lin Feng, hugging the Snake Queen's waist. Don't even think about it. The Snake Queen shrieked. She was really panicking now. After being bound by the immortal binding rope, she no longer had the strength to struggle. She couldn't resist whatever Lin Feng wanted to do to her. Chapter 1668. Lin Feng looked at the Snake Queen indifferently and said, You are now my prisoner, so I naturally have a way to make you acknowledge me as your master. He quickly flew into the distance and finally landed on an island. Lin Feng opened up a cave abode and threw the Snake Queen inside before sealing the cave abode with restrictions. Let's break your magic power first. Lin Feng set up a dense array of restrictions and directly sealed the Snake Queen's magic power, so that she was no longer a threat. The Snake Queen's pretty face was pale. She had roamed the world for millions of years and had seen all kinds of storms. In the past, a demonic patriarch had wanted to pluck her. At that time, the Snake Queen's cultivation had been weak. But in the end, she had used a scheme to kill that terrifying demonic patriarch. The Snake Queen had experienced too many dangers in her life. But every time, she had managed to avert danger. But this time, she had fallen into Lin Feng's hands. This was something that the Snake Queen had never dreamed of. Now, the Snake Queen was extremely anxious as she tried to think of a countermeasure, but she realized that there was nothing she could do now. Snake Queen, an arrogant army is bound to be defeated. You are looking down on me, Lin Feng. Think about it. I am so young, yet I roam the world. So many people want to kill me and steal my treasures, but I still live a carefree life. How can I not be capable? Said Lin Feng, caressing the Snake Queen's beautiful face. Ma Mingbo had thought that Lin Feng wanted to deal with the Snake Queen because he wanted to take her into his harem. But it was not without basis. The Snake Queen was indeed too charming. The Snake Queen said coldly, "It's not that I was careless. It's because you suddenly mastered the immortal binding rope. You didn't have this treasure last time. If you hadn't suddenly obtained this treasure, I would have killed you with a single slap." Obviously, the Snake Queen was extremely unwilling to accept her failure. Lin Feng said, "Snake Queen, it's useless to say all this now. I'll give you a choice now. Do you want to acknowledge me as your master, or do you want me to convert you? Kill me," the Snake Queen said through gritted teeth. Lin Feng's right hand moved around the snake's body. He smiled as he said, "I can't bear to kill you. You're so powerful and so enchanting. You're simply a stunner. I like beautiful women like you, and keeping you by my side as a bed-warming maid would be quite good." The Snake Queen was so angry that she wanted nothing more than to kick Lin Feng to death. She was the Snake Empress, a high and mighty figure. Now, she was actually called a bed-warming maid. However, the Snake Queen could only glare fiercely at Lin Feng. But very quickly, the Snake Queen's face turned red. "Stop." The Snake Queen bit her red lips and said. Lin Feng smiled. "Have you made up your mind? You're shameless." The Snake Queen cursed. "If I were shameless, do you think you would still be able to talk to me face to face? How many men would want to conquer a powerhouse like you who also has such a beautiful appearance? If you fell into the hands of other men, do you think they would be like me and not do anything to you?" Lin Feng's burning gaze swept over the Snake Queen's hot body and said, "No matter how strong a woman is, she's still a woman. There are many things in this world that are unfair to begin with. A woman should find a man to rely on. Snake Queen, my patience is limited. Don't test my patience. I'll ask you one last time. Will you take the initiative to recognize me as your master, or will I convert you?" The Snake Queen's expression changed. She only had 3 choices now. Die. Be converted. Take the initiative to recognize Lin Feng as her master. Although the Snake Queen had repeatedly said that she wanted Lin Feng to kill her, how could the Snake Queen be willing to die like this? A bad life was better than a good death. Moreover, the Snake Queen was such a powerful figure with a lifespan of more than 10 million years. The Snake Queen had only lived for 1,000,000 years. She still had a very long life ahead of her. The Snake Queen's life had only just begun. How unwilling would she be to die like this? "I'm not willing to convert you because I don't want you to become a walking corpse. If that's the case, life will be meaningless," Lin Feng said. "All right, I'll recognize you as my master." The Snake Queen gritted her teeth and said. After making this decision, all the strength in her body seemed to have been sucked out. Her body fell to the ground. "Open your soul. I want to set up a soul imprint in your soul to prevent you from betraying me," Lin Feng said. The Snake Queen bit her red lips, unwilling to give up. She had no other choice now. She could only open her soul. Lin Feng successfully set up a soul imprint in the Snake Queen's soul. Then, He put away the immortal binding rope and removed the restrictions on the Snake Queen's body. "Qin greets Master." The Snake Queen bowed to Lin Feng. "You're called Qin? That's a good name," Lin Feng said with a smile and grabbed the Snake Queen's waist. "Master, what are you doing? Don't be like this." The Snake Queen's face instantly turned pink. Lin Feng said with a smile. "Nothing, I just want to have an in-depth conversation with you about life." In these few days, the situation in the Netherworld Sea World became more and more tense. This was because the Nine States Alliance had invited peerless experts from the three great immortal sects. A peak battle broke out once again. This time, it was even more tragic. The experts from both sides fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked. The sun and moon lost their light, the sea collapsed, and the galaxy reversed. In the end, the experts from the three great immortal sects had the upper hand in this battle. However, the experts from the three great immortal sects wanted to kill the Stone Man of the mermaid race. This was also an extremely difficult task. Moreover, at this time, a few powerful figures appeared to mediate. Because of this, the two sides stopped fighting. Lin Feng and the Snake Queen also watched the scene of the experts from the three great immortal sects fighting the Stone Man of the mermaid race. After the Snake Queen was nourished, she became even more enchanting. After seeing a few terrifying experts come out to mediate this battle, Lin Feng and the Snake Queen left and returned to the ancient capital of the Netherworld Sea. Now that a strong cultivator has come to mediate, I'm afraid this battle will end with negotiations. I think the Nine States Alliance's fleet will go to the Nine States very soon. I've already decided to follow the Nine States Alliance's fleet to the Nine States. You can stay in the Ocean of Hell for now and help me recruit strong cultivators from the Ocean of Hell. With your cultivation and reputation, it should be easy for you to recruit strong cultivators. Lin Feng said. The Snake Queen said, "Yes, Master. Qin will definitely help Master recruit experts and form a force that belongs to Master." Lin Feng nodded. In the next few days, the Nine States Alliance and the mermaid race stopped fighting and both sides began to negotiate. But the content of the negotiations, it was unknown. Obviously, the mermaid race would have to pay a huge price this time to settle this matter. Because, after the three great immortal sects joined in, the mermaid race was obviously at a disadvantage. However, the experts from the three great immortal sects did not force the mermaid race into a dead end. This was because once the mermaid race was forced into a dead end, when the time came for them to counterattack, the three great immortal sects and the Nine States Alliance would probably suffer heavy losses. And negotiations were the best choice. 10 days later, the Nine States Alliance's fleet headed to the Nine States. Lin Feng followed behind the Nine States Alliance's fleet and headed to the Nine States. There were many cultivators like Lin Feng. The Nine States Alliance's fleet did not stop the cultivators behind them. Chapter 1669. They didn't stop the cultivators from following them, not because the Nine States Alliance was kind, but because it was impossible to follow the Nine States Alliance's fleet all the way to the Nine States. Along the way, danger lurked everywhere, and many sea beasts wouldn't attack the huge fleet. However, they would attack the cultivators following behind the fleet. Therefore, many cultivators were killed by the beasts. The surviving cultivators realized that it was too dangerous to follow the Nine States Alliance's fleet to the Nine States continent, so they all chose to return. A small number of cultivators, such as Lin Feng, still followed behind the Nine States Alliance's fleet. "It's foggy," a cultivator said. This was an ocean filled with fog. Soon, the Nine States Alliance's fleet disappeared without a trace. There's a natural formation or a magnetic field here. The Nine States Alliance's fleet has a nautical chart, so they won't be affected. However, we're trapped. Let's rush out quickly, or we'll lose them, a cultivator shouted and sped up with his companions. Lin Feng had noticed this group of cultivators before. He realized that they were memorizing the route the Nine States Alliance's fleet took. They were probably trying to draw a nautical chart. If they could successfully draw it, they could sell it for a sky-high price. There were many people who had the same goal as this group. Soon, shrill cries could be heard. Of the dozen or so cultivators who had charged forward, two managed to escape. Behind them were a swarm of insects that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Demonic fog insects. Many people turned pale when they saw those insects. The demonic fog insects were a type of poisonous insect unique to the sea. They moved in groups and appeared together. These poisonous insects usually only appeared in areas shrouded in fog. Once a cultivator encountered these poisonous insects, it would be a disaster. The two cultivators who were escaping couldn't escape the demonic fog insects. Their bodies were instantly submerged, and in the blink of an eye, they became a pile of bones. Seeing this scene, many people were already scared to the point that their faces turned pale. It was really too terrifying. Run! The remaining cultivators all fled. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He didn't escape with the other cultivators because if he did, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to catch up with the Nine States Alliance's battleship. Therefore, Lin Feng activated a heavenly fire light shield and rushed forward. The demonic fog insects blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they flew towards Lin Feng. A large number of demonic fog insects were burned to ashes, and Lin Feng successfully rushed out of the demonic fog insects. He flew quickly in the sea filled with white fog. Finally, he rushed out and saw the fleet in front of him. Right now. He was the only one left who was able to follow the fleet from afar. After a full 3 months, the weather gradually became colder. Lin Feng saw a huge world of ice appear in his sight. The world of the tundra. We have arrived at the 9 prefectures. His face lit up. He had some understanding of the 9 provinces. After passing through the sea and seeing the endless world of ice, he arrived at the northernmost region of the 9 provinces. It was rumored. That was an area ruled by the Snow Clan and the Ice Clan. The temperature was more than 1,000 degrees below zero. It was much colder than the extreme north of the Tianwu continent. It was almost impossible for other races to survive in such cold weather. Buzz. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation came from one of the battleships. Not good. Lin Feng's face changed slightly. He was extremely familiar with this kind of energy fluctuation. This was the energy fluctuation produced when the spirit stone cannons were fired. Boom. Boom. At the next moment, the spiritual stone cannons were bombarding Lin Feng. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual stone cannons exploded. When the energy dissipated, Lin Feng had disappeared without a trace. The last tracker has been blown to pieces. We can leave now. A sneer came from the ship. Following which, the gigantic warship quickly left. Obviously, the 9 States Alliance's fleet wouldn't let the cultivators who followed them go. If there was such a cultivator, they would be mercilessly killed. After the 9 States Alliance's fleet left, Lin Feng stepped out of the void. The spirit stone cannons were very powerful. Those people naturally didn't think that Lin Feng could survive. That was why the cultivators on the ship thought that Lin Feng had been completely destroyed by the spirit stone cannons. His body and soul had been destroyed. Not even a severed limb was left behind. However, Lin Feng had the heaven mending technique. He wanted to borrow another chance from the heavens. When the spirit stone cannons were about to kill him, he used the heaven mending technique to avoid the terrifying power of the explosion. Then, he hid in the void and successfully avoided the 9 States Alliance's cultivators' sight. Lin Feng quickly flew toward the Origin Ice World. The Origin Ice World was extremely cold. Even he was shivering from the cold. Therefore, Lin Feng had to circulate the heavenly flame in his body to let it emit heat and dispel the cold. In addition to being extremely cold, the Origin Ice World was full of broken restrictions. If he was careless, he would be killed by the restrictions. These were the restrictions of the Origin Ice World. Some of the restrictions contained the power of Emperor runes, so they were extremely terrifying. Even Lin Feng had to be careful. Is that an ice dragon? Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the corpse of a huge creature. It was the corpse of an ice dragon. Its body was about 500 to 600 meters long, and its surface was covered in icy scales. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such an ice dragon. He cut open the ice dragon's body and took out the dragon core. This was the ice dragon's origin crystal. It was extremely precious. He did not stop and continued to travel deeper. The origin ice world was boundless. Lin Feng did not see anyone along the way. Snow fluttered. His body was covered in snow, almost turning him into a snowman. Roar. Roars shook the sky as the two behemoths engaged in a fierce battle. It was a huge Icelandic titan and an Icelandic giant alligator. The origin ice titan was 1,000 meters tall, while the origin ice giant crocodile was 1,000 meters long and 300 to 400 meters tall. The two behemoths of the two races fought each other, fighting until the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Even the icy plains were split apart. Lin Feng had no interest in watching the two behemoths fight. He continued to travel deeper. On this day, he saw cultivators flying over from afar. Lin Feng was delighted. Since he saw cultivators, did that mean that he would see a city soon? A group of more than 10 cultivators also saw Lin Feng and quickly flew over. It did not take long for them to meet up with Lin Feng. The group of cultivators was led by a thin middle-aged cultivator. "You're alone?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "I'm lost in the origin ice world. I don't know how long it will take for me to find a city. If you can tell me, I'll definitely thank you." Chapter 1670. This is the northernmost region of the icy plains, and we'll have to pass through many dangerous areas. We'll even have to pass through areas where ferocious beasts roam. If you're not familiar with the terrain, you won't be able to pass through the icy plains and return to the region where cultivators are active. How did this little brother get here? It's really strange. The others were also quite confused. Lin Feng was traveling alone in such a dangerous place. It was really strange. Lin Feng said, "It's like this. I followed some other cultivators from the East Sea, but we encountered a powerful beast and many of us died. The rest of us were separated, and I'm traveling alone in the icy plains. I don't know where I've ended up." Lin Feng still had some reservations about these people, and he didn't tell them the truth. It was better to be cautious when traveling. Moreover, the world of cultivators was filled with conflict and deception. If one wasn't careful, they could die. As such, Lin Feng didn't really trust these people. The middle-aged cultivator said, "We're going to the Ice Rift Valley to collect some glacial essence. Little brother, you can come with us and follow us back to the 9 provinces. There's glacial essence here?" Lin Feng was shocked. He had heard of it before. It was a liquid formed from the origin of the earth after countless years of transformation. It could only appear in extremely cold places. It could greatly increase a cultivator's cultivation, and it could be said to be the most precious natural treasure. "That's right. It's the glacial essence. If we can really collect it, little brother, you can have a share of it," the middle-aged cultivator said. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said calmly, "Thank you for your kindness, fellow Daoist. I can't thank you enough. In that case, I'll follow you to the Ice Rift Valley to look for the glacial essence." The middle-aged cultivator nodded and said, "I'm Wu Yuan. How should I address you, little brother?" Lin Feng, the middle-aged cultivator, then introduced the rest of the group. Afterwards, the group continued on their way through the icy plains. The icy plains was a vast expanse of whiteness, and it was easy to get lost and get trapped. Ordinary compasses, and other directional devices were of no use in such a cold place. Perhaps they would crack as soon as they were taken out. Lin Feng noticed that Wu Yuan was holding a special compass. The compass's qi was oppressive. It wouldn't be affected in the icy plains. Wu Yuan explained, "This compass is made of 9 yin glacial ice. It's specially made for use in the icy plains. It's incredibly valuable. Even if you have money, you can't buy it." Wu Yuan's tone carried a hint of complacency. The reason why they were able to travel smoothly through the icy plains was because of this precious compass. Said Lin Feng, "It seems like you often come and go in the ice field, right?" Wu Yuan nodded and said, "Although the climate in the ice fields is terrible and it's hard to survive, there are indeed some rare treasures here. However, whether or not you can obtain these treasures depends on your own ability. The ice fields are much crueler than other places." Lin Feng nodded. At night, they rested in an ice cave formed by an ice mountain. It was not suitable to move around in the icy plains at night, because during the day, the temperature in the icy plains was -1000 degrees Celsius. At night, the temperature would plummet. It could reach -3 to 4,000 degrees Celsius. Such a cold temperature. If he went out, he would definitely be frozen into a popsicle. At this time, some of the powerful beasts in the icy plains would also come out to look for food. Moreover, at night, there would often be strong winds in the icy plains. In such a cold place, once the wind blew, the cold wind was like a blade. It would cause serious damage to a cultivator's body. Hiding in the ice cave to withstand the cold wind was the best choice. Furthermore, the temperature in the ice cave was much higher than outside. These people are not good people. The Black Bear Devil King sent a sound transmission to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. How could he not see through this? But Lin Feng also wanted to obtain the ice essence. If those people didn't plot against him, then everybody would be safe and sound. They would all get rich together, that would be the best outcome. If these people dared to scheme against him, then Lin Feng wouldn't mind killing them all. The world of cultivators. It was cruel to begin with. In a world that ate people without spitting out their bones, there could be no mercy. Because it was very likely that you would lose your life because of it. So many years. What kind of things had Lin Feng not experienced? Thus, he had long since developed a decisive personality. That night, the outside world was not peaceful. The cold wind howled, and the roars of beasts shook the heavens. Fortunately, the place they were hiding in was not visited by any vicious beasts. The next morning, everyone continued to move forward. Only 10 days later did they arrive at the Ice Rift Valley. It wasn't an easy task to find such an ice rift valley in the boundless world of ice. The group flew down. Screech. A sharp, ear-piercing cry rang out. Below, vicious beasts flew up one after another. These were a type of bird-type vicious beasts. They were about 1 meter long and snow-white in color. Their bodies were like crocodiles, but they had the heads of wolves. This kind of vicious beast was called the winged wolf-head crocodile. It was a relatively common vicious beast in the icy plains. Activate your flying swords and kill them, Wu Yuan shouted in a deep voice. Clearly, he was very experienced. The group summoned their flying swords and attacked the winged wolf-head crocodiles that were charging up from below. Pu. Pu. Tearing sounds rang out one after another as blood splattered across the sky. A large number of winged wolf-head crocodiles were killed. The remaining winged wolf-head crocodiles did not dare to continue attacking the group. Instead, they took a detour. The group continued to fly down and finally arrived at the bottom of the Ice Rift Valley. Then, they headed deeper into the valley. At the bottom of the Ice Rift Valley, there were many large cracks that led to the depths of the earth. It's the third tunnel. I wonder if there's any danger in the third tunnel? A cultivator asked with a slight frown. In the third tunnel, waves of cold yin qi permeated the air, causing people to involuntarily have a hair-raising feeling. At this moment, the group looked at Lin Feng. Wu Yuan said with a fake smile, "Why don't you go down and scout the way, Daoist Lin?" Perhaps this was the reason why the group had brought Lin Feng here. They wanted to have Lin Feng scout the way for them. Many of the cultivators had ferocious looks in their eyes, which was a complete contrast to the kind smiles they had on their faces before. It was as if Lin Feng did not agree to it. They would immediately attack and kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng unexpectedly nodded and said, "All right, no problem. I'll go down and scout the way. You guys wait here." Chapter 1671. Haha, don't worry, Brother Lin. If there's any danger, just give us a shout, and we'll immediately go down to help you. Wu Yuan smiled. His face was full of sincerity, and his words sounded even better than a song. Lin Feng naturally didn't believe Wu Yuan's nonsense. He smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he walked into the tunnel. The passage was extremely dark and gloomy. Lin Feng had the impression that the coldness was piercing through his bones. He didn't encounter any danger on the way, and when he reached the depths of the cave, he discovered a huge underground world. In this underground world, there was a frozen lake. On the walls of the frozen lake, there were 9 Chilean heads formed from ice. The Chilean heads' mouths were emitting shocking waves of energy. The glacial essence of ice is inside the Chilean heads. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and quickly rushed in the direction of the Qilin heads. As soon as he flew into the lake, a cold aura spread out from the lake. Then, a huge creature rushed out, opening its bloody mouth and trying to swallow Lin Feng. Lin Feng was stupefied. He quickly moved to the left and dodged the terrifying creature. At that moment, Lin Feng saw what was attacking him. It was a cobra. However, the cobra's body was too big. It was over 100 meters long, and it had a pair of wings. Cobras were poisonous snakes that could be seen everywhere. However, this was the first time Lin Feng had seen such a huge cobra with a pair of wings, so he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the two-winged cobra. The two-winged cobra let out a sharp cry and rushed toward Lin Feng. It opened its bloody mouth and spat out a dark green poisonous fog. The poisonous fog spread throughout the underground world. The air was instantly corroded by the poison. What a powerful poison! Lin Feng was astonished. He hastily stopped breathing and released his celestial fire to protect himself. Then he used his great poison technique. The two-winged cobra's poison was extremely terrifying. However, after Lin Feng displayed several of his techniques, even if it was the venom of the two-winged cobra, they couldn't hurt him. Whoosh! Lin Feng leaped up and rushed toward the double-winged cobra. He used his palm as a saber and slashed out a dazzling saber light. When the two-winged cobra saw that it couldn't kill Lin Feng with its poison, it swung its thick tail at him. A loud bang was heard. The cobra's tail was really powerful. After blocking Lin Feng's attack, it also sent Lin Feng flying. A muffled bang was heard. Lin Feng's body slammed heavily into the rock wall. The two-winged cobra quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. The two-winged cobra opened its bloody mouth and bit toward Lin Feng. Immortal binding rope. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he directly took out the immortal binding rope. Whoosh! At such a close distance, the two-winged cobra couldn't avoid it. Its huge body was directly tied up by Lin Feng's immortal binding rope. It struggled violently, but the more it struggled, the more its body was tied up. Lin Feng didn't kill the two-winged cobra. It would be a pity to kill it. It was such a powerful poison. It could be subdued. It could be a good help. He ran the great purification technique. The powerful purification power poured into the two-winged cobra's mind and directly purified its soul. This two-winged cobra was obviously very bestial. It didn't know the transformation technique yet. However, after being purified by Lin Feng, it felt more close to Lin Feng. Lin Feng put away the immortal binding rope. He patted the two-winged cobra's head. The two-winged cobra immediately responded with a hissing sound. Lin Feng didn't understand the snake language. He didn't know what this guy was talking about. He flew towards the 9 Qilin heads. Looking at the 9 Qilin heads, he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Sometimes, he couldn't help but sigh at the magic of the creator. He could condense 9 Qilin heads as if they were real. He took out a portion of the ice essence from each Qilin's head and sealed them. He had a total of 9 bottles of ice essence. The two-winged cobra was put into Lin Feng's mountain river ring. Bibi and Dragon Rabbit were very happy after seeing the two-winged cobra. They treated it as a new playmate. The two little guys were completely unaware of the danger and horror of the two-winged cobra. Lin Feng warned the two-winged cobra not to hurt Bibi and Dragon Rabbit. Otherwise, he was really worried that the two-winged cobra would eat Bibi and Dragon Rabbit. Then Lin Feng went back the way he came. In the passage, he found more than a dozen corpses. These corpses were the corpses of Wu Yuan and the others. They were all poisoned to death. It should have been when he was fighting with the two-winged cobra. The two-winged cobra spewed out a large amount of poisonous fog. A part of the poisonous fog entered the tunnel. Coincidentally, Wu Yuan and the others entered the tunnel at this time. They inhaled the poisonous fog and died from poisoning. Lin Feng didn't have a good or bad impression of these people. Although he knew that Wu Yuan and the others had bad intentions towards him, Lin Feng had seen this kind of thing too many times. It could no longer arouse his emotions. It's not bad to be buried in this place. Lin Feng muttered. He put away the storage rings of the dozen people and left. Lin Feng found a map in Wu Yuan's storage ring. This was a map of the icefield world. It wasn't particularly detailed, but it marked some places to be careful and pay attention to. With the map and Wu Yuan's compass, Lin Feng was able to find a way out. Smoothly leaving the icefield world was no longer a difficult thing. However, before leaving, Lin Feng planned to go into seclusion to refine the ice pith. He found an ice cave, sealed it with a restriction, and entered it. Then, he took out the ice pith. Lin Feng refined 7 bottles of ice pith and broke through to the 8th sky of the Void God realm. There were still 2 bottles of ice pith left. Because even if he refined them, it wouldn't be enough for him to continue breaking through. The ice pith's effect is quite good. It's a pity that there's too little of it. Lin Feng muttered. Then, he came out of seclusion and flew towards the world of the 9 states following the map. After about 2 months, he finally left the depths of the icefield world and arrived at the outer region. There were snowy mountains everywhere. Snow was falling. When he passed by a snowy mountain range, Lin Feng heard the sound of fighting. He flew towards the direction of the sound and saw more than a dozen cultivators besieging 2 female cultivators. The 2 female cultivators were tall and had long silver hair. They were extremely beautiful. They should be women of the snow race. The women of the snow race had silver hair, and each was more beautiful than the other. The cultivators besieging the 2 women were male cultivators. They were extremely ugly. Those cultivators exuded a frosty aura. Cultivators of the ice race. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Chapter 1672. The Snow Clan and the Ice Clan were 2 ancient clans. They had existed for a very long time. Lin Feng had heard about that before. The 2 clans had developed over countless years, so it was inevitable that there would be all kinds of grievances between them. The Snow Clan and the Ice Clan had always been like fire and water. That was why the cultivators of the Ice Clan and the Snow Clan were fighting. Lin Feng didn't find it strange. Xuexin, Xuefei. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and hand over the ice-snow sacred lotus. That way, you can live. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being ruthless, said a cultivator of the Ice Clan, smiling coldly. His eyes were gleaming with a perverted light. The men of the Ice Clan were very ugly. The men of the Snow Clan were handsome and confident. The women of the Ice Clan were as beautiful as fairies. That was why the men of the Ice Clan had been eyeing the women of the Snow Clan. In recent years, the Ice Clan had been growing stronger and stronger, while the Snow Clan had been weakening. Every year, the Snow Clan would offer many beautiful women to the Ice Clan. After experiencing the beauties of the Snow Clan, the men of the Ice Clan became more and more ambitious. Some of the women of the Snow Clan who were alone met with the cultivators of the Ice Clan. If Xuexin and Xuefei were ordinary women of the Snow Clan, the men of the Ice Clan wouldn't have been afraid of them. But the 2 women weren't ordinary. They were the adopted daughters of the leader of the Snow Clan. That was why the cultivators of the Ice Clan were afraid of them. Don't even think about getting the ice-snow sacred lotus, said the 2 women coldly. Master, this is a desolate place. Even if we kill them, nobody will know. We might as well go all the way and capture them. Then we'll take the ice-snow sacred lotus. Master, you can enjoy it, said an Ice Clan cultivator immediately. The rest of the Ice Tribe cultivators laughed obscenely. The leader of the group was called Bing Xian. He was the grandson of the great elder of the Ice Clan. The leader of the Ice Clan wasn't the leader of the Ice Clan, but the great elder. The leader of the Ice Clan had been a mere figurehead. That was why Bing Xian's position in the Ice Clan was extremely high. Bing Xian smiled evilly and said, "That's a good idea. Since it's that way, let's capture those 2 women." More than a dozen ice race warriors responded loudly. All of them looked extremely excited. After Bing Xian enjoyed himself, it would be their turn. In any case, this was not the first time they had done something like this. Boom, boom, boom. All kinds of powerful attacks were launched. In an instant, Xuexin and Xuefei were unable to resist. The cultivation of these 2 women was not weak. They were both at 8th sky of ethereal god realm. However, after all, there were only 2 of them. On Bing Xian's side, There were many experts. There were 4 or 5 people, all of them at the divine flame realm. As for Bing Xian, his cultivation was even more unfathomable. Not only had he reached the half-step true god realm, furthermore, he also had precious treasures on him. Even if it was a true god expert, he could also put up a fight. Haha, don't resist anymore. Be obedient and let us capture you. I'll take good care of you later. Bing Xian burst into laughter. The 2 sisters exchanged a glance, then each took out a jade talisman. Xuexin's jade talisman transformed into a hazy silhouette, but one could still vaguely make out that it was a woman's silhouette. After the hazy silhouette appeared, it swept out a palm and enveloped everyone. Xuefei's jade talisman transformed into a ball of light that wrapped around Xuexin and Xuefei. The 2 sisters tore apart the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Where do you think you're going? Shouted Bing Xian furiously. He wanted to chase after them, but the hazy silhouette blocked his path. It was probably a life-saving measure for Xuexin and Xuefei. After an intense battle, 3 people from the Ice Clan were killed. The hazy silhouette was destroyed by Bing Xian and the others together. Then, it disappeared. Prince, 3 of our brothers are dead, said an Ice Clan cultivator with an ugly expression. Damn it, shouted Bing Xian. Chase after them. Don't let them escape. Whoosh, the group of people quickly left. Lin Feng walked out of his hiding place. He looked normal. He had seen too many battles like this. Therefore, he was not surprised. The enmity between the Ice Clan and the Snow Clan had nothing to do with him. Therefore, Lin Feng did not pay attention to these things. He continued walking towards the periphery of the ice field. That night, Lin Feng was resting in an ice cave under an ice mountain. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 people quickly entered the cave. They entered the ice cave and hurriedly used a few seals to seal it. They were Xuexin and Xuefei. After sealing the ice cave, the 2 sisters heaved a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, they suddenly felt that something was wrong. They felt as if someone was looking at them from the depths of the ice cave. The 2 sisters turned around and saw a male cultivator looking at them. Who are you? The 2 sisters looked as if they were facing a great enemy. They had not noticed this person when they had come in, which was enough to show how strong this person's cultivation level was. I'm just a passerby. If you want to rest, just find a place to rest. There's no need to ask, said Lin Feng. The 2 sisters frowned and looked at Lin Feng cautiously. When the 2 sisters saw that Lin Feng wasn't hostile towards them, they felt relieved. The 2 sisters whispered to each other for a long time, but nobody knew what they were talking about. At that moment, Xuexin said, Sir, I am Xuexin, and this is my younger sister, Xuefei. We are the daughters of the leader of the Snow Clan. We are being chased by a group of evil people from the Ice Clan. If you can escort us back to Snow City, we will definitely thank you. I'm not interested, said Lin Feng indifferently. Xuefei looked as if she was about to cry. She said, You must have heard that the Ice Clan is very cruel. Can you bear to see us fall into their hands? At that time, the 2 of us will live a life worse than death. Please have mercy on us, young master. What's your fate? Does it have anything to do with me? Said Lin Feng indifferently. Xuexin and Xuefei gnashed their teeth angrily. The 2 beautiful women were begging him. That guy was actually indifferent. He really didn't understand. If you're willing to escort us back, we will give you a precious treasure, said Xuexin through gritted teeth. Oh, a precious treasure. What kind of treasure? Asked Lin Feng. The sacred ice lotus, said Xuexin. Lin Feng's heart shook. Xuexin and Xuefei were being attacked by a group of Ice Clan cultivators. It seemed that those Ice Clan cultivators were trying to steal the sacred ice lotus. Asked Xuexin. What is the sacred ice lotus? What's its effect? No way. You don't even know what the sacred ice lotus is? Shouted the 2 women in surprise. They looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. They muttered in their hearts. This guy didn't come from some remote village, did he? He had never heard of the sacred ice lotus. Chapter 1673. Is it strange that I don't know about the sacred ice lotus? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Xue Xin and Xue Fei howled inwardly. This guy couldn't be a fake expert, could he? We can't be fooled. But then again, he couldn't be a fake expert. This cultivator in front of them, he was indeed very powerful. Perhaps he was cultivating in some remote village, which was why he didn't know much about many things. The two sisters could only use this as an excuse to convince themselves. Xue Xin said, "The sacred ice lotus is one of the most precious natural treasures, and it has a shocking use. It can heal Dao injuries." Heal Dao injuries? Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, he became sad again. He thought of Huang Ling-er. If he had obtained the sacred ice lotus in the past, Huang Ling-er wouldn't have died. Hey, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Are you so excited after knowing how precious the sacred ice lotus is? Xue Fei asked. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. I just thought of an old friend who died because of a Dao injury. It's been so many years, and I still can't forget it. I didn't expect you to be such a loyal person. Xue Fei said. Don't praise me like that. I'll become arrogant. Lin Feng wiped away his tears and grinned. Shameless. Xue Fei stuck out her tongue. Of the two sisters, Xue Fei was obviously more lively. Xue Xin was calmer. Lin Feng said, I agree to your request. I can escort you to Snow City. Now, give me the sacred ice lotus. Xue Fei said, although you've agreed, we still want to see if you're strong enough. Lin Feng nodded. All right, then attack me with all your strength. Xue Fei leapt forward and slapped at Lin Feng. Snowflakes fluttered around Xue Fei. A snowflake. It was like an indestructible blade. All of the snowflakes flew towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng reached out with his hand, causing the air to tremble. The snowflakes fluttering in the air were instantly shattered. Lin Feng and Xue Fei's palms collided, and Xue Fei was forced back. Not bad. Take another one of my palms. Xue Fei was about to attack again. Xue Xin pulled Xue Fei and said, Sister, there's no need to fight. He's obviously not using his full strength. You're far from being his match. Xue Fei seemed as Xue Fei's words. She looked at Lin Feng's Xue Fei and said, Xue Fei's is. Xue thought Lin Feng. Even if he wanted to pay, he should have waited until the escort mission was over. Aren't you afraid that I'll run away? Lin Feng took the sacred ice and snow lotus and sealed it. Then he put it away. With the sacred ice lotus in hand, he wouldn't have to worry about Dao injuries in the future. Xue Fei said, now that you've taken the sacred ice lotus, can you tell us your name? Where are you from? What's your cultivation level? My name is Lin Feng. That's all you need to know. Everything else is private. Lin Feng said indifferently. What's so great about being so mysterious? Xue Fei snorted. Xue Xin said, Lin Gongzi, since you've accepted the mission of escorting us, we should tell you about the situation of the ice race's cultivators. Lin Feng nodded. Xue Xin continued, the leader of the ice race is called Bing Xian. He's the grandson of the ice race's great elder. He's cultivated for 270,000 years, and he's a quasi-true god. He has a powerful treasure, but we don't know what it is. It's said that he can fight against true gods with it. Now, he's called Bingyu, and he's at the first celestial layer of the true god layer. He's one of the ice race's domain chiefs. Bingyu has brought more than 100 people. They're scattered all over the place, looking for us. If they find us, we'll be surrounded. So, we should try our best not to fight with them. If we get surrounded, we'll die. Lin Feng said, the sacred ice lotus is precious. No wonder they've gathered so many people. Let's rest here for the night and recharge. We'll leave tomorrow. The two sisters nodded. They were extremely tired, so they found a place to rest. The next day, the three of them set off. Lin Feng said, I'm faster, so it'll be faster if I carry you. There'll be some physical contact, so I hope you'll forgive me. The two sisters blushed and nodded. Lin Feng put his arms around the sisters' waists, one on the left and one on the right. Xue Xin and Xue Fei had never had such intimate contact with a man before. Therefore, her face was flushed red. Lin Feng didn't think too much about it. He flew into the sky and quickly flew away. On the way, he saw ice race cultivators in the distance and hid. So, no ice race cultivators could see them. Half a month later, Lin Feng saw a huge mountain range in the distance. "Sister, look. It's the Snow Dragon mountain range." Xue Fei pointed at the mountain range excitedly. This place was already under the snow race's control. "We'll reach Snow City in about 10 days, Xuexin said happily. "Ha ha ha. But you won't be able to get back to Snow City." At that moment, loud laughter came from the snowy mountains. 50 to 60 cultivators flew over. Lin Feng had seen one of them before. It was Bing Xian. The other one was probably Bing Yu, whom Xuexin had mentioned. Obviously, these people were looking for Xuexin and Xue Fei. They hadn't been able to find them for a long time, so they had set up an ambush. When Xuexin and Xue Fei saw Bing Xian and Bing Yu, their faces turned pale with fright. They had a lot of people. Bing Yu was also a true immortal. If they were surrounded by such a group of strong cultivators, they would definitely die. Bing Xian looked at Lin Feng coldly and said, "I was wondering why we couldn't find these two women after such a long time. So you were the one behind all this, boy. I'll give you a chance to live. Hand over the two women and submit to me. Become my servant and I'll spare your life." Xuexin and Xue Fei trembled. They were afraid that Lin Feng would hand them over. Said Lin Feng indifferently, "What you just said is enough for you to die 10 times. Now, kneel down, kowtow and apologize, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll chop off your head," said Lin Feng indifferently. When Lin Feng said that, everyone was stunned. Wasn't he too arrogant? Even Bing Xian's mouth twitched violently. Bing Xian had always been arrogant. But now, he realized that compared to this boy, he wasn't arrogant at all. Chapter 1674. Where did this brat come from? How can he be so arrogant? "Little brat, do you want to die? How dare you be so arrogant in front of our young master Xian? Who do you think you are?" The ice race cultivators shouted and cursed. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. In their opinion, Lin Feng was acting so arrogantly, he was just courting death. Xuexin and Xue Fei smiled bitterly. They didn't expect Lin Feng to be so arrogant. How could he be so arrogant at a time like this? However, the two sisters didn't say anything. If there was no hope for them to escape, they would die. They even made up their minds to kill themselves. They wouldn't let the ice race catch them. If they fell into the hands of the ice race cultivators, their fates would be miserable. The two sisters were very clear about this. "Brat, I've seen many arrogant people, but this is the first time I've seen someone as arrogant as you. Arrogance requires capital. If you have capital, you can be arrogant. If you don't, then you're an idiot. I don't think you have the capital to be arrogant. Bing Chong, capture this brat. I want to personally torture him. I want to cut off his flesh and see if he can still be as arrogant as before." Bing Xian waved his hand and ordered. "Yes, young master." One of the cultivators answered and stepped forward. He looked coldly at Lin Feng. "You're courting death. Suppress him." The cultivator called Bing Chong was at the third sky of the divine fire realm. Naturally, he didn't care about a young cultivator like Lin Feng. Moreover, Bing Chong could vaguely sense Lin Feng's cultivation level. He was only at the void god realm. To Bing Chong, dealing with such a cultivator was a piece of cake. He raised his right hand and cold chi spread out. When this palm came down, even the void was frozen. "Ant-like thing, you actually dare to jump around in front of this young master?" Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He raised his right hand and a saber light slashed out. Even the void was torn apart. The saber light instantly arrived in front of Chong Bing. Bing Chong turned pale with fright. He had never thought that Lin Feng would have such a powerful move. Chong Bing's palm, which had been aimed at Lin Feng, quickly swatted at the saber light that was coming at him. Puff. But it was useless. The saber light instantly tore Chong Bing apart, splitting him in half. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Chong Bing was an expert at the third level of the Godfire realm. He was actually killed in a single move. That brat's cultivation was so powerful. Xue Xin and Xue Fei, on the other hand, opened their pink lips slightly. They were both surprised and happy in their hearts. They originally thought that Lin Feng's cultivation was formidable, roughly equivalent to the first or second firmament of the divine fire realm. But now they knew that the two sisters had underestimated Lin Feng's strength. Instantly killing a third-level divine flame realm expert with a single move, this was just too powerful. The two sisters saw hope of escaping with their lives. At that moment, the two sisters were looking at Lin Feng in a strange way. A young, handsome, and powerful cultivator like Lin Feng would be the center of attention wherever he went. He was also the type of person who could easily attract the hearts of women. Brat! How dare you kill a member of the Ice Clan? You're courting death. No one in this world can save you. When Bing Xian saw that Chong Bing had been killed, his eyes flashed with killing intent. He walked step by step towards Lin Feng. Clearly, he wanted to deal with Lin Feng personally. Bing Yu said, "Young Master Xian, this brat is a bit strange. This brat is a bit strange. Let me kill him." Bing Xian's face sank slightly. He said, "Does Commander you think that I, Bing Xian, am no match for him?" Bing Yu knew Bing Xian's temperament very well. Bing Xian had always thought highly of himself. Of course, his cultivation level was also very high. If Bing Xian used that supreme treasure of his, it would take a lot of effort to defeat him. Perhaps it was because he was too strong that Bing Xian's arrogance was nurtured. Because of that, Bing Xian never listened to anyone's advice. Bing Yu hurriedly said, "That's not what I meant. I just think that there's no need to trouble you to deal with such a small fry." Bing Xian said, "Today, I want to stretch my muscles a little. It's been a long time since I've seen such a reckless person." Bing Yu didn't say anything else, even though he instinctively felt that there was something wrong with Lin Feng. However, when Bing Yu thought of Bing Xian's strength, he relaxed. "Brat, I'll let you know what kind of miserable fate awaits you after your stupid actions infuriate me." Bing Xian smiled viciously. As he walked, a powerful icy qi emanated from his body. Ice Emperor's hand. Bing Xian attacked. His right hand was surrounded by endless divine light, dazzling and dazzling. At that moment, Bing Xian seemed to have transformed into the Ice Emperor of the ancient times. The Ice Emperor was a powerful person. He was a brilliant great emperor. He had used the Tao of Ice to become a great emperor. The Ice Emperor's hand was a peerless technique created by the Ice Emperor. It was extremely powerful. Bing Xian seemed to look down on Lin Feng. But in reality, when he attacked, he unleashed a powerful battle strength. He didn't look down on Lin Feng at all. Someone like Bing Xian was also a meticulous person. In words, he could look down on Lin Feng in all kinds of ways. But when he actually attacked, that wasn't the case. Haha, the Ice Emperor's hand is becoming more and more proficient. The group of cultivators from the Ice Clan laughed. Even Bing Yu looked serious. He was obviously shocked by the power of Bing Xian's attack. Xue Xin and Xue Fei, who were next to Lin Feng, paled when they sensed Bing Xian's attack. Even though they had a new understanding of Lin Feng's strength, Bing Xian was too strong. They weren't sure if Lin Feng could block Bing Xian's attack. They didn't have any confidence. It was at this moment. Xue Xin and Xue Fei saw Lin Feng attack. Then, the two sisters saw a step that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Lin Feng walked towards Bing Xian step by step. Golden light shot up into the sky from his body. Lin Feng raised his right hand. The golden light condensed on his palm. The dazzling light condensed into a terrifying light of judgment. Ruler. Judgment. Lin Feng attacked. The light of judgment seemed to have turned into an eternal power. It slashed towards Bing Xian. Fart. Ah. Along with the sound of something being torn apart and Bing Xian's miserable screams, Bing Xian's right hand. Lin Feng killed him and threw him into the air. Blood spurted out from his severed arm. Die. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He used the immemorial star-picking technique and grabbed Bing Xian's head. He wanted to take Bing Xian's head. Chapter 1675. Brat. Don't you dare. Just as Lin Feng was about to succeed, Bing Yu roared and slapped at Lin Feng. Bing Yu had always thought that Lin Feng was a bit strange. That was why he had never let his guard down. When he saw that Lin Feng had cut off Bing Xian's arm, he had already attacked. Bang! Lin Feng had no choice but to exchange a blow with Bing Yu. Bing Yu was at the True God realm, although he was only at the first sky of the True God realm. He was too strong. After exchanging blows, Lin Feng was forced back 3 steps. He grabbed Xue Xin and Xue Fei by their waists and laughed. Bing Xian, I'll spare your dog life today. Next time I see you, I'll take your head. Lin Feng knew that it wasn't a good time to fight the ice race. If he was alone, if they really fought, Lin Feng wasn't afraid. If he couldn't win, he could just run. But he had Xue Xin and Xue Fei with him. There were too many people. If they really fought, they wouldn't be able to take care of Xue Xin and Xue Fei. They would definitely be killed or captured. Lin Feng didn't want to see that happen. Since he had taken their ice-snow sacred lotuses, Lin Feng had to fulfill his duty and send them to Snow City. Where are you going? Bing Yu shouted when he saw that Lin Feng was about to leave with Xue Xin and Xue Fei. He condensed an ice spear and threw it at Lin Feng. He wanted to pierce Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng didn't fight Bing Yu head-on. He used the heaven patching technique to dodge Bing Yu's attack. Then, his body flickered and he teleported away. Chase! Shouted Bing Xian. Bing Yu said, Prince, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up. The snow race's territory is right in front of us. If we barge in and get seen by the snow race's experts, we'll definitely die. Damn it! Damn it! Could it be that this young master has to endure the enmity of losing an arm? Bing Xian's face twisted as he roared furiously. Said Bing Yu. That little boy isn't from the Xue clan. We can contact the spies in Xue City and have them keep an eye on him. As soon as he leaves Xue City, we'll kill him on the way. Good. You have to find a way to contact the spies we have planted in Snow City. I want that brat dead. I'm going to tear him into pieces. Bing Xian roared with resentment. The 2 sisters were held in Lin Feng's arms, and their beautiful faces were flushed red. Today, Lin Feng's strength had deeply shocked them. Lin Feng landed on a snowy mountain and released the 2 girls. He couldn't help but cough a few times. Are you okay? Xue Xin and Xue Fei looked at Lin Feng worriedly. It's not a big deal. That true immortal's attack just made my qi and blood flow a little slower. Said Lin Feng. Then, he used the ancient dragonesque elephant incantation and adjusted his qi. His body recovered. We're in the Xue clan's territory now. The Ice clan won't dare chase after us anymore. We don't need to travel so fast. Said Xue Xin. Lin Feng nodded and said, We finally got rid of those people. It seems like we won't be in danger anymore. Luckily, I didn't disappoint you and brought you back safely. Said Xue Fei. I hadn't thought that you'd be so strong. Even Bing Xian wasn't a match for you. I really don't know how you practice cultivation. If we have the opportunity, I can teach you alone. Lin Feng glanced at Xue Fei's beautiful face and body. What if something unexpected happened when they were alone? He didn't know what would happen. Hihi, I'll remember what you said. Xue Fei smiled. That woman was beautiful. She was extremely beautiful. Now, when she smiled, she was breathtakingly beautiful. See no evil. See no evil. Lin Feng muttered to himself. The 3 of them continued on their journey. 10 days later, a huge ancient city appeared in their line of sight. It looked like a wild beast that lived on the ground. That ancient city was obviously Snow City. Many cultivators flew in from all directions and landed outside the Snow City. After paying a certain amount of entrance fee, they could enter the Snow City. There are only 2 ancient cities in the tundra world. One is Snow City, and the other is Ice City. Most cultivators who come to the tundra world rest in Snow City or Ice City. Said Xue Fei. Lin Feng said, It seems like there are many cultivators who come to the tundra world every year to search for treasures. Said Xue Xin. There are many natural treasures in the tundra world that can't be found in the outside world. That's why it attracts so many people. It's also rumored that there's an ancient civilization buried under the tundra world. Many people have been searching for the ruins of that ancient civilization for so many years, but they haven't found it yet. Ancient civilization? It's even older than your Snow Clan and Ice Clan? Lin Feng was surprised. Yes. Our Snow Clan and Ice Clan only appeared in the Tundra world during the Primordial era, but it said that the lost civilization appeared during the Immortal era, said Xue Fei. Lin Feng rubbed his chin, muttering to himself. A lost civilization, moreover one that existed in the Immortal Ancient era. It was definitely no small matter. One had to know. Everything before the Primordial era had been destroyed, including treasures, orthodoxies, and so on. Even the history before the Primordial era had been drowned out by the river of time. Even the Nine States world. There were many things that happened before the Primordial era that were unclear. Once a civilization from before the Primordial era appeared, it would definitely shake the world. After entering Snow City, Xue Xin and Xue Fei invited Lin Feng to visit the Snow Clan as a guest, but Lin Feng politely declined. They parted at the city gate. When they saw Lin Feng leave, the sisters couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. They had never felt this way before. The two sisters walked towards the direction of the clan's land. On the way, they met a group of strong cultivators. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man called Xue Zong. He was a military officer of the Snow Clan. When he saw Xue Xin and Xue Fei, he hastily said, "Ladies, you're finally back. The Patriarch is very angry that you sneaked out. He sent us to look for you. Since you're back, hurry up and go see the Patriarch. Apologize and don't make the Patriarch angry." The sisters stuck out their tongues and bowed to Xue Zong. Then, they quickly returned to their clan. When they arrived, they went to see the Patriarch. Mother, Xue Xin and Xue Fei called out to their mother when they arrived outside a courtyard. "You still know how to come back?" Someone grunted angrily in the courtyard. Although that voice carried a trace of anger, it sounded gentle and pleasant to the ears. It was simply enough to melt one's bones. He really didn't know what kind of beautiful woman could have such a pleasant voice. Chapter 1676. Mother, we know we were wrong, but we brought back 3 sacred ice lotuses and came back safe and sound. Mother, please forgive us for our stubbornness. We'll be obedient in the future. Xue Xin and Xue Fei said coquettishly. Come in, don't just stand outside. The voice came from inside again. Xue Xin and Xue Fei pushed the door open and entered. The courtyard wasn't big, but it was beautifully and elegantly arranged. The two sisters went straight to the main hall. There were 7 women sitting in the main hall. The 7 women in the hall were all as beautiful as fairies. Xue Xin and Xue Fei hurriedly bowed when they saw them. Aunties, you're all here too. Xue Xin and Fei greet mother and aunties. Xue Xin and Xue Fei bowed to the 7 women in the main hall. No need for formalities, said the woman sitting at the head of the table. She was tall and had a dignified and elegant temperament. No one dared to blaspheme her beauty. She was the head of the Snow Clan. The Snow Clan was a special clan because of their cultivation techniques. The strongest cultivators in the Snow Clan were usually women. Therefore, the position of head of the Snow Clan had always been held by a woman. The 7 women in the main hall were called Mai Lan Zhu Ju Hua Lingxian. They were 7 sisters, but they weren't sisters by blood. All 7 of them had lost their relatives. They were orphans adopted by the previous head of the clan. Just like Xue Xin and Xue Fei. Xue Xin and Xue Fei had also lost their relatives. They had been adopted by the current head of the clan and had grown up. Among the 7 women, the eldest sister was called Xue Zimei. The second sister was called Xue Zilan. The third sister was called Xue Zizhu. The fourth sister was called Xue Ziju. The fifth sister was called Xue Zihua. The sixth sister was called Xue Xiling. The 7th sister was called Xue Zixuan. Xue Zihua was the most talented of the 7 sisters, and her cultivation was also the strongest. Even though she was only the 5th of the 7 sisters. When the previous head of the clan passed away, the position of head of the clan was passed to Xue Zihua. In the past few years, Xue Zihua had been working hard. The Snow Clan, which had been in decline for a long time, had become stronger day by day. Therefore, everyone trusted Shuezihua. Mother, this is the ice-snow sacred lotus we obtained. Shuexin and Shuefei took out the 3 ice-snow sacred lotuses and handed them to Shuezihua. After seeing the ice-snow sacred lotus, the 7 women's eyes twitched violently. The ice-snow sacred lotus was extremely precious. It was a priceless treasure. Such a precious treasure, my clan can only keep one of them. The rest will be taken to the 9 States Alliance and they'll help us auction it off. Keeping this thing is a disaster, Shuezixien said. The others nodded. They knew how precious the ice-snow sacred lotus was. The Snow Clan was not as prosperous as it used to be. They could not protect such a treasure. Even if only 1 stalk was left behind, it had to be left behind secretly. The news could not be leaked. How did you obtain this sacred ice lotus? Shuezime asked curiously. Shuefei said, a while ago, we were in the market and happened to obtain an incomplete treasure map. After studying it for a long time, we discovered that the treasure map seemed to be somewhat similar to the world of the ice plains. We deduced a few places and went to look for it. In one of those places, we actually found the ice-snow sacred lotus. Shuezilan said, the sacred ice lotus is a type of twin lotus. Since you have 3 of them, there should be a 4th one. Where is the other sacred ice lotus? Shuexin said, second aunt, after we obtained the ice-snow sacred lotus, Bing Xian and the others from the Ice Clan discovered us. They chased us all the way until we met a powerful cultivator. We gave him one of the ice-snow sacred lotuses, and he escorted us back. Shuefei said excitedly, that guy was really powerful. He cut off that bastard Bing Xian's arm in one move. If Bing Yu hadn't been there, Bing Xian would have died. Shuezihua looked at the 2 sisters, who were beaming with joy. Mai, Lan, Zhu, Ju, Hua, and Fairy Hua were surprised. They had not expected so many things to happen. Shuezihua said, that guy didn't kill you for the treasure. Instead, he took one of the ice-snow sacred lotuses. He escorted you back, and his character isn't bad. Could he be a senior? Shuexin and Shuefei had strange expressions on their faces. Shuezizhu said, what's with your expressions? Could it be that what your mother said was wrong? Shuexin smiled bitterly. That guy is powerful, but he's very young. Based on his age, he hasn't even been cultivating for 30 years. What? Is that monstrous? Mai, Lan, Zhu, Ju, and Fairy Hua were very knowledgeable. But now, they were shocked beyond words. Such a young cultivator. He had cut off Bing Xian's arm in one move. His cultivation was too heaven-defying, wasn't it? Shuezihua said, did you invite him to the clan as a guest? Shuefei snorted and said, I did, but that guy refused. All right, you 2 must be tired. Go and rest. Shuezihua said. Yes. Mother, we'll take our leave. Shuexin and Shuefei bowed and left the room. Who the hell is this guy? We'd better go and meet him, Shuezihua said. He's so strong at such a young age. What a monster. If we can rope him in, he'll be a great help to our clan, Shuezilan said. Yes, Shuezihua nodded. She then said, find someone to find out where he lives, then we'll think about it. Snow City was bustling with activity. Although it was snowing heavily outside, the Snow City had an energy shield. When the snow fell, it was blocked by the energy shield. The temperature in Snow City was relatively warm, probably because of the formation. Sir, we have a frost gravity room. It's a great place for cultivation. Sir, do you want to come in and cultivate for a while? Lin Feng was passing by on a street when a young man stopped him. The young man nodded and bowed. Frost gravity room? What's that? Lin Feng muttered. Gravity room. Of course, he knew about it. Furthermore, he had trained in the gravity room before. But frost gravity room. It was Lin Feng's first time hearing about it. The servant saw that Lin Feng seemed to be interested in the frost gravity room and said excitedly, Sir, the frost gravity room is made from a meteorite with the help of the frost gravity room. It's different from normal gravity rooms. Normal gravity rooms are controlled by a formation, so they can reach up to 10,000 times the normal gravity. Our frost gravity room uses a meteorite to control the gravity, and it can reach up to 1,000,000 times the normal gravity. Furthermore, the frost gravity room contains frost energy, which can stimulate the body's potential. Chapter 1677. Lin Feng's current physical body was equivalent to the peak of the true God realm. If he wanted to increase his physical body's strength, breaking through to the heavenly God realm was naturally not an easy task. Even Lin Feng, who cultivated the Archean dragonesque elephant art, was not that easy to break through. The heavenly God realm was a threshold for the immortal realm. Even in the Archean era, the heavenly God realm was a tyrant. And it was extremely difficult to break through. If a true God realm cultivator wanted to break through to the heavenly God realm, there was only one word to describe it. And this word. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Anyone who could break through to the heavenly God realm was definitely a talented person. So, no matter if it was the physical body, the soul, or the realm, it was extremely difficult to break through to the heavenly God realm. This might be the reason why Lin Feng was still unable to break through. And now, Lin Feng felt that this kind of ice gravity room might be able to help him break through. "Take me to have a look," Lin Feng said. The servant was overjoyed when he heard this. Every time he recruited a customer, he would get a commission. Lin Feng met the shopkeeper and carefully understood the situation of the ice gravity room. There were ordinary ice gravity rooms. Basically, the gravity was between 1,000 to 10,000 times. The temperature was between -500 degrees Celsius and -1,500 degrees Celsius. This kind of room was suitable for cultivators below the immortal realm. Further up, there were ice gravity rooms from 10,000 to 100,000 times. The temperature was between -1,500 and -2,000 degrees. There were ice gravity rooms from 100,000 to 200,000 times. The temperature was between -2,000 and -2,500 degrees. The highest temperature was 900,000 to 1,000,000 times, and the temperature was -6,000 to -6,500 degrees Celsius in the ice gravity room. Every ice gravity room was equipped with a token. These tokens were densely covered with array patterns. One could use the token to adjust the gravity and temperature of each ice gravity room. However, the limit of the adjustment was the upper and lower limit of the ice gravity room. For example, the ice gravity rooms from 10,000 to 100,000 times. The temperature was between -1,500 and -2,000 degrees. The gravity could be adjusted to at least 10,000 times. The highest could be adjusted to 100,000 times. The lowest could be adjusted to -2,000 degrees. The highest could be adjusted to -1,500 degrees. After understanding the details of the frost gravity room, Lin Feng paid a certain amount of origin crystals, and a maidservant led Lin Feng to the frost gravity room. The first ice gravity room he entered was from 300,000 to 400,000 times, with temperatures ranging from -3,000 to -3,500 degrees Celsius. Upon entering, Lin Feng was shivering from the cold. He felt as if all the blood in his body was about to freeze. At the same time, a powerful pressure bore down on Zhongxian, as if an ancient mountain was pressing down on him. If someone with a weaker cultivation were to enter, they would immediately freeze to death. Even if they didn't freeze to death, they would be crushed to death by the powerful pressure of the gravity machine. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was overjoyed. The harsher the environment, the more significant the increase in cultivation. He saw that there were stone lions of different weights in the frost gravity room, so he went in front of a stone lion and grabbed it. With a shout, he carried the stone lion on his shoulder. One must know that the gravity of the gravity machine Lin Feng was currently in had been adjusted to 400,000 times the normal gravity. Being able to stand in the frost gravity machine unscathed under such terrifying gravity was already extremely difficult, let alone carrying a stone lion. It was as if he was carrying a dozen ancient mountains. Pu. Lin Feng's muscles ruptured, and blood immediately flowed out. Ha! Lin Feng roared and frog jumped while carrying the stone lion. Frog jumping was a kind of basic training. It could train the strength of the human body's limbs and bones. Lin Feng started cultivating when he was 6 years old. At first, he learned the horse stance. Later, he learned boxing, then wooden stakes. When he was 8 years old, he began frog jumping while carrying the stone lion. Therefore, he was very familiar with the movements. However, the gravity of the gravity machine was too strong, so every movement would cause great damage to his body. However, Lin Feng's body was originally tyrannical, so this kind of injury was not a big deal to him. Under the double devastation of the frost chi and gravity, Lin Feng's body was tortured beyond recognition, but his body's potential was constantly stimulated. And the immortal divine blood in his body played an important role at this time. It constantly repaired Lin Feng's body. In this process of destruction and continuous repair, Lin Feng's body became stronger and stronger. However, it was clearly not that easy to raise his physical body to the level of a celestial god. He needed to persevere and work hard. For the next period of time, Lin Feng kept increasing the difficulty for himself. 10 days later, he had already entered the ice gravity room, which was 800,000 times to 900,000 times, and minus 5,500 to minus 6,000 degrees Celsius. The current Lin Feng was already covered in blood. He cultivated day and night. Never stopped. Lin Feng planned to break through to the heavenly god realm in one go. Boom! He cultivated bitterly for 3 days. Lin Feng's body emitted waves of astonishing fluctuations. This was his body resonating with heaven and earth. This was also a sign that his body was about to break through to the heavenly god realm. Lin Feng hurriedly sat down cross-legged. His heavenly fire began to circulate. The archaic dragonesque elephant art began to circulate. Now, Lin Feng wanted to use his heavenly fire and the archaic dragonesque elephant art to temper his body. This tempering would determine whether or not Lin Feng's body could break through to the heavenly god realm. While Lin Feng was making his final breakthrough, Shuezimei, Shuezizhu, and Shuezishen arrived at the frost gravity machine. "My lords, what brings you here?" The shopkeeper hurriedly bowed. Shuezimei and the others obviously recognized the shopkeeper. They were all from the Snow Clan. Shuezimei said, "We're looking for someone. A young human cultivator." "I know who you're looking for, my lord," the shopkeeper hurriedly said. Shuezimei was surprised. "I haven't even told you what he looks like, and you already know who we're looking for. There are more than 1,000 cultivators here, but there's probably only one person who could make you come here personally. That person has been cultivating in the frigid gravity room for 13 days. Now, he's been cultivating in the frigid gravity room for 3 days. His physical body is terrifying. That's the frigid gravity room for celestial gods to temper their physical bodies." Shuezimei, Shuezizhu, and Shuezishen's red lips parted in shock. Was this guy really that monstrous? The 3 women were becoming more and more interested in Lin Feng. They couldn't wait to see what kind of person Lin Feng was. Chapter 1678. Shuezimei, Shuezizhu, and Shuezishen followed the shopkeeper to Lin Feng's room. "My lords, it's inside. Do you want me to go and call the young master out?" the shopkeeper asked. "No need. Give us the medallion and you can leave," Shuezimei said. "Yes." The shopkeeper gave the medallion to Shuezimei and left. Every frost gravity training room was equipped with 2 tokens. This was so that if anything happened, they could go in and save someone. Shuezimei opened the door of the frost gravity room and entered. The 3 women immediately felt a terrifying pressure. They had no choice but to use their mana to resist. The temperature of negative 6,000 degrees Celsius didn't affect them at all. The snow race didn't fear the cold. After the 3 women entered the frost gravity room, they saw a man covered in blood sitting cross-legged. That young man was covered with blood. It was obviously Lin Feng. Lin Feng had retracted his skyfire, and the archaic dragonesque elephant art had stopped circulating. This was because his physical body had already begun to transform. "Is it him?" The 3 women exchanged glances. "Why isn't he moving? There aren't any energy fluctuations. It doesn't seem like he's cultivating," Shuezishen said doubtfully. "I don't know what he's doing. I'll go test him," Shuezimei said. "Big sister, I think we should wait. If we disturb him, we might offend him. Shuezizhu said. Shuezime said. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Shuezime walked towards Lin Feng. Just as she was about to reach Lin Feng, suddenly, a golden dragon formed from flames rushed out of Lin Feng's body and pounced on Shuezime. Skyfire! Shuezime cried out in fear. Shuezizhu and Shuezishien's expressions changed. Skyfire was the bane of the snow race and the ice race. So, when she saw the golden dragon, Shuezime felt that her spiritual energy couldn't circulate. She felt an unprecedented sense of danger. However, Shuezime's cultivation was very strong. She sent out 3 palm strikes towards the golden dragon. Bang! 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 3 muffled sounds of collisions were heard in succession. The golden dragon was pushed back by Shuezime, who quickly retreated. Big sister, behind you. At that moment, Shuezime suddenly heard Shuezizhu and Shuezishien's anxious voices. She didn't even have time to react. In the next moment, she felt a pair of large hands wrap around her waist. Woman, you should die. Shuezime heard a cold voice in her ear. Only then did she realize the man who had been sittings had disappeared. Was gone clearly, the man who had restrained him was the man from before. Shuezime could feel the heat radiating from the man behind her. Feeling the warmth of the man's large hands, her face flushed red. She was angry, embarrassed, and anxious. She screamed, "Do you know who I am? How dare you attack me in Snow City? Are you tired of living? Oh! You're a prisoner, and you dare threaten me? Do you really think I have a good temper?" Lin Feng's voice was cold. Lin Gongzi. We mean you no harm. We're here to thank you for escorting Shuexin and Shuefei back. Shuezizhu hurriedly said. Shuezishian added, yes. Lin Gongzi. We're here to thank you, but our big sister likes to joke around. She doesn't mean any harm, so please let her go. Lin Feng glanced at Shuezizhu and Shuezishian. They looked to be in their 30s. Shuezizhu was ethereal. Shuezishian was otherworldly. They were 2 different types of beauties. I'll let you go today because of your sisters. Next time, think before you do anything. Don't disturb others when they're cultivating. It's fine if you have big breasts but no brains, but it's normal if you have small breasts. Lin Feng pushed Shuezime 4 or 5 meters away. Shuezime looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She looked at Lin Feng furiously and said, "Are you blind, you dog? Who are you calling small?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "You know who's small. Do you need me to point it out?" Shuezime was so angry that she wanted to slap Lin Feng to death. Fortunately, Shuezizhu and Shuezishian held her back. Lin Feng looked at the 3 girls and said, "You don't need to thank me. I only helped them because Shuexin and Shuefei paid me. You don't need to thank me." Shuezishian said, "It's like this, we want to be friends with you. Would the Snow Clan have the honor? Friends? Friends with the Snow Clan? Or friends with you?" Lin Feng said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. "Shameless bastard." Shuezime glanced at Lin Feng angrily. "How am I shameless? As the saying goes, even heroes fall for the charms of beautiful women. Is there anything wrong with me admiring this fairy?" Lin Feng pursed his lips. Shuezime groaned coldly. She couldn't help but glare at Lin Feng in a cruel way. In fact, Shuezime was also very charming. Moreover, her temperament was seductive. She was very seductive. A woman like this was more attractive to men. However, because of what had happened before, Lin Feng didn't have a good impression of Shuezime. This woman had disturbed him while he was cultivating. Lin Feng didn't believe that it was an accident. She was most likely scheming something. She was just a woman, so Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with her. Shuezishian smiled and said, "The Snow Clan wants to be friends with you, and I want to be friends with you as well." Lin Feng laughed and said, "Forget about being friends. I'm just a passing traveler, and I'm about to leave Tundra. It's better to have fewer ties." Shuezishian sighed and said, "It looks like I'm not that lucky." Shuezishian didn't mention the Snow Clan, and she only mentioned herself, looking very pitiful. However, Lin Feng wasn't moved. It was just as he had said. He was about to leave Tundra, and he planned to find his father's old friend, Dugu Ya, to ask about his parents. He wasn't in the mood to pay attention to these Snow Clan women. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. Shweziju said, "We have a favor to ask of Lin Gongzi. Would you agree?" Lin Feng said, "If you want me to do something, you have to pay me." "What does Lin Gongzi want?" "If the Snow Clan can afford it, we won't refuse," Shweziju said. Lin Feng glanced at Shweziju and thought, "I want you to accompany me for 3 days. Would you agree?" Of course, he wouldn't say that out loud. He asked, "What treasures does the Snow Clan have?" "We have an immortal stone passed down from the immortal era. It contains an ancient and mysterious Tao, and you can study it. What do you think?" Shweziju said. Chapter 1679. Lin Feng was naturally very interested in the mysterious immortal stone that had been passed down since the immortal era. Of course, Lin Feng also needed to know what the Snow Clan wanted from him. If he could do it, he would agree. If he couldn't, he wouldn't agree. Lin Feng said, "Tell me, what is it?" Shweziju said, "It's to strengthen a seal. That's not a difficult task. You can leave for now. I'm going to wash myself and change into a clean set of clothes. Of course, if you want to admire my impressive figure, I don't mind if you stay here and watch." Lin Feng said indifferently. How shameless. Shwezime couldn't help but snort coldly. Shweziju and Shwezishen blushed and hurried out. Shwezime followed behind them. "This person is really free and easy," Shweziju said. "Yes, he really does whatever he wants. He doesn't have any scruples," Shwezishen said. Shwezime pursed her lips and said, "I think he's just a stinky hooligan." Shweziju and Shwezishen knew that it was because Lin Feng had captured her. Their big sister was prejudiced against Lin Feng, so they didn't say much. Lin Feng took out a cleansing talisman and cleaned himself. He changed into a clean set of clothes and walked out. When they saw the new Lin Feng, their eyes lit up. Lin Feng was handsome and confident, and he had a calm temperament, as if he was in control of everything. Shwezime, Shweziju, and Shwezishen had seen many handsome men, but this was the first time they had seen a man with Lin Feng's temperament. Thus, the 3 women couldn't help but marvel at Lin Feng's extraordinary temperament. "I haven't asked for your names yet." Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Shweziju introduced herself. "This is my eldest sister, Shwezime, and my 7th sister, Shwezishen. My name is Shweziju, and I'm ranked 3rd among the 7 sisters." Lin Feng nodded. He didn't introduce himself because it was obvious that the 3 women already knew Shweshin. How would Shwefei know his name? "Please lead the way." Lin Feng cupped his fists. "Lin Gongzi, please come with us," Shweziju said. The 3 women were walking at the front, and Lin Feng was following behind them. These 3 women's swaying bodies were truly too beautiful to behold. He followed the 3 women back to the land of the Snow Clan. The Snow Clan was located in the depths of Snow City. There were about 200,000 members of the Snow Clan, and about 5,000 core members. After entering the territory of the Snow Clan, Lin Feng noticed that there were many beautiful women of the Snow Clan. These girls of the Snow Clan were all beautiful. Perhaps it had something to do with their race. The Snow Clan was rich in beauties. "Lin Feng." A surprised voice could be heard. Shweshin and Shwefei ran over. They were very happy to see Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded at them. After chatting for a while, he left with Shwezime, Shweziju, and Shwezishen. They were going to take Lin Feng to see Shwezihua. Shwezihua was the leader of the Snow Clan, so it was only natural that Lin Feng wanted to see her. The Snow Clan rarely had guests, so when they saw Lin Feng, many girls surrounded Shweshin and Shwefei. "Who is that young master? Why are the 3 of you leading the way?" Many girls from the Snow Clan asked in confusion. Shweshin said, "He's the Lin Gongzi we were talking about. The one who cut off Bing Shen's arm in one move." "Ah, he's that Lin Gongzi. I didn't think he'd be so young. He's so handsome." The girls of the Snow Clan started to discuss excitedly. During this time, they had heard about how powerful the cultivator who had escorted Shweshin and Shwefei back was. Now, they were seeing it with their own eyes. When they discovered that he was so handsome, it would naturally arouse the interest of these young girls. Lin Feng met with Xue Zihua and the others to discuss the matter of the seal. Lin Feng said, "If I may ask, what is the thing we're going to seal this time?" Xue Zihua said, "I wouldn't dare hide it from you, young master. We're going to seal a devil." "A devil? What devil?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "It's a devil pagoda. More accurately, it's a broken one," Xue Zihua said. Lin Feng was puzzled. "A broken devil pagoda? Why does it need to be sealed?" Xue Zihua smiled bitterly. "This devil pagoda is very strange. The weapon spirit is still alive, and it's very powerful and very evil. Once it comes out, it'll cause great chaos. Since the Primordial era, the Snow Clan has been responsible for sealing this devil pagoda. Now that the seal has loosened, and we heard from Xue Xin and Xue Fei that Lin Gongzi is very proficient in formations, we invited Lin Gongzi to help us seal the pagoda." Lin Feng had given Xue Xin and Xue Fei some pointers on how to cultivate formations on the way back to Snow Castle. Thus, the two girls knew how proficient Lin Feng was in formations. Lin Feng nodded. "All right. When will we go and reinforce the seal?" Xue Zihua said, "We're still preparing some of the materials for the formation. We'll be able to reinforce the seal in about 3 days. During this time, you can rest in the clan." Lin Feng didn't have any objections to this. After chatting for a while, Xue Zhixian brought Lin Feng to a courtyard to rest. Xue Zhixian arranged for Lin Feng to stay in Inga's courtyard. There were many snow orioles here. The snow orioles' voices were very pleasant to the ears. It was like a beautiful woman singing. That was how Inga's courtyard got its name. After Lin Feng settled down, Xue Xin and Xue Fei went to see Lin Feng. "If there's anything you need, you have to tell us," Xue Xin said. Xue Fei took out a plate of fruit and placed it on the table. "This is snow fruit. There are only 3 of these left, and they're a specialty of the Snow Clan. They're very precious. Try them." "Thank you, young ladies," said Lin Feng while bowing hand over fist. Then, he tasted the snow fruit. It tasted sweet and delicious. "It tastes good," Lin Feng praised. Seeing that Lin Feng liked it, Xue Xin and Xue Fei were very happy. After dinner, Lin Feng returned to his residence. In the dead of night, Xue Zimei went to Lin Feng's residence. Lin Feng was very surprised. He didn't know why this woman had come to his residence in the middle of the night. "Could it be that you want to talk about life with me in the middle of the night?" Lin Feng looked at Xue Zimei with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Xue Zimei said coldly, "I'd rather talk about life with a pig than talk about life with you. You've got really strong tastes." Lin Feng took 3 steps back and looked at Xue Zimei with disdain. Xue Zimei had only said it casually to make fun of Lin Feng, but when she saw Lin Feng's expression, she was furious. She sneered and said, "Today, I was caught by you because I was careless. Let's fight again. I'll definitely defeat you." "You want to fight me? You want to fight me? I don't have time to fight with you." Lin Feng pursed his lips. "If I lose, you can ask for anything you want." Xue Zimei groaned. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Xue Zimei's hot body. "Are you serious? Any condition?" Chapter 1680. After seeing Lin Feng's evil eyes, Xue Zimei felt a little proud. Didn't this bastard say that her body wasn't good enough? Look at him now. Obviously, he was lying. "Bastard, watch how I deal with you later." Xue Zimei sneered and said, "Any condition is fine, but let's see if you have the ability." As soon as she finished speaking, Xue Zimei quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. Xue Zimei's body emitted a strong wave of energy. Second firmament true god realm. Lin Feng was shocked. "At least you have some eyes. Now I'll activate my own magic power and use it to suppress you. Let's see how you fight against me." Xue Zimei sneered, as if she had already defeated Lin Feng. She used a divine ability that could freeze 10,000 miles. Cold chi filled the air, trying to freeze Lin Feng. A second firmament true god realm cultivator could suppress Lin Feng. But Xue Zimei was from the Snow Clan, and Lin Feng had heavenly fire. Therefore, it would be very difficult for Xue Zimei to suppress Lin Feng in a real fight. Everything in the world had a counter to each other, and this principle was fully demonstrated here. Lin Feng's body burned fiercely. Whoosh, in the next moment, heavenly fire roared out, instantly breaking Shui Purple Plum's icebound 10,000 miles technique. Then the golden dragon flames turned into a golden dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it rushed towards Shui Zimei. Shui Zimei snorted, "I know you have heavenly fire, but it can't suppress me." Shui Zimei's left hand slapped out 3 times. Bang bang bang. One palm after another landed on the golden dragon's body. The golden dragon. It was forced back by Shui Zimei's attacks. Although heavenly fire could suppress Shui Zimei's cultivation level was very high. It wasn't easy to suppress her. Shui Zimei became more and more pleased with herself. In her opinion, as long as she could block Lin Feng's heavenly fire, then Lin Feng would be nothing to be afraid of. Shui Zimei's right hand began to condense a new attack. She circulated her magic power, and a monstrous wave of magic power swept across the sky. This time, she used a divine ability called Snowfall. In the void, snow fell. The snowflakes bloomed in an instant. Then, he released an incredible amount of deadly energy which swept towards Lin Feng. "It's too early to be proud." Lin Feng's expression indifferent. He waved his hand, a second type of heavenly fires with a wave of his hand. The black flame god incinerating fire transformed into a god of darkness. Wherever it passed, all the snowflakes were incinerated. Then, the god of darkness formed by the black flame god fire rushed towards Shui Zimei. "A second type's heavenly fire. You have a second heavenly fire. How?" Shui Zimei screamed in disbelief. Heavenly fire. Since the beginning of time, there had only been 72 types of heavenly fire. And with the passage of time, many of them had disappeared from the world. Only a few types of heavenly fire could be passed down. Absorbing one kind of celestial fire was already an incredible opportunity. Surprisingly, Lin Feng could control 2 kinds of celestial fire. That was incredible. Lin Feng thought to himself, "You're already so shocked by just 2 types of heavenly fire? What kind of expression would you have if you knew that I had 3 types of heavenly fire?" Now that the god of darkness had joined the battle, Shui Zimei was immediately suppressed. Shui Zimei was strong, but she was restrained by the heavenly fire. Being able to use 60 to 70% of her cultivation was already not bad. Especially now that Lin Feng had 2 types of heavenly fire, Shui Zimei was having a hard time dealing with 2 types of heavenly fire. It was impossible for her to continue attacking Lin Feng. Shui Zimei's expression was ugly. She knew she couldn't continue like this, or she would definitely lose. Therefore, she decided to use the Snow Clan's secret technique. It was called Snow World, and it could create a world of snow to temporarily seal Lin Feng's 2 types of heavenly fire. Then, while the heavenly fire was sealed, she would use all her strength to defeat the bastard. Shui Zimei had already planned out her plan. But Lin Feng didn't give her the chance. Just as Shui Zimei was about to use the technique, she suddenly realized that a pair of strong hands had wrapped around her waist from behind. It was just like in the frost gravity chamber. "Woman, you've lost again. Tell me, how should I punish you?" Shui Zimei heard the voice in her ear. You, she couldn't speak coherently. Shui Zimei didn't expect to lose again. Moreover, he had been defeated so quickly. Before coming here, she didn't even think about losing. But now that she had lost, she was in Lin Feng's hands. Shui Zimei panicked. She had said that if she lost, she would agree to any of Lin Feng's conditions. Now she regretted it. She was afraid that Lin Feng would ask for too much. "Let go of me." Shui Zimei wanted to break free from Lin Feng, but she realized that Lin Feng's hands were too strong. She couldn't break free. Shui Zimei couldn't do anything but panic. "If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Don't tell me you want to deny it," said Lin Feng with a half-smile. His hot breath tickled Shui Zimei's ears, causing her face to blush. She could feel the warmth of Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's masculine qi was so close to her that she could even feel Lin Feng's heartbeat. Shui Zimei was extremely nervous. She had never been in contact with a man before. The only 2 times she had been in contact with a man were with Lin Feng. The first time was in the ice gravity room, And the second time was here. Shuezime clenched her teeth. I'm not a shameless person. Fine, tell me. What do you want? I won't refuse you. When Lin Feng saw Shuezimai's valiant expression, he guessed that she probably didn't want him to ask her to go to Mount Wu together. Said Lin Feng smiling. I want you. Said Lin Feng. Ah. Pervert, screamed Shuezime. She wailed in her heart. Was she going to lose her virginity this time? Shuezime was nervous, afraid, and worried. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. I want you to be my maid for 3 days. You'll serve me tea and massage my shoulders. What are you thinking? Shuezime was stunned. Her face turned so red that it looked like blood was going to drip out. She really was thinking the wrong way. But at this time, anyone would think the wrong way. Lin Feng let go of Shuezime and smiled. Stay here tonight. If I need anything at night, I'll let you know. Shuezime snorted, but didn't refute. She waved her right hand, and a 3-meter-tall immortal stone flew out. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched when he saw it. Chapter 1681. A Celestial Stone? Lin Feng looked at Shuezime and asked. That's right. This is the immortal stone passed down from the immortal ancient era, Shuezime said. Lin Feng said, so you're here to give me a celestial stone, but you've gotten yourself involved. Bastard, you're still talking? Shuezime glared at Lin Feng. Now that she had become Lin Feng's servant, if news of this spread, Shuezime wouldn't know what to do anymore. Lin Feng grabbed Shuezimai's hand and slapped her 3 times. Slap, slap, slap. Ah, you're shameless. Shuezime covered where she'd been slapped, blushing as she glared at Lin Feng. However, there was a hint of mist in her eyes. Shuezime was both angry and embarrassed. A maidservant should act like a maidservant. Don't make a fuss in front of your master. If you dare to be so impolite again, I'll upgrade you from a maidservant who serves tea to a maidservant who warms the bed. Lin Feng said with a smile. Although she hated being called a servant, Shuezime didn't dare act rashly in front of Lin Feng. What if Lin Feng really made her a bed-warming servant? Lin Feng looked at the celestial stone and asked, Did you notice anything special about that celestial stone? Shuezime smiled and said, Of course I did. However, I can't tell you clearly. Whether or not you can comprehend its secrets will depend on your luck. Lin Feng nodded and moved the celestial stone back to his room. Bang! Then, Lin Feng closed the door and cast a deployment spell so Shuezime wouldn't disturb him. Shuezime shouted angrily, Bastard, this is my house. You're guarding against me like I'm a thief. Just you wait. I'm not done with you. Shuezime found a place to rest after being angry for a while. Lying on the bed next to Lin Feng's figure lingered in her mind. All the anger she had accumulated over the years seemed to be less than the anger she felt today. Thinking of Lin Feng, Shuezime felt like gnashing her teeth. But in the end, she seemed to have thought of something and smiled. Shuezime, who was already very seductive, was so beautiful when she smiled. This woman's entire body was filled with extreme temptation. Lin Feng naturally didn't care about what Shuezime was thinking at this moment. He was carefully examining this immortal stone. This immortal stone was truly extraordinary. Lin Feng could sense the mysterious power contained within this immortal stone. This mysterious energy flowed within the immortal stone. He reached out and touched the immortal stone. He could vaguely feel the aura of life. Immortal stones give birth to life. Lin Feng mumbled to himself. Then, he opened his heavenly demon snake eye, wanting to see if the immortal stone was really giving birth to life. If that was the case, this immortal stone was too extraordinary. Heavenly demon snake eye. It could see through the origin of all things. Vaguely, Lin Feng saw a ball of immortal qi within the immortal stone. There seemed to be something within the immortal qi, but it stopped him from looking. Lin Feng channeled his magic power into the heavenly demon snake eye. The heavenly demon snake eye's ability to see through the origin of all things was fully activated. Gradually, he could vaguely see the existence within the immortal qi. It was curled up, like a fetus. When Lin Feng wanted to take a closer look, he suddenly felt a cold killing intent emanating from the immortal stone. Not good. Lin Feng was shocked. His hair stood on end. He quickly retracted his gaze and activated the death god's armor to protect himself. Bang! The next moment, a terrifying force ruthlessly slammed into Lin Feng's body, sending Lin Feng flying. Whoa! Lin Feng couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was as white as paper. The immortal stone was very terrifying. It could defend itself. Lin Feng was spying on the secret of the immortal stone and was counterattacked by the immortal stone. The immortal stone flew up and smashed towards Lin Feng. Damn! The immortal stone is alive. Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. He got up from the ground and hurriedly dodged. The immortal stone's attack didn't hit him. Instead, it smashed a 5 to 6 meter deep hole in the ground. Then, the immortal stone fell silent. Lin Feng sat on the ground and smiled bitterly. This immortal stone was too strange. It was too terrifying. Fortunately, he dodged quickly. Otherwise, if he was hit, he would have been smashed half to death. He operated the immortal divine body to recover from his injuries. Then, he sat cross-legged and sensed the wonders of this immortal stone. 5 hearts towards the sky, heaven, and man sensing. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng vaguely heard a voice coming from the immortal stone. Gradually, he seemed to have a special reaction. Lin Feng felt as if he had disappeared from the room, disappeared from the 9 provinces. His body. He appeared in the boundless starry sky. In the dark and cold starry sky world, he sat cross-legged with his 5 hearts towards the sky, sensing the starry sky world. This was a very wonderful state of cultivation. This state of cultivation allowed Lin Feng to enter a mysterious state. But unfortunately, he cultivated for 3 days. He couldn't comprehend anything useful. The immortal stone is very extraordinary. I need some time to comprehend it. Lin Feng touched his chin. He opened the door. He called out, "Servant girl, where are you? Help me tidy up my room." After hearing Lin Feng's voice, Shuezime came out of the living room and looked at Lin Feng fiercely. Obviously, she had a problem with Lin Feng calling her servant girl instead of her name. However, after the lesson last time, Shuezime didn't say anything. Lin Feng hugged Shuezime's waist, then looked at her and said, "What was that look in your eyes just now? You're just a servant girl, yet you dare to look at your master with such unfriendly eyes. Do you still have any manners?" Shuezime blushed and said, "You must have seen wrongly. How could this servant dare to look at you with such unfriendly eyes?" Lin Feng pinched her chin. The more he looked at her face, the prettier it became. Being so close to Lin Feng, Shuezime's breathing became hurried, and her heartbeat sped up. She looked away, not daring to look at Lin Feng. In her panic, she pushed Lin Feng away and entered the room. When she saw the mess in the room, she couldn't help but shout, "Are you tearing down the house? The immortal stone is very strange. It's attacking me," Lin Feng said. "The immortal stone has a spirit. Don't provoke it," Shuezime said. At night, Shuezihua came to Lin Feng's residence. Shuezihua was actually a bit confused about why her elder sister had been staying with Lin Feng for the past few days. Shuezime's reason was that she was worried that Lin Feng would have evil thoughts while meditating on the immortal stone by himself. She was worried that Lin Feng would sneak away with the immortal stone, so she had been keeping an eye on him. Although Shuezihua felt that Shuezime was making a fuss over nothing, she was still her elder sister, so it wasn't convenient for her to say anything. When she saw Shuezime's flushed face, as if she had just been intimate with a man, Shuezihua couldn't help but wonder if something had happened between her elder sister and Lin Feng. Of course, Shuezihua wouldn't say it out loud. She planned to find an opportunity to ask about it in a roundabout way. Shuezihua had come to tell Lin Feng that the materials for the formation were ready, and that they could go tomorrow to reinforce the formation. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Shuezihua gave Shuezime a look. Shuezime didn't want to continue staying with Lin Feng, lest Shuezihua became suspicious. Thus, she left Lin Feng's residence with Shuezihua. Chapter 1682. When they returned, Shuezihua said, "This Lin Feng is young, talented, and powerful. His future is limitless. He's just a hooligan." Shuezihua snorted. Xue Zihua said without batting an eyelid. Could it be that something happened between him and Big Sister? Otherwise, why would you call him a hooligan? Xue Zimei panicked and said, what can happen between us? Xue Zihua wasn't stupid, and she could guess that Xue Zihua was trying to get information from her. Actually, even though she and Lin Feng had a little bit of intimacy, nothing had happened between them. Therefore, Xue Zimei wasn't worried at all. She asked, could it be that you think something will happen between us? Xue Zihua said, as the leader of the Snow Clan, I won't be able to find a man in this lifetime, but you're different. A woman should find a man. This Lin Feng is a good man, and he has potential. If he can become a couple with you, he'll be able to help the Snow Clan in the future. Xue Zihua's heart skipped a beat, and she thought about what Xue Zihua had said. She felt that it made sense. However, Xue Zihua naturally didn't want to admit it. That brat seems to be interested in seventh sister. If fifth sister really wants to rope him in, you can talk to seventh sister. I'm tired, so I won't stay here any longer. Xue Zihua got up and left. The next day, Lin Feng met up with Mai, Lan, Zhu, Ju, Hua, and Fairy Hua. They looked like 7 celestial fairies standing together. Each of them was beautiful. They were like fresh flowers competing with each other. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, I've kept you waiting. Let's go. The 7 of them looked at Lin Feng at the same time. They were very curious about Lin Feng. He was so young, but he was so powerful. He definitely had an extraordinary background. However, Lin Feng didn't say much about him, so the 7 of them couldn't find out more about him. Although they felt like their hearts were being scratched, they could only suppress their curiosity. If Lin Feng didn't say anything, they naturally wouldn't ask. After all, if they tried to pry into other people's secrets, it would easily make them unhappy. The 7 of them were naturally worried about this. The sealed land is within the Snow Clan's territory. Lin Gongzi, please follow us, said Xue Zihua. Lin Feng nodded and followed the 7. They arrived in the depths of the territory of the Snow Clan, where there was a tunnel leading to the ground. There were 2 elders of the Snow Clan guarding the passage. Seeing Mai Lan Juju and Hua Lingxian come, the 2 elders just raised their eyes. Clearly, they had a very high status in the Snow Clan. They Zihua and Hua, they didn't need to. Instead, it was Xue Zihua and the other girls who bowed slightly towards the 2 elders. Xue Zimei said, we still need to wait for the Grand Elder and the others. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said, the clan leader still needs to wait for the Grand Elder. Your Snow Clan is quite interesting. Xue Zimei smiled bitterly and said, it's a long story. I can't explain it in a short time. After a short time, a beam of light appeared in the distance. Lin Feng looked over and saw a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s flying towards him. That's the Snow Clan's Grand Elder. She's called Xue Qianwu, and she's our godmother's younger sister. She's cultivated for 720,000 years and is at the 5th heavenly layer of the true God realm. She's stronger than any of us. Xue Zimei whispered. True gods had a lifespan of more than 10 million years, so Xue Qianwu was still very young despite having cultivated for 720,000 years. Lin Feng was guessing that the relationship between Xue Qianwu and Mai Lan Ju, Ju Hua, Lingxian, and Xue Qianwu wasn't very harmonious. In reality, Lin Feng's guess was very accurate. The previous clan leader had taken in the 7 sisters and focused on nurturing them. The 7 sisters had displayed shocking talent and their cultivation had increased very quickly. Later, the previous clan leader had been plotted against and died from serious injuries. Xue Qianwu had thought that she would become the clan leader. After all, she was the previous clan leader's younger sister. But who would have thought that the previous clan leader would appoint Xue Zihua as the new clan leader? This naturally caused Xue Qianwu to be jealous. Xue Qianwu had wanted to overthrow Xue Zihua's position as clan leader, but after Xue Zihua became the clan leader, the Snow Clan began to recover from their decline and their strength increased day by day. They were loved and respected by everyone. Thus, Xue Qianwu's plan was stopped before it could be carried out. Xue Qianwu had never been someone who was content with her lot. She was very ambitious and had been secretly accumulating strength. Perhaps this was the reason why the previous clan leader didn't pass the position to Xue Qianwu. Now, the Snow Clan needed to recuperate and slowly recover. Xue Qianwu's ambition was too great. Once she gained control of the Snow Clan, she would definitely think of ways to quickly expand the Snow Clan's territory. But in reality, the Snow Clan didn't have the ability to expand their territory. Thus, if Xue Qianwu became the clan leader, the Snow Clan would very likely be destroyed by her hands. But Xue Qianwu didn't think so. She wanted to be the patriarch of the Snow Clan even in her dreams. Anyone who tried to stop her from becoming the patriarch of the Snow Clan would be her enemy. Xue Qianwu quickly flew over and landed, looking very arrogant. If others didn't know, they would have thought that Xue Qianwu was the clan leader. Xue Qianwu glanced at Lin Feng and couldn't help but frown. She asked, "Who is this?" Xue Zihua replied, "This is a fellow Daoist we invited. He's proficient in formations. This fellow Daoist will help us strengthen the formation." Xue Qianwu sneered, "I only hope that the clan leader clears her eyes and doesn't get tricked by some riffraff." Xue Qianwu was rather impudent, and she didn't seem to care about Xue Zihua at all. Xue Zihua said indifferently, "You don't have to worry about that, Grand Elder. Just take care of your own matters. As for other matters, you don't have the authority to care about them." Xue Qianwu sneered and didn't say anything else. "Elders, please open the passage," Xue Zihua said. The two elders of the Snow Clan opened their eyes, and their hands kept changing spells. Rays of divine light shot into the seal. With a loud rumble, the seal on the passage was opened. "Let's go in," Xue Zihua said. Xue Qianwu was the first to fly in. "This woman is a bit crazy," Lin Feng muttered. "Ignore her. She's a woman who's been driven mad by her desire for power." Xue Zihua pursed her lips, clearly not thinking much of Xue Qianwu. After Xue Qianwu flew in, Xue Zihua and the others followed. Lin Feng and Xue Zihua were the last to enter. The passage was deep and dark, and even after flying for a long time, they still couldn't reach the sealed area. Xue Zihua said, "The place where the Devil Tower is sealed is 1,000 miles underground. There's an Emperor's rune there." Lin Feng was shocked. Was the Devil Tower that terrifying? It actually needed an Emperor's rune to seal it. Chapter 1683. Lin Feng didn't know much about the Demon Tower before. Now that Xue Zimai had told him about it, he realized how extraordinary the Demon Tower was. Lin Feng asked, "What's the origin of this tower?" Xue Zimai replied, "It's said to be a supreme treasure of a demon lord. Who in the world dared to call themselves a demon lord? Even emperors of the demonic Tao. Even existences like the Samsara Demon Emperor and the Netherworld Demon Emperor didn't dare call themselves a demon lord." What was a demon lord? The lord of all demons was a demon lord. It didn't matter if they were sky demons, earth demons, or human demons. Anything related to the demonic Tao. They were all included. This included many demon emperors. In front of a demon lord, they had to bow their heads and worship him. A demon lord had commanded, "In all the worlds, who dared to disobey the three demons of heaven, earth, and human?" Therefore, a demon lord represented an extraordinary existence. The lord of all demons. What cultivation level did such an existence have? Lin Feng couldn't guess. Perhaps he had surpassed emperors? More than 2 hours later, the group arrived at the space where the tower had been. One end of the chains was embedded in the rock wall, while the other end was wrapped around a pitch-black demonic tower. Only the bottom 3 floors of the pitch-black demonic pagoda remained. The upper floors of the pagoda were nowhere to be seen. Clouds of demonic chi were emitted from the tower. There was a huge energy shield that enveloped the demonic pagoda. "It's this tower." 18 demon sealing chains bind the tower, and 9 emperor runes intertwine to form a sealing barrier that seals the tower. However, these emperor runes will gradually weaken with the passage of time, so every few years, we will strengthen the emperor runes. Xue Zihua pointed at the energy barrier. This was the sealing barrier that Xue Zihua had mentioned, formed by the emperor runes. The emperor runes that controlled the barrier were located at the bottom of the underground world. There were violent fluctuations, and the 9 emperor runes looked like 9 dragons resting on the ground. What a powerful demonic pagoda. It actually needs the demon sealing chain and the Emperor's rune to suppress it. It's hard to imagine how terrifying it would be if this demonic pagoda were to break free. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. Xue Zihua said, "There are 9 of us, and each of us is responsible for a part of the Emperor's inscriptions. However, using the Emperor's inscriptions is extremely taxing on our minds, and we'll feel exhausted very quickly. Once we're exhausted, the demon tower will use a bewitching technique to make us develop inner demons. That's why we need to resist the demon tower's inner demons. If we can't resist the demon tower's inner demons, we'll be controlled by the demon tower, and that'll be terrible. If that happens, the demon tower will destroy our Emperor's inscriptions and help it escape. This demonic pagoda is so strange." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Xue Zihua said, "The demonic pagoda is currently sealed, so the power it can use is limited. Right now, if the 9 of us attack together, the power of the devil pagoda will work together on our bodies. The 9 of us will disperse the power of the devil pagoda, so there's no need to worry too much." Lin Feng nodded. Perhaps this was why my Lan Zhuhua and Hua Lingxian had asked him for help. Every additional person who came to reinforce the seal would disperse the power of the devil pagoda. This way, it would be easier to seal the devil pagoda. The 9 of them landed one after another. There were 9 Emperor's inscriptions in total, and each of them was responsible for repairing 1 Emperor's inscriptions. Xue Zihua distributed the materials needed to repair the Emperor's inscriptions to everyone, and they split up to repair the damaged Emperor's inscriptions. This was Lin Feng's first time coming into contact with Emperor's inscriptions. The Snow Clan's Emperor's inscriptions wouldn't attack people like them. It was said that the Emperor's inscriptions had a trace of spirituality, and they could differentiate between who they would attack and who they wouldn't attack. Although this sounded a bit unbelievable, it was true. Lin Feng carefully studied the inscriptions. He discovered that the structure of the inscriptions was incomparably complicated. Each inscription was densely packed together with countless inscriptions. If a cultivator below the god realm saw the Emperor's inscriptions, their soul wouldn't be able to withstand it. Their soul would immediately shatter and they would die. If a void god realm cultivator looked at the Emperor's inscriptions, their soul would be greatly damaged. If a divine flame realm cultivator looked at the Emperor's inscriptions, they would have a splitting headache. At the very least, a true god realm cultivator would be required to repair the inscriptions. Lin Feng's cultivation hadn't reached the true god realm. However, the Emperor's inscriptions here wouldn't attack or harm him, so he could repair them. Time passed. Under everyone's efforts, the Emperor's inscriptions were gradually being repaired and perfected. Just as everyone was repairing the Emperor's inscriptions, the sealed devil pagoda suddenly vibrated with a strange power. Great demonic mirage! Great demonic mirage! Suddenly, a mysterious voice came from the demonic pagoda. It was like a demonic voice, causing people to lose themselves step by step. Lin Feng suddenly realized that he'd disappeared from the underground world. He'd arrived in a pink world. Release yourself to your heart's content. There are 8 delicate beauties here, and they're all yours now, a bewitching voice sounded. Plum blossom, orchid, bamboo, chrysanthemum, painting, spirit fairy, and the other 7 beauties. There was also Xue Qianwu. All of them came over. They surrounded Lin Feng. Each of them was extremely charming, seducing Lin Feng. Any man who saw these 8 passionate beauties would probably be unable to restrain their inner desires. However, Lin Feng's eyes were clear. He sneered and said, "A mere illusion. You want to seduce me? What a joke." A bright light flashed in his eyes, and Buddhist light coiled around his body. In an instant, the 8 beauties, Mai Lan Zhu, Zhu Hua, Spiritual Fairy Hua, and Xue Qianwu, all disappeared without a trace. The pink world in front of him turned into a world of darkness. This world of darkness was also an illusory space. Your illusory space is useless against me. Trapping me in an illusory space is futile. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Keikakik, boy. Not bad, you broke the illusory space I created so quickly. Perhaps we can sit down and have a good talk. The devil pagoda suddenly appeared in this world of darkness, and a sinister voice sounded from it. Talk about what? What do I have to talk about with you? Lin Feng sneered. Of course, we're talking about cooperation. You're young, but you have great potential. If you let me out, I'll become a great help to you. In the future, you might even become a great emperor. What do you think of this deal? The sinister voice sounded from the Devil Pagoda again. Lin Feng smiled icily. I'm going to become a great emperor. I don't need your help, do I? Besides, who knows what kind of thing you are? If I let you out, I might cause a calamity. Who knows how many people will die? Even I might be tricked by you. When that happens, I'll end up dead. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? Chapter 1684. As the saying goes, gold and stone can move. After we work together, you will know how sincere I am, the mysterious being said. Forget it. Even if you have a glib tongue, I have no interest in working with you. Lin Feng sneered. If you help me, I can pass on the Demon Lord's legacy to you. How about it? The mysterious existence spoke in a gentle and enticing voice. The Demon Lord's legacy? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Who is this Demon Lord? The mysterious being asked. He is an unparalleled existence. If I tell you, you will be scared to death. Lin Feng became interested and said, hurry up and tell me. Let's see if you can scare me to death. I can't wait to be scared to death by you. Kid, do you think I'm stupid? If you don't work with me, why would I tell you this? The mysterious being sneered. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, you've said so much. You've painted a big picture for me, but I won't be able to eat it, right? How can I have so much free time to argue with you? Heavenly Demon Snake Eye, break! Lin Feng shouted. He opened the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye. Heavenly Demon Snake Eye. It could see through the origin of all things in the world. After the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye opened, the illusory space created by the demonic pagoda was instantly broken. Lin Feng returned to the real world. He was still standing in front of the Emperor Rune. Mai Lan Zhu, Hua Lingxian, and Xue Qianwu had their eyes closed. Obviously, they were still in the illusion. TSK. They are all veterans, but they didn't break the illusion before me. Their standards are too low. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel proud. He ignored the others and squatted down to repair the Emperor Rune that he was in charge of. The illusion created by the Demon Pagoda was very special. Everyone could only rely on themselves to break the illusion. If someone helped, then, the person who helped would also be pulled into the illusion. At that time, the power of the illusion would be greatly increased. Lin Feng's Heavenly Demon Snake Eye had broken the illusion of the Devil Pagoda. However, if the demonic pagoda's illusory realm was enhanced several times or even more than 10 times, then even the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye would not be able to break it. So at this time, not helping was the best choice. Not long after, Xue Qianwu woke up. Her cultivation was the highest, so it wasn't strange for her to be the first to break the illusion. Xue Qianwu looked at Mai, Lan, Zhu, Hua, and Spiritual Fairy proudly. Seeing that the 7 ladies were still in the illusion, she sneered. But in the next moment, Xue Qianwu's expression froze because she saw that Lin Feng was actually squatting in front of the monarch pattern and repairing it. How is this possible? Xue Qianwu's face was filled with disbelief. In her opinion, Lin Feng's cultivation was the lowest. The last person to overcome the illusion should be Lin Feng. How did Lin Feng become the first to overcome the illusion? This made Xue Qianwu very puzzled. But Lin Feng had indeed overcome the illusion. This was an indisputable fact. Xue Qianwu looked at Lin Feng and asked, how did you overcome the illusion? Do you want to know? Lin Feng glanced at Xue Qianwu and smiled faintly. Why would I ask if I don't want to know? Xue Qianwu couldn't help but roll her eyes. One had to admit that if a person was beautiful, even an action like rolling her eyes was very charming. Lin Feng didn't like Xue Qianwu's arrogant personality. In fact, he hated it. However, Lin Feng didn't have any resistance towards Xue Qianwu's body. This woman was indeed beautiful. But so what if she was beautiful? Lin Feng didn't even want to bother with Xue Qianwu. He said indifferently, even if you want to know, I won't tell you. You dare to trick me? Xue Qianwu looked at Lin Feng angrily. At this moment, Xue Zihua also woke up. Seeing that Xue Zihua had woken up, Xue Qianwu snorted and retracted her gaze. She didn't continue to argue with Lin Feng. After Xue Zihua woke up, Xue Zimei and the others also woke up. When they found out that Lin Feng was the first person to overcome the illusion, they were extremely shocked. Mai, Lan, Zhu, Ju, and Hua Lingxian knew how powerful the Devil Pagoda's illusions were. It was Lin Feng's first time coming into contact with such a powerful illusion, and he was actually able to overcome it in such a short time. What did this mean? The 7 girls were very clear about it. At this moment, Xue Zimei was even thinking if she should really do as her 5th sister, Xue Zihua, said and seduce Lin Feng. Following a man like Lin Feng. It seemed pretty good. However, Xue Zimei's face quickly turned pink, and she couldn't help but spit at herself in her heart. What was she thinking about? In the past, she wouldn't have thought about such things. Since Lin Feng had appeared, she had been thinking about many things that would make her blush and her heart race. Xue Zimei couldn't help but stare fiercely at Lin Feng. She blamed everything on Lin Feng. If this guy hadn't appeared, how could she have become like this? Lin Feng and Xue Zimei weren't far from each other, and he also saw Xue Zimei's glare. Lin Feng felt strange. Did he offend this woman? Why is she glaring at me? After muttering to himself, he ignored Xue Zimei and continued to focus on repairing the Emperor's mark. It took about half a month for the 9 of them to finish repairing the Emperor's mark. It's finally done. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. After half a month of working day and night to repair the Emperor's mark, everyone was physically and mentally exhausted. They didn't continue to stay, and directly soared into the sky and flew outside. After returning outside, everyone dispersed and returned to their own residences to rest. When Lin Feng passed by Xue Zimei, he said in a low voice, "Come and help me bathe." Xue Zimei blushed and glared fiercely at Lin Feng. 3 days have passed. I'm not your servant anymore. I see. Then I'll invite you again. Let's bathe together. What do you think? Said Lin Feng with a smile. Xue Zimei bit her red lips, her eyes sparkling. She humphed softly and left Lin Feng behind. Lin Feng was confused. What did this woman mean? Did he agree or not? After returning to Inga's courtyard, Lin Feng soaked in a hot spring bath, changed into clean clothes, and slept well. The next day, Lin Feng continued to study the Snow Clan's immortal stone. This immortal stone was no small matter. Lin Feng had the feeling that it contained an enormous secret. However, in order to comprehend it, one needed luck. He hadn't given up on studying the immortal stone. He sat down cross-legged, his palms facing the sky, and continued to study the immortal stone's mysteries. Heaven and earth as one, heaven and earth as one. Suddenly, the faintly discernible voice from the immortal stone spoke again. Chapter 1685. Between heaven and earth, the door of Xian Pin, all living things are nothingness. Heaven and earth are one, immortal and immortal. A deep voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. This voice was filled with mystery. It was as if the voice of the heavenly Tao was drifting over. Lin Feng felt that he had once again arrived at the boundless starry sky. Last time, the voice he heard was heaven's perception, but this time, it was heaven and earth being one. Lin Feng did not know if heaven's perception was related to heaven and earth being one. However, there was one thing he was clear about. Whether it was heaven and earth being one or heaven's perception, it was an extraordinary Tao. This was definitely an extremely extraordinary Tao. Now, what he needed to do was to comprehend this Tao from the celestial stone and master it. Lin Feng gradually felt as if he had become a star in an eternal world. He was eternal and had become one with heaven and earth. Then, he moved along with the movement of the stars in the sky. Sometimes, Lin Feng felt as if he would become a speck of dust in the starry sky. Just like countless specks of dust. He would drift around in this world, searching for his own home. Lin Feng did not know what Tao this was, but he was trying his best to comprehend it. However, no matter what, he had to comprehend it. He felt as if it was right in front of him, but also far away. Trying to comprehend this Tao from a distance, it was always just a hair's breadth away. Like the moon in the well, flowers in the water, unattainable. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng opened his eyes and sighed. He still had not comprehended the Tao of heaven and earth contained in the immortal stone. The more powerful a Tao was, the more difficult it would be to comprehend it. He was very clear about this. Therefore, there was no point in being anxious when it came to comprehending the Tao. At this time, one had to rely on luck. Lin Feng felt that he needed to rest. He walked out of the courtyard and strolled around the courtyard. Many servants bowed to Lin Feng when they saw him. Not long after, Xue Xin and Xue Fei arrived. Clearly, they knew that Lin Feng had come out of seclusion and had come to look for him. Xue Fei asked, "Did you gain anything from comprehending the immortal stone?" Lin Feng smiled bitterly. "I did. However, I haven't been able to comprehend anything useful," said Xue Xin. "It's good that you've gained something. I'm sure you'll be able to comprehend some ancient Taos very quickly." "I hope so." Lin Feng smiled. Xue Fei replied, "Something big happened recently. I'm sure you don't know about it yet." "Oh, what happened?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Didn't we talk about the lost civilization of the immortal era some time ago?" Xue Fei said. Lin Feng nodded. "That's right. Yes, he did. Has this lost civilization been discovered?" Xue Fei nodded and said, "That's right. He had really been found. In the depths of the ice field, an illusory world had appeared. There were mountains, palaces, and many temples. It seemed to be a sacrificial temple. Many strong cultivators were alarmed and came from everywhere. It was said that the 10 great celestial sects had sent their vice-patriarchs. The sect masters of the 10 great immortal sects were all at the level of giant gods, characters who looked down on the heavens. In that case, the vice-patriarchs of the 10 great immortal sects were at least at the heavenly god realm. The lost civilization of the immortal era is no small matter. It's not strange for it to attract so many strong cultivators," Lin Feng said. Xue Xin said, "That world hasn't truly appeared yet, but some people have already seen many strange sights. For example, there are dragons, phoenixes, and even fairies." Lin Feng was shocked. "Are they real creatures? Or are they just some images left behind from the past?" Xue Xin shook her head. "We don't know. We'll have to wait for that lost civilization to appear. We'll only know once we enter it." Lin Feng nodded. He chatted with Xue Xin and Xue Fei for more than 2 hours before parting ways. Lin Feng returned to his residence. The lost civilization of the immortal era had appeared. It was no small matter. Thus, when the lost civilization appeared, Lin Feng planned to explore it and see if there were any opportunities. Not long after he returned, Xue Zimei came to see him. Xue Zimei was as charming as ever. Lin Feng smiled and said, "You came to see me when I came out of seclusion. Was it because you missed me?" Xue Zimei glanced at Lin Feng and said, "Yes, because I miss you. I can't sleep and I can't eat." Lin Feng hugged Xue Zimei's waist and said, "I didn't know that I was so charming." "Let go." Xue Zimei snorted. "No, I like hugging you like this." He sat down on a stool, and Xue Zimei sat on his lap. She bit her lip. "Do you think I won't scream that you're being molested?" Lin Feng smiled. "Do you want me to do it for you?" "Shameless." Xue Zimei spat at Lin Feng. When she saw that Lin Feng had no intention of letting her go, she simply let Lin Feng continue hugging her. However, she was still a little shy and didn't dare look into Lin Feng's eyes. "I came to tell you something. Recently, a lost civilization has appeared. It should be a civilization from the immortal era. If you're interested, I'll send someone to call you when that civilization truly appears," said Lin Feng. Xue Zimei said, "How considerate. How should I reward you for being so considerate?" Lin Feng smiled. Xue Zimei saw that Lin Feng's eyes were getting hotter and hotter, and she couldn't help but panic. Taking advantage of Lin Feng's unpreparedness, she hurriedly struggled free. She snorted and said, "If you dare touch me again, I won't come here again." Xue Zimei quickly left. She didn't stay with Lin Feng, Perhaps because she was worried that she wouldn't be able to control herself when she was alone. Or perhaps she was worried that Lin Feng would do something even more outrageous. After Xue Zimei left, Lin Feng returned to his room and continued studying the immortal stone. Unfortunately, Lin Feng hadn't been able to comprehend the Tao contained in the immortal stone until someone came to inform him that the lost civilization had appeared. The lost civilization had appeared. Of the 7 sisters, Mai, Lan, Zhu, Ju, and Hua, only Xue Zihua didn't go because she had to stay in Snow City. Xue Xin and Xue Fei also followed Xue Zimei and the others to the lost civilization. In fact, they had left more than a month ago. After the lost civilization had appeared, they had sent a message to Snow City. By now, the lost civilization had already appeared for some time. Lin Feng gave the celestial stone to Xue Zihua. He wanted to study the great Tao of the celestial stone when he came back. Lin Feng was already very close to understanding the great Tao of the celestial stone, so he wasn't going to give up. However, the most important thing now was to go to the lost civilization and see if he could obtain any opportunities. The treasures passed down from the immortal era would definitely be heaven-defying. This was also the reason why so many cultivators came from all over the world, even from hundreds of millions of miles away. Chapter 1686. Lin Feng rushed to the lost civilization by himself. Along the way, he discovered that many cultivators were also flying toward the lost civilization. However, after these cultivators arrived at the icy plains, they were clearly not used to the temperature, and they were all shivering from the cold. The temperature of the icy plains was indeed too low. Cultivators who came here for the first time would find it difficult to adapt to such cold temperatures. However, Lin Feng had long since gotten used to the cold, so he did not feel anything. Lin Feng's speed was extremely fast, and he arrived at the lost civilization in half a month. Demon King, do you know anything about this lost civilization? Asked the Demon King. Lin Feng asked. I've heard of it. It's rumored that this lost civilization is related to the archangels. Black Bear Devil Lord said. Lin Feng said, I've heard of the angels. What kind of race is the archangels? The archangels are also part of the angels. However, they are the royal family of the angels. They are the noblest angels. The archangels are born with 18 pairs of wings. You should know that the more wings an angel has, the more powerful their bloodline inheritance is. The greater their future potential, the greater their future achievements. Black Bear Devil Lord said. Lin Feng nodded. He then asked, but is there anything special about the archangels? Black Bear Devil Lord said, of course, this race is special. They control the power of light, and they are the nemesis of all darkness. The power of light. Lin Feng was puzzled. Black Bear Devil Lord said, in this world, there is light, there is darkness. Thus, light and darkness have existed since time immemorial. The archangels control the most powerful Tao of light, and they are the messengers of light. Everywhere they go, they will drive away all darkness. Lin Feng stroked his chin and said, the archangels are actually so powerful. Doesn't that mean that cultivators of the devil Tao, evil Tao, and ghost Tao are all suppressed by the archangels? If I can obtain the great Tao of the archangels, that would be amazing. Of course, Lin Feng knew that this would not be an easy task. When they were passing through a mountain range, a woman blocked Lin Feng's path. The surrounding cultivators who were passing by were all shocked when they saw the woman. She had a tall and slender figure, a charming figure, a beautiful university, and a charming temperament. Her entire body was filled with seduction. This woman was actually Xue Qianwu. Isn't this Grand Elder Xue? Why are you blocking this little brother? Lin Feng asked. Xue Qianwu sneered and said, don't try to get close to me. I'm not familiar with you. You're not familiar with me? You want to throw yourself into my embrace? Sure, let's go to the forest now. Xue Qianwu. Haha, little brother, can you do it? Immediately, many of the cultivators who passed by burst into laughter. Each of them stared at Xue Qianwu's enchanting figure like a pack of hungry wolves, wanting nothing more than to devour Xue Qianwu in one bite. Xue Qianwu shouted coldly and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew that Xue Qianwu did not have good intentions when she blocked him. That was why he had been on guard against her. Seeing Xue Qianwu's attack, he quickly retreated and dodged her attack. When Lin Feng was repairing the Emperor rune, he and Xue Qianwu had a conflict of words. Although it was not a big deal. But obviously, Xue Qianwu did not want to let Lin Feng go. This woman was someone who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. *TCH. You're serious. I don't have the time to fight with you. You better not find trouble with me, otherwise, I'll capture you and make you my slave. Lin Feng said fiercely. Reckless, who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to become your female slave? But your suggestion is not bad, I'll capture you now and make you my male slave. I'll trample on your dignity every day and let you know the consequences of offending me, Xue Qianwu. I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Xue Qianwu sneered and rushed over. You're a crazy woman. Today, this young master will tolerate you for the time being. Just you wait. When you land in my hands, see how I'll teach you. Lin Feng looked indifferent as he turned into a stream of light and flew away. Xue Qianwu chased after him. Lin Feng's speed was too fast. Even if Xue Qianwu was at the fifth heaven of the true God realm, she could not catch up to him. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Soon, Xue Qianwu was left behind by Lin Feng. Xue Qianwu has an ice body, Black Bear Devil King said. Ice body? What's so special about this body? Lin Feng asked. Hee. It's a body that's very suitable for dual cultivation. When your cultivation increases, you can indeed subdue her and make her a cultivation vessel. It'll be very helpful for your cultivation. Black Bear Devil King said. Black Bear Devil King used to follow Demon Emperor Chong Lu. Demon Emperor Chong Lu was a demon emperor who knew how many dual cultivation vessels he had. Hence, Black Bear Devil King was very familiar with such matters. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, that's a good idea. But I need to increase my cultivation first. I'm still not a match for this crazy woman. After flying for 3 days, Lin Feng finally saw the lost world. It was hazy. The lost world was enveloped by a ball of divine light. Within the divine light, a vast world appeared. That world emitted an ancient aura. Many cultivators flew towards that world at high speed. Lin Feng also quickly flew towards the lost world. When his body came into contact with the divine light that enveloped the lost world, Lin Feng felt his body being enveloped by space-time energy. Swish. Immediately after, his body was teleported out of the room. When Lin Feng reappeared, he was already in a dense primitive forest. He had yet to see his surroundings clearly. He saw a ball of shadow in the sky. Sharp claws quickly clawed at Lin Feng. The speed was so fast that it made one speechless. If it was anyone else, their head would have been crushed before they could even react. But Lin Feng's reaction was too fast. When the claws clawed at him, he slapped out with his palm. Bang! Both sides collided. Many white feathers floated down from the sky. The one who ambushed Lin Feng was a white bird. After exchanging a blow with Lin Feng, the bird knew that Lin Feng was not to be trifled with, so it turned into a ray of white light and quickly fled into the distance. Don't run! Lin Feng shouted and quickly chased after it. Chapter 1687. Lin Feng quickly chased after it. Even though the white ferocious bird was extremely fast, Lin Feng was even faster. He gradually caught up with the white ferocious bird. After catching up, Lin Feng finally saw what species the white bird was. It was a type of bird that Lin Feng had never seen before. Its entire body was covered in snow-white feathers. It had the body of an eagle, the claws of a roc, the eyes of a peacock, and the beak of a red-crowned crane. It looked extremely strange. *CK. What kind of strange bird is this? Lin Feng shouted. When the white bird heard Lin Feng call it a strange bird, it immediately shouted in dissatisfaction, "You're the strange bird. I'm one of the 4 holy birds." Lin Feng had never heard of any of the 4 holy birds before. He grinned and said, "I think you should be called a freak instead. You're the freak. Your whole family is freaks." The 4 holy birds shouted fiercely. What a cheap mouth. When I catch you later, I'll pluck all your feathers and roast you. The taste should be pretty good. Lin Feng shouted fiercely. Ah! You want to roast me? Brat! I'm going to barbecue you later and make a human barbecue. The four holy birds shouted, unwilling to be outdone. Lin Feng increased his speed and quickly caught up to the four holy birds. He threw a punch at them, but the four holy birds opened their beaks and spat out dense purple lightning. The purple lightning all shot towards Lin Feng. The four holy birds had long since been prepared and had been waiting for Lin Feng to come over. When they saw Lin Feng coming over, they immediately launched a powerful attack, wanting to defeat Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he used void travel to dodge the four holy birds' attacks. The four holy birds' cultivation was not ordinary, and they should be in the divine flame realm. However, that level of strength was nothing in front of Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng disappear without a trace, the four holy birds shouted, "This is bad. He must have met an expert." The four holy birds pushed their speed to the limit, wanting to escape. However, at that moment, Lin Feng arrived above them and stomped on their backs. Feathers flew everywhere. The four holy birds cried out in pain. Then, they fell into the forest. Lin Feng also landed in the forest. "It hurts. You're trying to kill me," the four holy birds cried out. Lin Feng curled his lips. "That's right. I'm going to kill you right now." The four holy birds cried out in fear, "No. Spare me. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you want me to do. F***ck. You have no backbone. I haven't even made a move yet." Lin Feng was speechless when he saw the four holy birds lying on the ground, trembling. The four holy birds said, "Life is precious, and we only have one life. We have to cherish it. Dignity is not worth mentioning in front of life. You have a lot of tricks up your sleeves." Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "It's not impossible for you to live, but you have to show me what benefits I can get by keeping you alive. Young master, this little one was born and raised in this world, and I know many things that others don't. If you let me be your guide, I guarantee that you'll make a fortune." The four holy birds said flatteringly. "Oh, born and raised in this world?" Lin Feng was delighted. "What treasures do you know? Tell me." 500 kilometers from here, there's a treasure called the soul-splitting grass. It can help a cultivator form a new primordial spirit. The four holy birds said. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I've already formed a second primordial spirit, so ordinary treasures that can transform the primordial spirit won't have any effect on me. Also, if I rashly consume it, it will harm my soul origin." Lin Feng had used the crimson blood lotus to transform his second primordial spirit. After his second primordial spirit had transformed, it had given Lin Feng double the power of his soul. It had also given Lin Feng the ability to do two things at once. In theory, a cultivator's soul could continuously transform into a new primordial spirit. However, this was only a theory. Transforming into a primordial spirit required a treasure. It required natural treasures, and natural treasures that could transform one's primordial spirit were extremely rare. Furthermore, each transformation of the primordial spirit was more difficult than the last. Thus, after one transformation, many treasures that could transform the primordial spirit were unable to support a second transformation. Moreover, the transformation of the primordial spirit was very dangerous. If the transformation failed, it would often cause damage to the soul. Therefore, Lin Feng was not particularly interested in the spirit-splitting grass that the four holy birds had mentioned. Of course, if possible, Lin Feng still planned to find this spirit herb. If he took it out to auction, it could be sold for an astonishing price. At this moment, the four holy birds said, "Young master, you may not know this, but the spirit-splitting grass is different from other treasures. Treasures that can transform the primordial spirit, such as the crimson blood lotus and the primordial spirit vine, only have 1/10 of the medicinal efficacy of the spirit-splitting grass. These treasures naturally cannot support the second transformation of the primordial spirit, but the spirit-splitting grass is different. Its medicinal efficacy is fierce and can completely support the third transformation of the primordial spirit." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. If what the four holy birds said was true, Then he had to obtain the spirit-splitting grass no matter what. As long as he could obtain the spirit-hunting grass and transform his third primordial spirit, then Lin Feng would be able to do 3 things at once. Under normal circumstances, cultivators could only use 1 divine ability at a time. However, Lin Feng could now use 2 divine abilities at once. If he could use 3 divine abilities at once, he could use 3 divine abilities at once. This was an advantage. It was a crushing advantage. All right. Take me to find the spirit-splitting grass, Lin Feng said. The 4 holy birds' eyes flashed with a strange light, and they said flatteringly, "No problem. This little one will lead the way for young master right now." Lin Feng sneered. The 4 holy birds were obviously up to no good. They probably wanted to trick him. Lin Feng could sense the deep killing intent hidden within the 4 holy birds. He said indifferently, "Before I leave, there is one more thing I need to do." The 4 holy birds asked, "What is it, young master?" "Open your soul and let me place a soul imprint on it. You will become my mount. I will also be able to rest assured and let you bring me to find the spirit-splitting grass." Lin Feng said indifferently. The 4 holy birds' expression changed greatly. They had originally planned to lure Lin Feng to a dangerous place and kill Lin Feng. But now, Lin Feng wanted them to recognize him as their master. If that was the case, wouldn't they lose their freedom? "All right, I will recognize you as my master." The 4 holy birds nodded. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, their wings flapped. Wind blades swept towards Lin Feng like a storm. The 4 holy birds were only 4 or 5 meters away from Lin Feng. They were so close that they had suddenly launched a sneak attack on Lin Feng. They wanted to catch Lin Feng off guard. The 4 holy birds had clearly planned this all along. They had said that they wanted to recognize Lin Feng as their master in order to make Lin Feng let down his guard. Then, they would be able to launch a sneak attack on Lin Feng. "Brat! Go to hell!" The 4 holy birds let out strange cries as they looked coldly at Lin Feng. In their opinion, if they attacked at such a close distance, Lin Feng would definitely die. Chapter 1688. Lin Feng sneered. "Fourth sacred bird. You idiot. Did you think I didn't guard against you?" Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a distorted black hole appeared above Lin Feng's right hand. It was the black hole formed by the devouring martial soul. A powerful devouring force appeared. It was emitted from the black hole. Then, it crazily devoured the wind blades that the 4th sacred bird sent out with its wings. Whoosh! When the 4th sacred bird saw its attack being devoured by Lin Feng's black hole, it turned around and continued fleeing. "Me," said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. He opened his hand and a magnetic field condensed in the air. The enormous confinement magnetic field enveloped the 4 holy birds. Suddenly, the 4th sacred bird found it difficult to move. The 4th sacred bird trembled in fear and loudly begged for mercy. "Young master, please spare my life. It's all a misunderstanding. I was worried that you would be bored, so I played a little game with you. Please don't be angry." Lin Feng was speechless. He had seen thick-skinned people before. However, he had never seen one as thick-skinned as the 4th sacred bird. It could even say such shameless words. Lin Feng sneered at the 4th sacred bird and said, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Since that's the case, I can only kill you and have a good meal." The 4th sacred bird trembled in fear and continued to beg for mercy. "Young master, my death is not worth regretting. However, I really do know many secrets. I will definitely bring you to find more treasures. I only ask that you give me another chance." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. The 4th sacred bird said that it knew many secrets, and Lin Feng did not doubt it. Kill it. It was indeed a pity. Thinking about that, Lin Feng said, "Since you're sincere, I'll give you one last chance. Open your soul, I'm going to imprint it on your soul." The 4th sacred bird obediently opened its soul this time. Lin Feng imprinted the souls of the 4 holy birds. "Greetings, master." The 4th sacred bird flapped its wings and bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and jumped onto the back of the 4 holy birds. The 4 holy birds' bodies were over 10 meters long, and their feathers were soft. It was very comfortable to lie on them. Let's go. Let's go to the place where the spirit-splitting grass is, Lin Feng said. Yes. The 4 sacred birds responded. Then, they spread their wings and soared into the sky, flying toward the depths of the forest. At that moment, the 4 divine birds said, Owner, I've already told you everything. The spirit-cracking grass is guarded by a 1,000-eyed devil crocodile. That guy is not easy to deal with. Lin Feng didn't find it strange that such a precious heavenly treasure like the spirit-splitting grass was guarded by a powerful vicious beast. He said, let's go over and check out the situation first. Along the way, Lin Feng saw many life-and-death battles in the forest. There were cultivators fighting against wild beasts and cultivators killing each other for treasures. Lin Feng asked, apart from the soul-crack grass, are there any other treasures around? If we're talking about treasures, then the monkey wine is the most precious. Monkey wine? What is this? Lin Feng asked curiously. In the depths of the forest, there's a group of 6-eared macaques. Those 6-eared macaques brew monkey wine. This wine is brewed with more than 3,000 precious heavenly treasures. If an ordinary person drinks a mouthful of it, their body will be greatly improved, and they will immediately turn from trash to a cultivation genius. Even deity realm cultivators like us who drink monkey wine can adjust our bodies, remove the impurities in our bodies, and help us temper our bodies. The less impurities there are in our bodies, the easier it is for us to communicate with the heavens and earth. The 4 sacred birds had an infatuated expression. It was obvious that they yearned for the monkey wine. Lin Feng suddenly became very interested in the monkey wine. When people ate grains, impurities would accumulate in their bodies, but some impurities were difficult to remove. The impurities in the body hindered one's cultivation speed. Perhaps he could use the monkey wine to temper his body. It was just as the 4 sacred birds said. The less impurities there were in one's body, the faster one's cultivation speed. Of course, there was another point. The less impurities there were in one's body, the easier it was for one to communicate with the heavens and earth. The easier it was for one to comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth. What was Tao? Tao was a kind of law produced by the purest source of the world. Therefore, the cleaner one's body was, the easier it was for them to communicate with the Tao of heaven and earth. For example, if Lin Feng's body was tempered by the monkey wine, he might be able to immediately comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth contained in the deity stone of the Snow Clan. Let's find the spirit-splitting grass first, then the monkey wine. Lin Feng said. Yes, Master. The 4 sacred birds sped up. On the way, Lin Feng met a group of people. There were men and women, about 30 of them. There were a few divine flame realm cultivators among them. They should be from large factions. Lin Feng noticed that there were 3 particularly beautiful women in the group. One of them was wearing a purple dress and was tall and slender. The second woman was wearing a pink dress and was more delicate than a flower. The third woman was wearing a red outfit and had flaming red lips. She looked quite seductive. When the woman in red saw that Lin Feng was looking at them, she glared at him ferociously. What are you looking at? You've never seen a beauty before. If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyeballs out. Tigress, Lin Feng muttered in his heart. Then he said, I'm looking at a beauty, not at you. When the woman in red heard Lin Feng's words, she immediately gnashed her teeth in anger. Looking at a beauty, not looking at her? Didn't that mean that she wasn't a beauty? The beauty in red took out a whip and rushed towards Lin Feng. Ha 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 ha, stinking bitch, go buy a beauty pill with a lot of money. Otherwise, who would want you when you're so ugly and have such a bad temper? Seeing the beauty in red rushing over, Lin Feng immediately laughed out loud. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. The beauty shouted angrily. The 4 sacred birds cried out, ugly, monkey butt, ugly mouth is like a monkey butt. The beauty in red had fiery red lips, so she was actually very alluring. However, he was mocked by the 4 sacred birds into a monkey butt. How could he endure this anger? Right now, the beauty with fiery red lips was gnashing her teeth in hatred towards Lin Feng and the 4 sacred birds. However, the 4 sacred birds were too fast. Before she could pounce over, the 4 sacred birds had already carried Lin Feng into the distance. He left the beauty far behind. Bastard, don't run if you have the guts. You're not a man. The beauty with fiery red lips cursed fiercely. I'm a good man who doesn't fight with women, lest they say that I'm a man who bullies women. Lin Feng shouted in front, and then the 4 sacred birds carried Lin Feng and disappeared in the blink of an eye. One day later, Lin Feng and the 4 sacred birds arrived at the place the 4 sacred birds had mentioned. This place was filled with swamps and poisonous gas. The spirit-splitting grass grew in the depths of the swamp. Chapter 1689. It said that someone found soul-splitting grass inside. That's a treasure that can create a nascent soul. However, it's being guarded by a 1,000-eyed devil crocodile, so it'll be difficult to deal with. At that moment, a group of cultivators flew over from afar. They stopped above the forest, and one of them spoke. When Lin Feng and the 4 holy birds saw that some people were coming, they hid in the distance and listened to their conversation. 1,000-eyed devil crocodile is a powerful beast. I don't think we're a match for it, right? A purple-robed cultivator said. I have a powerful treasure here called the 9 Netherworld Godly Iron Needle. If we work together, we'll definitely be able to kill the 1,000-eyed devil crocodile. A middle-aged, scholarly cultivator said. It said that the 9 Netherworld Godly Iron Needle was forged from the 9 Netherworld realms' mystical demonic iron. I didn't expect this treasure to fall into your hands. Since we already have it, there's no time to lose. Let's go kill that beast now. All right, let's go. A group of more than 30 cultivators quickly headed towards the depths of the swamp. Lin Feng rode on the 4 sacred birds and followed behind them. He wanted to see how the group of cultivators would deal with the 1,000-eyed devil crocodile. As the name suggested, the 1,000-eyed devil crocodile's strength lay in its 1,000 demonic eyes. The eyes of the 1,000-eyed demon crocodile could create endless illusions. If one's mind was weak, they would get lost in them. The most terrifying thing was that the 1,000-eyed devil crocodile was not only capable of creating illusions, but it was also a beast with the bloodline of a divine beast. Therefore, its strength was extremely terrifying. Even without creating illusions, it would be extremely difficult to deal with the 1,000-eyed devil crocodile, not to mention that it could create terrifying illusions. Therefore, the first few groups of cultivators died one after another. Soon, the group arrived at the depths of the swamp. There was a mountain range here that consisted of more than 10 peaks. The soul-splitting grass grew at the top of the main peak. The soul-splitting grass was wrapped in a ball of divine light, so it was easy to find. Ha ha! That's the soul-splitting grass. Let's go and collect the soul-splitting grass. More than 30 cultivators rushed towards the soul-splitting grass. Just as they arrived at the periphery of the mountain range, Pu. Suddenly, seals were activated one after another. When the 2 cultivators at the front made contact with the restrictive arrays, their bodies were pierced through. Blood dripped everywhere. Incomparably miserable. His body fell directly into the swamp. Clearly, he had died, killed by the restrictive spell. When the others saw this scene, their expressions changed greatly. He hurriedly retreated. Roar. Suddenly, a sky-shaking roar rang out and a massive crocodile emerged from the swamp. In one gulp, it devoured the 2 dead cultivators. At the same time, its mountain-like tail smashed towards the group of cultivators. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. Such power was truly terrifying to the extreme. Be careful, many people cried out in horror as they dodged the attacks of the 1,000-eyed demon crocodile. However, there were still 7 or 8 people who were too slow to dodge and were struck by the 1,000-eyed devil crocodile. Crack, crack. His body crumbled. He was whipped to death by the 1,000-eyed demon crocodile's tail. Damn it! Let's kill this 1,000-eyed demon crocodile. The middle-aged scholarly cultivator shouted angrily. He flipped his right hand and a treasure appeared in his right hand. This treasure was a magic treasure that looked like an embroidery needle. It should be the 9 Serenities' divine iron needle. The person who made this treasure must be a genius to be able to make such a small treasure. Of course, it was also possible that he was lacking in materials and could only make it so big. Although this treasure was small, its power was extraordinary. The 20 or so cultivators who were lucky enough to survive activated the 9 Serenities Divine Iron Needle. The 9 Serenities Divine Iron Needle turned into a cold black light and flew towards the thousand-eyed demon crocodile. Thousand-eyed demon crocodile. The thousand-eyed demon crocodile let out a series of roars. Suddenly, the surrounding area turned into a world of darkness. The thousand-eyed demon crocodile disappeared. In this world of darkness, chains of order swept towards the 20 or so cultivators. A terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth surged out from the chains of order. The 20 or so cultivators were shocked and wanted to use their divine abilities to resist. The middle-aged scholarly cultivator shouted, "Everyone, don't be fooled by the illusion. This is an illusion created by the thousand-eyed demon crocodile. If we resist the illusory chains of order, we will be attacked by the thousand-eyed demon crocodile. Now, follow me and activate the 9 Serenities Divine Iron Needle. Break the illusion." The middle-aged scholarly cultivator's shout was like pouring wisdom into one's head. It gave the rest of the cultivators, who were originally panicking, a jolt of energy. They quickly cooperated with the middle-aged scholarly cultivator. Powerful magic power flowed continuously into the 9 Serenities Divine Iron Needle. The 9 Serenities Divine Iron Needle was indeed a powerful treasure. It actually broke the illusion created by the thousand-eyed demon crocodile. Then, the 9 Serenities Divine Iron Needle quickly flew in front of the thousand-eyed demon crocodile and pierced one of its eyes. Roar, 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 roar. The thousand-eyed demon crocodile let out a pained cry. One of its eyes was instantly blinded. The 20 or so cultivators were invigorated. They continued to control the 9 Serenities Divine Iron Needle to attack the thousand-eyed demon crocodile. Puff, puff. The thousand-eyed demon crocodile's eyes were continuously blinded. As for the thousand-eyed demon crocodile, it screamed again and again as it suffered great damage. As the saying went, there was always something to subdue another. The thousand-eyed demon crocodile was completely restrained by the 9 Serenities Divine Iron Needle. Its eyes were continuously blinded. Before long, more than 30 of its eyes had been blinded by the 9 Serenities Divine Iron Needle. If this continued, all of its eyes would definitely be blinded. At that time, it would definitely be a dead end. The group of cultivators couldn't help but look happy. They seemed to have seen hope of killing the thousand-eyed demon crocodile. But at that moment, the thousand-eyed demon crocodile roared, "You lowly existences, you have thoroughly angered me. I will make you pay with your lives." As soon as the thousand-eyed demon crocodile finished speaking, it opened its bloody mouth and spat out a strong poison that filled the sky. "We've already taken the antidote. The strong poison has no effect on us." The group of cultivators sneered. But soon, they were shocked to find that their bodies had begun to rot. "Stupid creatures, my most powerful technique is the strong poison essence in my body. Even a god would have to retreat in the face of my strong poison essence, let alone you." The thousand-eyed demon crocodile sneered. "How can this be?" The group of cultivators looked at their rotting bodies in horror, but there was nothing they could do. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 people had been poisoned to death. One by one, the corpses fell from the sky. The thousand-eyed demon crocodile's cold eyes looked at the corpses, then rushed over and swallowed them all. Suddenly, the thousand-eyed demon crocodile seemed to sense something. Its cold eyes looked at the main peak of the mountain where the soul-splitting grass grew. The thousand-eyed demon crocodile saw a scene that infuriated it. A human cultivator had taken advantage of the fact that it was fighting with a group of cultivators to break the seal protecting the soul-splitting grass and dig it out.